killing the Flood Dragon Sovereign. Buzz, buzz, whoosh. Oh, then the dragon claw struck out continuously. The attack used by each dragon claw was different. There was a dragon claw that shone with an earthy yellow light. It was the earth element technique. A dragon claw suffused with lightning transformed into a long spear. That was the lightning origin technique. In addition, there were also fire elemental techniques, wind elemental techniques, and water elemental techniques. In the test of the Chaos Palace, Lu Ming was able to merge 5 martial arts techniques of creation into one. It was easy for him to cast 5 martial arts techniques of creation at the same time. The 9 dragon claws clawed at Hai Yu and the Flood Dragon Sovereign. Die! Die! Hai Yu shouted coldly as he tried his best to activate his battle axe. His eyes were ferocious. At the same time, the Flood Dragon Sovereign was also in a similar state, his killing intent cold. Lu Ming actually did not escape and wanted to fight with them head-on. This was exactly what they wanted. They were overjoyed. They wanted to get rid of Lu Ming in one go. What is Lu Ming doing? He's looking for death. That's not wise. The people who were watching the battle from afar also exclaimed when they saw this scene. Lu Ming's combat strength was strong, but that was only for ordinary Supremes. Hai Yu and the Flood Dragon Supreme were the top Supremes, and their combat strength was already terrifying enough. It would not be too difficult for them to kill an ordinary Supreme. Moreover, they had Emperor spiritual weapons. With them, their combat strength could definitely fight against an ordinary Emperor. If Lu Ming was not courting death by fighting head-on with them, what was he? Boom! 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 Lu Ming's attack finally collided with Hai Yu's and the Supreme Flood Dragon's attacks. At this moment, a violent force swept across tens of thousands of miles. In the ancient city below, countless buildings collapsed and turned into ashes. Not good, quickly retreat. The people who were watching the battle from afar all retreated frantically, afraid of being swept in. Oh my God, look! Lu Ming has the upper hand. Someone cried out in alarm as they retreated. Everyone looked over and saw 2 figures rapidly retreating. The retreating figures were actually the Flood Dragon Sovereign and Hai Yu. How was this possible? Hai Yu and the Flood Dragon Sovereign were not Lu Ming's match and were forced to retreat even though they had both wielded Emperor spiritual weapons. If they hadn't seen it with their own eyes, they wouldn't have believed it. Impossible! How did this happen? Hai Yu and the Flood Dragon Sovereign also roared in disbelief. The 2 of them found it hard to believe. How could Lu Ming be so powerful? A while ago, Lu Ming was not their match at all. He was completely suppressed by them. Even with the 2 pets, he was far from being their match. However, Lu Ming had only disappeared for a short while. When he reappeared, his combat strength had increased sharply, and he could easily kill ordinary Supreme beings. Now, he could actually defeat them without relying on his pets or weapons. What was going on? Could it be that Lu Ming had been hiding his ability all along? Hai Yu Supreme Flood Dragon, and the others felt that their brains were unable to process this. He must have used some kind of secret technique to increase his combat strength. If we join forces, he won't be able to hold on for long. Hai Yu roared at the Flood Dragon Supreme. Kill! Kill! Then Hai Yu and the Flood Dragon Sovereign joined forces and attacked Lu Ming. Is that so? A cold smile appeared in Lu Ming's eyes. The lightning cauldron appeared above his head and he threw it at Hai Yu, while he himself attacked the Flood Dragon Sovereign. Buzz! This time Lu Ming only used 1 claw. However, this claw was a fusion of 5 martial arts techniques of creation. When the 5 martial techniques of creation were combined, the power increased dramatically. The dragon claw collided with the dragon vein sword of the Flood Dragon Sovereign. Clang! The dragon vein sword trembled violently, and the sword chi dispersed. It then flew far away. Not good. The Flood Dragon Sovereign's expression changed drastically as he retreated. However, it was already too late. Lu Ming's attack had arrived. It was another claw attack, and it was still the fusion of 5 martial techniques of creation. The Flood Dragon Sovereign also extended his dragon claw to block with all his might. However, The instant his dragon claw came into contact with Lu Ming's, it exploded. Piuchi, Lu Ming's dragon claw didn't stop and pierced through his body. Roar! The flood dragon sovereign let out a violent roar. His eyes filled with endless fear. He wanted to struggle and escape, but the other claws of the 9 dragons had already arrived. The dragon claws were imbued with the prison-suppressing heavenly art as they smashed into the head of the flood dragon sovereign. Bang! 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 With 7 to 8 consecutive explosions, the head of the flood dragon sovereign was pierced through and exploded. The flood dragon sovereign had fallen. The supreme being who had 90% of the true dragon's bloodline was still killed by Lu Ming despite controlling the emperor's spiritual weapon. If I were to use my primal chaos intent, it would be much easier to kill Supreme Flood Dragon. Lu Ming had a thought in his mind. Lu Ming did not cast the chaos concept during the process. At most, he transformed the chaos concept into the concept of thunder and wind. The chaos will was Lu Ming's trump card. He would not use it unless it was a critical moment. Not good. On the other side, after Hai Yu and the Thunder Cauldron exchanged a blow, he saw the scene of the Flood Dragon Sovereign being killed. He was so scared that he almost peed his pants. At this moment there was only one thought in his mind, and that was to run. Run as far away as possible from Lu Ming. Hai Yu turned around and ran. He flew toward the exit of the ancient city. Big brother, take me with you. In the distance Hai Tian shouted in fear. However, Hai Yu was already scared out of his wits. At this moment he only wanted to save his life. He didn't care about the sky and sea. He pretended not to hear anything and ran with his head down. Big brother! Hai Tian roared in despair. Buzz! Lu Ming transformed back into his human form. He took a step forward and appeared beside Hai Tian, causing him to scream in fear. Lu Ming, what are you trying to do? My father is the sea suppressing marshal. You can't kill me. If you kill me, you'll also die. Hai Tian shouted. He was still thinking of threatening Lu Ming at this moment. Whoosh! Lu Ming waved his hand and a ray of spear radiance shot out. It pierced through Hai Tian's dantian and shattered his spiritual god. You! Hai Tian's eyes widened and he glared at Lu Ming. He did not expect Lu Ming to be so straightforward. He did not say a word and killed him in one move. With a strong unwillingness, the life in Hai Tian's eyes disappeared. The sea demons and the remaining supreme martial artists in the sea-suppressing marshal's mansion had already fled for their lives. Lu Ming glanced in the direction that Hai Yu had fled in. He was not in a hurry to give chase. Instead, he released his essential core and formed a powerful suction force, attracting all the corpses of the supreme beings. The mountain and river diagram flew out from Lu Ming's glabella and collected all the corpses of the supreme martial artists. The supreme being's corpse contained blood essence. Lu Ming still needed the blood essence to upgrade the bloodline level of the prison-suppressing steel. He could not waste it. After putting away the supreme being's corpse, Lu Ming had an idea and entered the mountain and river diagram. Within the mountain and river diagram, there was a mountain peak filled with the corpses of supreme martial artists. Xian Yanqing and Supreme Thunder Rhinoceros stood at the side dumbfounded. Supreme Thunder Rhino's eyes nearly popped out of their sockets. Chapter 1301 Emperor takes action. Paragons. They're all corpses of paragons. Oh! Supreme Thunder Rhinoceros muttered to himself, his eyes filled with disbelief. He was even more shocked when he saw the corpse of the Flood Dragon Sovereign. Naturally, he could sense that the Flood Dragon Sovereign's bloodline contained 90% of the true dragon's blood. Even such a powerful supreme being was dead. Could it be that Lu Ming had killed him? Supreme Lightning Rhinoceros looked at Lu Ming. He could feel the terrifying killing intent radiating from Lu Ming's body, as well as the suffocating pressure that he was exuding. His heart trembled. How long has it been? He's already so powerful? Supreme Lightning Rhinoceros felt his entire body tremble. Lu Ming cast a casual glance at Supreme Thunder Rhino. When he had suppressed Thunder Rhino Supreme, he had carved a great formation on his body. During this time, Thunder Rhino Supreme had obediently stayed within the mountain and river diagram. However, Lu Ming knew that Supreme Lightning Rhinoceros was definitely not convinced and was definitely looking for an opportunity to escape. Lu Ming's purpose in entering this time was to intimidate the Thunder Rhino Supreme. As expected, Supreme Lu Ming was completely dumbfounded when he saw so many Supreme Being corpses. "Thunder Rhino, follow me out and kill the enemy." Lu Ming's voice rang out, and Supreme Thunder Rhino nodded his head repeatedly. "Little Qing, let's go out together." With a wave of his hand, Lu Ming brought Xian Yanqing and Supreme Lightning Rhinoceros out of the mountain and river diagram. "Lightning Rhino, go over there," Lu Ming said, pointing in the direction of the ancient city's exit. "You had already escaped from the exit." "Yes." Thunder Rhino Supreme's body expanded rapidly. Lu Ming and Xian Yanqing stood on his body. With a loud roar, Thunder Rhino Supreme dashed towards the exit of the ancient city. "Oh my god, Lu Ming's combat strength is too strong. He can stand shoulder to shoulder with an emperor, or even suppress one. It's too terrifying." Lu Ming's cultivation level is only at the perfected spiritual god realm, but his combat strength is so shocking. I've never heard of it before. The key is how old Lu Ming is. Abnormal, monstrous. Lu Ming must have gone after Haiyu. Let's go out and take a look. The spectators were in an uproar. They couldn't control their emotions at all. Even some Supreme Being experts were shouting as if they had lost control. The fluctuation caused by Lu Ming was too shocking. Then the group of people rushed toward the exit of the ancient city. After a while, Lu Ming arrived at the ancient city's exit on the Thunder Rhinoceros. The Thunder Rhinoceros rushed in, and in the next moment they appeared in the deep sea. A huge pressure was pressing down on them. Walala! Lu Ming waved his hand and the surrounding seawater seemed to be under his control. It moved aside automatically and a passage appeared. Buzz! Supreme Lightning Rhinoceros was shocked by Lu Ming's methods. He then roared and rushed up. With Lu Ming's help, the Lightning Rhinoceros Supreme's speed was extremely fast. Like a bolt of lightning they rushed up. In just a short while they had rushed out of the deep sea 300,000 meters deep and out of the surface. As soon as he emerged from the sea, Lu Ming discovered that the air was filled with people. When Lu Ming dashed out, everyone's eyes were on him. However, Lu Ming's gaze fell on one of them. Haiyu. Haiyu did not run away after he emerged from the sea. He glared at Lu Ming coldly, his eyes filled with killing intent. "Lu Ming, how's my brother, Haitian?" Haiyu shouted. "He wanted to kill me, what do you think? Don't worry, I'll immediately send you down to accompany him." Lu Ming sneered. His words caused an uproar. "What? When you saw Haiyu running away in a hurry just now you were so frightened. Was it because of him? How could this be? Although Lu Ming's combat strength is strong, he can't possibly be Haiyu's match. That's strange. Who on earth obtained the cultivation method of a pure spirit body?" The people who were waiting outside were shocked to see Haiyu escape from the sea with a frightened expression. How could he do that with his cultivation? They speculated that some powerful monster had appeared at the bottom of the sea that even Haiyu was no match for. However, it seemed that Haiyu fled in fear because of Lu Ming. "How dare you kill the people of the sea, suppressing Marshal's mansion? You should be executed by 1,000 cuts." At this time a cold voice came from the side of Haiyu. Lu Ming looked over and his pupils shrank slightly. An old man in a purple gold robe stood beside Haiyu. Earlier on, the aura of the old man had been concealed. He looked like an ordinary old man. That was why Lu Ming did not notice him. However, as the elder spoke, a domineering aura burst out from his body. The pressure was as heavy as a mountain and pressed down on Lu Ming. "The Emperor!" Lu Ming could not help but say. At the same time he also understood why Haiyu didn't run away. It turned out that there was an Emperor of the Sea suppressing Marshal's mansion here. This was a true Emperor. "Not good, it's the Emperor, let's go." Beneath Lu Ming's feet, Supreme Thunder Rhino sensed the aura of the purple and golden-robed elder. He cried out in horror and turned around to escape. Bang! Lu Ming's palm smacked Thunder Rhino Supreme's head. almost causing it to explode. Thunder Rhino Supreme's head buzzed and he was momentarily dazed. What are you running for? Wasn't he just an emperor? Do you have to be so scared? Lu Ming glanced at Supreme Lightning Rhino and said disdainfully. But he's an emperor. Supreme Thunder Rhinoceros was still scared to death, but when he saw Lu Ming's glare, he shivered in fear. He could only stop in his tracks and look at the purple and golden-robed elder with a guarded expression. He was wailing in his heart, sighing that Lu Ming was courting death and should not have dragged him into it. Lu Ming is not running away. The same thought flashed through the minds of the others. Facing the emperor, he probably knows that he can't escape, so he might as well not escape. Some people guessed. I've already killed Hai Tian. I'm going to kill Hai Yu too. If you want to stop me, let's see if you have the ability to do so. Lu Ming smiled faintly. What big words! The elder in the purple gold robe shouted coldly. However, he did not dare to underestimate Lu Ming. Hai Yu had already told him about Lu Ming's combat strength. He knew very well how powerful Hai Yu was with the Emperor's spiritual weapon. Even if he was weaker than him, he was not that far behind. However, Lu Ming was able to suppress Hai Yu. One could only imagine how powerful he was. Nonsense, let's see how you're going to stop me. Kill. Lu Ming could not be bothered to waste his breath on the other party. He shouted coldly and took a step forward, charging toward Hai Yu. How arrogant. I'd like to see how much you're worth. Earth Domain. The elder in the purple gold robe extended his palm and pressed it in the air. A yellowish-brown circle spread out and enveloped Lu Ming. Domain. This was a real domain, not the prototype of a supreme realm. The speed at which the comprehension shrouded him was shockingly fast. As soon as it appeared, it enveloped Lu Ming. At once, Lu Ming felt a terrifying pressure on his body. It was as if hundreds of mountains were pressing down on him. At the same time, a wave of destructive power charged toward Lu Ming. Chapter 1302 Fierce Battle with the Emperor. Domains of different attributes had different effects, but their power was shocking. Oh, this was the Earth Domain. Not only did it have the effect of trapping the enemy, but it also had a terrifying offensive technique. Existences below the Emperor level, once trapped within the domain, would not have the slightest strength to fight back, and would be at the mercy of others. Open it! A dragon's roar was heard from within Lu Ming's body as 9 streams of dragon energy burst forth. At the same time, he borrowed the power of his third bloodline, giving Lu Ming terrifying strength. Boom! Lu Ming's palm was as sharp as a knife. He used the prison-suppressing heavenly art and struck out. Sila! This palm was like a heavenly blade that appeared in the world. With one slash, the sky and earth split open. An extremely powerful force exploded. The earth territory of the elder in the purple gold robe trembled violently as Lu Ming forcefully tore a hole in it. The expression of the elder in the purple gold robe changed. His figure flashed and he appeared in the territory. He pointed a finger at Lu Ming. I'd like to experience the strength of an emperor. The true vitality in Lu Ming's body boiled. His cultivation of the great circle of the spiritual god realm was exerted to the extreme. Lu Ming struck out with his palm again, and this palm collided with the other party's finger. Boom! There was a deafening boom and the earth domain shook violently. Lu Ming felt a terrifying force surging towards him. He stepped in the air and retreated. However, the elder in the purple gold robe also took a few steps back. That's a spirit body. What a powerful force. Lu Ming let out a breath of turbid air and pondered in his heart. A martial emperor was indeed extraordinary. The elder in the purple gold robe was at the first-level martial emperor realm, but his combat strength was considered strong even among the first-level martial emperors. Lu Ming was at a slight disadvantage in the previous move. However, Lu Ming's combat strength was still far from being fully displayed. Even so, the elder in the purple gold robe was shocked. What terrifying power! Is he still a martial artist in the great circle of the spiritual god stage? The eyes of the elder in the purple gold robe became serious. On the side, the others were already dumbfounded and stood there in a daze. Lu Ming could actually fight an emperor. He was shrouded in the emperor's territory and could still fight head-on with the emperor. It was unbelievable. Again, Lu Ming took a step back and stomped in the air, shattering the void. He continued to pounce on the elder in the purple gold robe. In the process of pouncing forward, the nine-dragon bloodline emerged. Lu Ming performed the blood meridian fusion and transformed into 9 dragons. Buzz! Whoosh! Oh! After transforming into the 9 dragons, he struck out with his dragon claws and executed all kinds of martial techniques of creation. He's using so many martial techniques of creation at the same time. The elder in the purple gold robe had a serious expression on his face. His hands glowed and a pair of spirit weapon gloves appeared on his hands. Of course, it wasn't an emperor weapon, but an ordinary 9th-level spiritual weapon. An emperor spiritual weapon, the emperor of spiritual weapons, wasn't something an ordinary person could possess. Many emperors didn't have one. With the spirit weapon gloves on, the elder's body began to swell, and his muscles began to squirm. A layer of earthen yellow light appeared on the surface of his muscles as he pushed the power of his spirit body to the limit and punched out a few times. The power of each punch was stronger than the power of the previous finger. The fist force collided with the 9 dragons' dragon claw. But this time, as soon as the two came into contact, the elder's expression changed drastically. His body trembled, and the earthen yellow light around him trembled. Boom! 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 After a few rumbles, the body of the elder in the purple gold robe was sent flying. He retreated a few thousand meters in the air, leaving a space crack that was a few thousand meters long. However, Lu Ming's body did not move an inch. At the scene, everyone was once again stunned. The emperor was actually at a disadvantage and was sent flying thousands of meters. The strength of an emperor is only so. Since you want to make a move, I'll send you on your way first. Die! Lu Ming shouted coldly. He twisted his dragon body and charged toward the elder in the purple gold robe. How can he be so strong? The purple and golden-robed elder was shocked as he forcefully suppressed the boiling blood in his body. His combat strength was considered strong even among the first-level martial emperors. However, he was not a match for a young man in the great circle of the spiritual god realm. This was simply like a fantasy. How could a martial artist in the great circle of the spirit god realm possess such powerful combat strength? If it were an ordinary great circle spiritual god, he would be able to kill them with a single slap. Seeing that Lu Ming was coming for him again, the elder in the purple gold robe could only use all his strength to fight Lu Ming. Boom! 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 The two of them fought intensely. However, Lu Ming had transformed into the 9 dragons and his strength had increased greatly. On his dragon claws, he used different martial arts techniques of different concepts in turns. The power was shocking. Some of the dragon claws could also use the prison-suppressing heaven technique, giving the elder in the purple gold robe a lot of pressure. Although the elder in the purple gold robe had used all his strength, he was no match for the other party. He was at a disadvantage as soon as they exchanged blows. After a few moves, he was scratched by Lu Ming. If it wasn't for the fact that he had cultivated the spiritual body of the earth, which was more defensive and had amazing defensive power, he would have died. Even so, he still felt the burning pain all over his body and spat out a mouthful of blood. At this time, the sea churned and many figures rushed out. They were the experts who had entered the ancient underwater city. They had all rushed out. As soon as they rushed out, they were shocked to see Lu Ming and the elder in the purple gold robe fighting. That's an emperor. Oh my god, Lu Ming has completely suppressed the king. The king is injured. Cries of alarm rang out. They had seen Lu Ming's combat strength in the ancient city. However, when they saw Lu Ming injure an emperor with their own eyes, the impact was still very strong. Boom! Boom! The battle continued, and in just a dozen moves, the elder in the purple gold robe was beaten to the point where he spat out large mouthfuls of blood. His hair was disheveled and he looked extremely pathetic. He was completely suppressed by Lu Ming. Even though he had his territory and spirit body, it was useless. Lu Ming was too powerful and had completely surpassed him. It's time to end this. Attack! Lu Ming shouted and struck out with his claw. This claw was a fusion of 5 martial arts techniques of creation, and there was a flash of chaotic light. This claw made the elder in the purple gold robe feel a fatal threat. Slash! Die! The elder in the purple gold robe roared. A battle axe suddenly appeared in his hand. The battle axe quickly grew larger and turned into a giant axe that held up the sky. It stood between the sky and the earth, and an extremely terrifying imperial pressure spread out. Emperor's spiritual weapon. This battle axe was the same one that Hai Yu had used before. It seemed that Hai Yu had given the Emperor's spiritual weapon to the purple and golden robed elder. No wonder Hai Yu was so confident and stayed here. An emperor using an emperor's spiritual weapon, and a supreme being using an emperor's spiritual weapon were two completely different things. When a supreme martial artist used an emperor's spiritual weapon, he would not be able to unleash its true power. When an emperor used an emperor's spiritual weapon, its power would be extremely terrifying. The old man in the purple gold robe controlled the battle axe as if he could split the sky and the earth. Buzz! The battle axe struck down, and the huge axe radiance collided with the 9 dragons' claws. Vomiting blood in anger. Boom! Oh! The force swept out for tens of thousands of miles. A bright spot of light appeared where the axe and the dragon claw collided, and a circle of ripples visible to the naked eye spread out. Walala! In the ocean below, huge waves rose up and rolled up to the sky. It was like the end of the world. The space was completely annihilated, revealing a pitch-black space. The clouds in the sky instantly disappeared without a trace. Fortunately, the spectators were far enough away. Otherwise, no one below the Supreme Being realm would be able to survive this wave of energy. Even so, such a horrifying scene still made many people shiver and retreat. Oh! The place where the giant axe and the dragon claw met gave out a sizzling sound, and the dragon claw kept shaking. Bang! In the end, Lu Ming's attack was no match for the giant axe and was crushed. The dragon claw exploded and the 9 dragons' bodies were sent flying hundreds of miles away by a powerful force. Fortunately, the 9 dragons were formed from Lu Ming's bloodline power. After the dragon claw exploded, it immediately condensed again. What a powerful force! An emperor's spiritual weapon is indeed not something that a supreme martial artist can compare to. Lu Ming's gaze was somewhat solemn. Hai Yu's emperor's spiritual weapon had made his combat strength reach the level of an ordinary emperor. However, the emperor's spiritual weapon used by the elder in the purple gold robe was much more powerful. Lu Ming is no match for them. The emperor's spiritual weapon is too powerful. Lu Ming is no match for it. He's finished. Is such a person going to die here today? Many people cried out in alarm. Some were gloating while others felt pity. Haha, I knew it. An emperor using an emperor's spiritual weapon will completely suppress Lu Ming. Lu Ming, you want to fight me? Go to hell. Hai Yu laughed, his eyes ferocious. It's over, it's over. In the distance, Supreme Lightning Rhinoceros continued to growl. Previously, when Lu Ming had displayed his might and severely injured an emperor, Supreme Lightning Rhinoceros had thought that he was dreaming. It had only been a short while. When Lu Ming was fighting with him, he had to rely on the lightning cauldron and his pets to defeat and suppress him. However, only a few months had passed and Lu Ming could defeat an emperor with his own strength, let alone him. If Lu Ming wanted to kill him, he could probably do it with a slap. Initially, he had already made up his mind to follow Lu Ming obediently in the future. With such a proud person, he might be able to benefit from this misfortune by becoming Lu Ming's mount. However, when he saw that Lu Ming was at a disadvantage, his heart sank. What end? Lu Ming will not lose. Xian Yanqing slapped Supreme Thunder Rhino on the head and scolded him. She was very confident in Lu Ming. Moreover, she knew that Lu Ming had cultivated the legendary Chaos Will. Up until now, Lu Ming had not used the Chaos Will. He still won't be defeated even after this. Supreme Thunder Rhino was skeptical. Die! The elder in the purple gold robe wielded his battle axe and swung it, splitting the space in half. The powerful force completely enveloped Lu Ming, making it impossible for him to escape. Let's see how far I can go without using chaos intent. Lu Ming's eyes shone with a strong fighting spirit. Above his head, the thunder cauldron appeared and turned into the size of a mountain. He rushed toward the battle axe and at the same time, used the 9 dragon steps and struck out with another claw. It was also a fusion of 5 martial arts techniques of intent. Clang! The thunder cauldron was the first to be hit. It collided with the battle axe and was sent flying. Lu Ming's attack arrived and struck the battle axe. In the midst of the loud boom, Lu Ming retreated again. However, this time, he retreated a lot less than the previous time because the thunder cauldron had offset a part of the power of the battle axe. That's all you got again. Lu Ming controlled the lightning cauldron and attacked again. Lu Ming did not use the chaos will. Instead, he used the thunder cauldron as a support and mainly used 5 types of martial arts techniques to engage in an intense battle with the elder in the purple gold robe. In this way, although Lu Ming was still at a slight disadvantage, it would not be a one-sided battle, and he would not be in a state of anxiety. The two of them fought intensely, and the area within tens of thousands of miles became the battlefield of their battle. In the ocean, huge waves were surging. The island was swept by the terrifying force. It exploded and turned into ashes, disappearing from the sea. In the sky far away, countless people stood there, staring at the battlefield with their eyes wide open. They held their breaths, not willing to miss a single thing. Some supreme martial artist, eyes were even shining as they stared at it. It was rare for emperors to go all out in a life-and-death battle, and it gave them some inspiration. Soon, the two of them exchanged hundreds of moves. Good, haha. Lu Ming let out a long howl and burst out laughing. In this battle, other than the chaos intent, he did not hold back at all. He used his full power and had a great time. During this period of time, his progress had been too fast and his foundation was somewhat unstable. After this battle, it could be considered to have completely stabilized and was as solid as a rock. At the same time during the battle, Lu Ming felt that his understanding of the 5 martial arts techniques of creation was getting deeper and deeper, as if he could make a breakthrough at any time. Moreover, Lu Ming was using them together. Once he broke through, all 5 types of martial arts techniques would break through and reach the 4th level. The power of the 5 martial techniques of creation would undoubtedly increase again after they reached the 4th level. Damn it! How can a mere ant in the great circle of the spiritual god stage have such shocking battle prowess? The more they fought, the more shocked the elder in the purple gold robe was. This guy must be killed. Otherwise, there will be endless trouble in the future. I'll just waste my time with him. As an emperor, my true yuan is definitely more powerful than his, and I'll be able to last longer. The elder in the purple gold robe pondered. After making up his mind, he continued to charge at Lu Ming. In the blink of an eye, the two of them exchanged over a dozen moves. All of a sudden, Lu Ming's dragon claw swiped out. Its power was much stronger than before. Haha, I've broken through. I've broken through the martial arts technique of creation. Lu Ming was overjoyed. After an intense battle, Lu Ming's 5 martial arts techniques of creation finally broke through and entered the 4th level. Boom! In this exchange, Lu Ming retreated, but the elder in the purple gold robe was also pushed back. A draw. Lu Ming had been at a disadvantage in the beginning. Now, with the help of the thunder cauldron, he was on par with the elder in the purple gold robe. Ah, detestable! The purple and golden robed elder naturally sensed Lu Ming's breakthrough in his martial arts technique. He roared in his heart and was so angry that he almost vomited blood. After an intense battle, not only did he not kill Lu Ming, but he also helped Lu Ming to break through his martial arts technique. How could this be? He only felt that there was a breath stuck in his chest, and it was so uncomfortable that he wanted to die. How depressing! Instead of killing Lu Ming, he had helped him. Haha, I really have to thank you. However, this battle should end here. Lu Ming laughed heartily. A layer of misty aura spread out from his body, turning into the color of chaos. The lightning cauldron trembled slightly and shrank rapidly, flying back to Lu Ming's glabella and disappearing. At the same time, Lu Ming's body shrank and returned to his human form. Lu Ming kept the lightning cauldron and returned to his human form. He walked toward the elder in the purple gold robe. What is he doing? The surrounding spectators were slightly dumbstruck. Kingdom of Stars. Killing an emperor. Lu Ming's action stunned the onlookers. Oh! Lu Ming had been able to contend with the elder in the purple and gold robe with the help of the lightning cauldron. But now, Lu Ming had put away the lightning cauldron and even cancelled the blood meridian fusion. He was heading toward the elder in the purple and gold robe. What was he doing? Was he trying to commit suicide? Countless people were filled with doubts. I don't care what you want to do. Go to hell. The purple gold-robed elder roared in his heart. He held the giant axe with both hands and poured his true yuan into it. At the same time, he controlled his domain and activated the domain power within the giant axe, pushing its power to the extreme. Buzz! The huge axe, bigger than a mountain, came down on Lu Ming. Lu Ming's expression was calm in the face of the axe. He had no intention of using the lightning cauldron to resist. Prison suppression. Lu Ming clenched his fists and the muscles in his body squirmed. The air of chaos permeated his body, especially at his fists, where the air of chaos was the densest. The Chaos Will. Lu Ming had finally used the Chaos Will. Lu Ming used his vital essence, 9 streams of dragon energy, and the power of his third bloodline as the foundation to cast the prison-suppressing heaven technique. With the support of the chaos concept, he threw a punch. Boom! 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 Lu Ming's fist seemed to be moving slowly, but in reality, it was flying towards the elder in the purple gold robe at an extremely fast speed. What does Lu Ming want to do? He's using his body to fight against an emperor's spiritual weapon? Crazy, he's crazy. He's looking for death? A proud son of heaven has fallen. Lu Ming's action caused a commotion. Lu Ming had abandoned the lightning cauldron and removed the blood fusion. In the end, he actually used his body to fight against an emperor's spiritual weapon. If he was not crazy, what was? No one could figure out why Lu Ming would do such a thing. Haha, I don't care what madness you're going to have. Go to hell. Hai Yu's eyes were filled with excitement. His face was ferocious, but he was laughing in his heart. In the entire place, only one person, no, only one turtle saw through the trick, and that was Dandan. Then, that's the Chaos Will. When did Lu Ming master the Chaos Will? Dandan's mouth was agape and tongue-tied, her pair of turtle eyes wide open, full of disbelief. Boom! Under everyone's watchful eyes, Lu Ming's fist collided heavily with the Emperor's spiritual weapon battle axe. Everyone had imagined that Lu Ming would be crushed like dried weeds and rotten wood, that he would be severely injured by the axe, or even killed. However, the scene did not appear. Instead, it was an unbelievable scene. The fist and the battle axe collided. The battle axe actually made a violent roar and kept shaking. At this moment, the elder in the purple gold robe seemed to have suffered a terrible blow. His arms and even his body trembled with the giant axe. Then, his face turned pale and he spat out a mouthful of blood. Buzz! The giant axe trembled. The old man in the purple gold robe could no longer hold the giant axe. The giant axe left his hand and flew into the sky. There was complete silence between heaven and earth. Everyone was stunned. Their eyes were wide open, and their mouths were agape. It was as if something was stuck in their throats, and they couldn't make a single sound. Chaos Will. It really is the Chaos Will. Only Dandan was mumbling to herself. Chirping. Bubbles was harmless. She blinked her innocent eyes and seemed to be cheering for Lu Ming. This fellow, Xian Yanqing said softly. Even though he knew that Lu Ming had successfully cultivated the chaos concept, he was still shocked by the power. As for Supreme Thunder Rhino, he was completely petrified. The power of chaos intent is indeed shocking. Lu Ming's lips curled into a smile. It was said that the heaven and earth were evil levered from chaos. There was chaos chi in the heaven and earth, which was the most original and most precious treasure. It was said that a wisp of chaos chi could collapse the sky and destroy mountains. The chaos will also had the characteristics of the chaos chi. It was extremely heavy and powerful. Combined with the prison suppressing heaven skill, They complemented each other well. With a punch, he sent the elder's giant axe flying and injured him. Kill! Die! Lu Ming shouted. He stepped forward, surrounded by chaos intent, and punched again. Boom! The sky began to collapse wherever Lu Ming's fist passed, as if a black hole had appeared in the sky. Chaos intent spread out and completely locked onto the elder in purple and gold. The violet gold-robed elder's expression changed as he roared and punched with all his strength, hoping to block it. Boom! The moment the two fists met, the purple and golden-robed elder's domain shattered under the terrifying pressure. Then it broke through the fist force of the elder in the purple gold robe and landed on his fist. Gotcha! The sound of bones breaking could be heard. Even though the elder in the purple gold robe had cultivated a spirit body, it was useless. His palm was deformed, and his entire arm was twisted. The old man in the purple gold robe screamed as he was sent flying hundreds of miles away. His face was pale and he spat out blood. However, the old man in the purple gold robe did not dare to stay. He turned around and ran. Wind Elemental Technique. Lu Ming cast the wind element technique and his figure was like a phantom. In a flash, he approached the elder in the purple gold robe at extreme speed. From 100 miles away, he threw a punch. As the fist force pressed forward, the space within a few hundred miles in front of Lu Ming was smashed. The terrifying fist force surged towards the elder in the purple gold robe like a raging flood. This was the suppression of power. It was simple and direct, but there was no way to dodge. The old man in the purple gold robe could only counterattack with all his might. However, he had lost his emperor spiritual weapon. Even if Lu Ming did not use the chaos will, he could still suppress him. He was not Lu Ming's match at all. The fist force crushed over, and the old man in the purple and gold robe rolled in the air like a little chick. His body made a crackling sound, and blood spurted out of his mouth. It's time to end this. A deep voice came from Lu Ming's mouth. He cast the wind element technique and appeared in front of the elder in the purple gold robe in an instant. He held the void in his hand and the chaos concept condensed into a long spear. The long spear was like lightning as it pierced toward the elder's dantian. No, spare my life! The elder in the purple gold robe roared, but Lu Ming was not moved at all. He thrust his long spear down. The spear condensed by the chaos will was extremely sharp. It easily broke through the opponent's spiritual body and pierced through the dantian, piercing through the opponent's spiritual god. The power on the spear exploded, and the elder in the purple gold robe let out a miserable scream. However, after only a breath, there was no more sound, and his life force disappeared. The old man in the purple gold robe, the emperor of a generation, was dead. The heavens! When the surrounding people saw this scene, they already felt numb and were completely unable to say a word. Impossible! Haiyu roared. His eyes were bloodshot and he couldn't believe it. It's your turn. Lu Ming fixed his eyes on Haiyu. He moved and headed toward him. No! Haiyu's body turned cold and he ran away like a madman. However, even the emperor could not escape from Lu Ming's hands. Furthermore, Lu Ming's wind element technique had extreme speed. He caught up with Haiyu in an instant and threw a punch. The chaos will suppressed Haiyu. Haiyu screamed in pain. His body was torn apart and his spiritual god exploded. A supreme being like Haiyu, who had awakened a 9th-level divine-level bloodline, could not even withstand one move from Lu Ming. Blood essence of an emperor. Gasps were heard at the scene. The people who were watching the battle only reacted now. Everyone looked at Lu Ming in shock. The emperor had been killed by Lu Ming. This outcome was beyond everyone's expectations and it was too shocking. He was an emperor. In history, there were also peerless geniuses who could jump levels to fight. It wasn't rare to see someone in the Supreme Being realm jump levels to fight against an emperor. However, it was only a great battle. It was only a resistance, not a suppression. There were very few Supremes who could suppress emperors. Not to mention killing an emperor. Even if an emperor couldn't defeat it, they would still have a good chance of escaping. Moreover, supreme martial artists cultivated spirit bodies and had extremely strong vitality, making them very difficult to kill. There were only a few cases of supremes killing emperors in the Divine Ruins continent since ancient times. However, Lu Ming's cultivation level was only at the Great Circle of the Spiritual God Realm. A Great Circle of the Spiritual God Realm could kill an emperor. Such an example had never happened in the continent group of the Divine Ruins. There were no records of it and it was unheard of. Lu Ming had already created history. Countless pairs of eyes were looking at Lu Ming, filled with shock and fear. Which one of you still wants to stop me? Lu Ming's eyes were like lightning as he scanned the surroundings. All the powerhouses, including the supreme beings, lowered their heads immediately after meeting Lu Ming's eyes. They did not dare to look him in the eye. The powerhouses who entered the underwater ancient city knew that Lu Ming had obtained the cultivation method of the pure spirit body, but none of them dared to say anything. What a joke! Lu Ming had even killed an emperor. Whoever spoke up would be courting death. In that case, Lei Shi, let's go. With a wave of his hand, Lu Ming stored the corpse of the elder in the purple gold robe into the mountain and river diagram, then returned to the back of the lightning rhinoceros supreme. Buzz! Supreme lightning rhinoceros let out an excited roar, and lightning crackled around his body. He spread his 4 legs apart and sprinted toward the ocean. He was excited. Now he was full of admiration for Lu Ming. He had no second thoughts. He had already made up his mind to follow Lu Ming for the rest of his life. Even if Lu Ming chased him away, he would follow Lu Ming shamelessly. A great circle of the spiritual god realm was able to kill an emperor. Such a genius had never appeared in history. In the future, becoming an emperor was a sure thing. It would even be easy for him to dominate the continent group of the Divine Ruins and become the strongest expert. He could even cause a wave in the Yuan continent and become an important person. Supreme Thunder Rhino would be an idiot if he didn't follow a genius with such boundless prospects. As long as he stayed by Lu Ming's side obediently, he would definitely benefit from Lu Ming's rise in the future. Originally, he had no hope of breaking through to the Emperor realm, but now a glimmer of hope appeared in his heart. Thump thump thump. Supreme Thunder Rhinoceros ran with all his might, his body crackling with lightning. He streaked through the air like a bolt of lightning, piercing through the ocean and heading deeper into the ocean. Lu Ming and Xian Yanqing sat cross-legged on the back of the Thunder Rhino Supreme, as steady as a mountain. Lu Ming, you've cultivated the chaos will. Amazing, really amazing. I know. In the ancient city in the deep sea, you disappeared for more than 10 breaths. At that time, a primordial chaos token appeared. Were you brought to the Chaos Hall by the primordial chaos token? Dandan jumped onto Lu Ming's shoulder and mumbled a bunch of questions. Dandan was worthy of being in existence at the level of an old monster. She was experienced and knowledgeable, so she guessed the general situation right at once. That's right, you didn't guess wrong. Lu Ming nodded. Impressive, Lu Ming. I was right about you. It seems that you have already obtained the legacy of that guy, Chaos. Dandan said. Dandan, you know the Chaos the Arch? Lu Ming asked curiously. Of course I do. That guy is very powerful. He is on the same level as me. Dandan placed her claws behind her back and said proudly. You can continue bragging. Lu Ming pursed his lips. He had learned from Earth One that the Chaos the Arch was one of the peak existences in the world and few could compare to him. Even the Hall Master of the Time and Space Spiritual Hall, Time and Space Spirit Rat, was slightly inferior to the Chaos the Arch. Dandan and the Space-Time Spirit Rat were equally famous. They were one of the top 10 war beasts. How could they be compared to the Chaos the Arch? Who's bragging? I'm the head of the top 10 battle beasts, the peak existence in the world. Being looked down upon by Lu Ming once again, Dandan shouted unhappily. Lu Ming smiled and did not argue with Dandan any further. With a wave of his hand, a pile of corpses appeared on the back of the Lightning Rhinoceros Supreme. They were the bodies of the supreme beings that Lu Ming had killed and the elder in the purple gold robe. Lu Ming, how about you leave these corpses to me? This is a rare tonic that can help this lord recover a portion of his strength. Dandan looked at the corpses, especially the emperor's corpse, and almost drooled. For you. I have use for the blood essence. I can give you the rest. Lu Ming muttered to himself. The prison-suppressing steel bloodline was only at divine level 8. It needed blood essence to level up. As for the rest, they were not of much use to Lu Ming. Lu Ming's current cultivation level was at the great circle of the spiritual god stage. The next step would be to comprehend the embryonic stage of the domain and step into the supreme stage. This step could not be improved by devouring with the 9-dragon bloodline. It had to be comprehended by oneself. In fact, his future cultivation could not be improved by devouring. Comprehension was the most important. Therefore, other than the blood essence, the blood of a supreme emperor, vital essence energy, and so on were useless to Lu Ming. He might as well give them to Dan Dan. Then Lu Ming took out some jade bottles and directed them with his vital essence. The blood essence from the supreme beings' corpses flew out and into the jade bottles. There were a total of 7 supreme martial artists. Each supreme martial artist had 9 drops of blood essence, which were stored in different jade bottles. Finally, it was the blood essence of the old man in the purple gold robe. As an emperor, the elder's blood essence was like a blood-colored pearl, filled with endless energy. As it flew out, a vast and boundless imperial pressure was emitted. This was Lu Ming's fault. If it was an ordinary martial artist below the spiritual god realm, they would have been shaken to death by this kind of imperial pressure. An ordinary spiritual god realm warrior would be seriously injured. Only those at the advanced spiritual god level and above could get close and collect the blood essence of the emperor. Lu Ming used a jade bottle to store the blood essence of the emperor. As for their storage rings, Lu Ming naturally did not let them go. He had already kept them. Dandan, you can have it, Lu Ming said. Ha ha ha. Dandan laughed and opened her mouth. The corpses of the supreme martial artists and emperors were all sucked into her mouth and disappeared. I'll keep it and slowly digest it. Dandan grinned, her eyes narrowing. Then Dandan's eyes started to size up the sea again. Oh, the treasures in the ocean are more than 10 times more abundant than those on land. There are countless rare treasures. I can't miss this trip. Dandan muttered. Chirping. Bubbles called out in response to Dandan. Haha, good. We'll work together to get more treasures. Dandan grinned and pulled Bubbles to the side to discuss. Chapter 1306. The prison-suppressing steel advances. Lu Ming did not bother about Dandan and Bubbles. A jade card appeared in his hand and he handed it to Xian Yanqing. Shaoqing, this is the cultivation method for pure spirit body. Take it and study it. Oh, the cultivation method of a pure spirit body? Is there really such a secret technique in this world? Xian Yanqing's eyes were filled with curiosity. He took the jade tablet and looked at it carefully. After a while, Xian Yanqing was amazed. Amazing, this is really amazing. If I can cultivate a pure spirit body, it will be much easier for me to break through to the emperor realm in the future. Xian Yanqing sighed. Little Qing, we need to rush back to the divine wilderness continent. We will need some time. Use this time to comprehend it. Lu Ming said. Okay. Xian Yanqing nodded, then entered the mountain and river diagram and began to comprehend the pure spirit body. As for Lu Ming, he continued to sit cross-legged on the back of the Thunder Rhino Supreme. He took out a jade bottle, and his 9-dragon bloodline appeared. He opened his mouth and sucked, swallowing the 9 drops of supreme blood essence in the jade bottle and began to refine it. Lu Ming had planned to travel by himself. However, he needed time now. Refining the blood essence, cultivating the pure spirit body, and comprehending the 5 martial techniques of intent all required time. According to the Chaos Scripture, one could cultivate the Chaos Will martial technique, Chaos Sky Turning Seal, only when the 5 martial techniques of creation, including the Earth Aeon technique, were cultivated to the highest realm. That was a martial technique of the Chaos concept. It was terrifyingly powerful. Naturally, Lu Ming was looking forward to it. Therefore, he might as well ask Supreme Thunder Rhino to hurry along so that Lu Ming could save time and cultivate various martial arts techniques and secret techniques. The 9 dragons swallowed the 9 drops of supreme blood essence and began to refine it at an extremely fast speed. With Lu Ming's current cultivation, refining 9 drops of supreme blood essence at the same time was not a problem at all. Moreover, the refining speed was much faster than before. In just a few hours, the 9 drops of supreme blood essence had been completely refined. The 8 golden chakras of the prison-suppressing steel bloodline glittered, but it had not advanced. Lu Ming took out another 9 drops of supreme being blood essence and began refining. Just like that, Lu Ming focused on refining the blood essence. After refining one supreme being blood essence, he took out another. After more than a day, Lu Ming had refined the blood essence of 6 supremes. The prison-suppressing steel bloodline still had not advanced, but Lu Ming felt that it would be soon. He took out the blood essence of the 7th supreme martial artist. The 9 dragons opened their mouths, and 9 drops of blood essence flew into their mouths. The majestic power of blood essence was constantly transformed into bloodline power, and integrated into the bloodline of the prison-suppressing steel. Buzz! After a while, the bloodline of the prison-suppressing steel vibrated. A new chakra appeared on top of the original 8 golden chakra. His 9th meridian cycle, the prison-suppressing steel bloodline, had finally advanced to divine level 9. The bloodline of the prison-suppressing steel gave off a bright light. Lu Ming felt that the aura emitted by the prison-suppressing steel bloodline had completely surpassed the 9 dragons' bloodline. It seems that the origin of the prison-suppressing steel is very shocking. It's even more powerful than the 9 dragons. Lu Ming pondered in his heart. Lu Ming had a feeling that if he performed the blood fusion and transformed into the prison-suppressing steel, its power would be stronger than the 9 dragons. The original form of the prison-suppressing steel must be a treasure beyond imagination. It's a pity that I only have one piece. If I could get all of them, how powerful would it be? Lu Ming's eyes shone with a fiery light and were filled with anticipation. Since he had found a fragment of the prison-guarding steel, it meant that the other fragments were still in this world and there was a chance to find them. Not long after, the energy of the blood essence was completely refined. Lu Ming kept the blood meridian. Alright, my bloodline has reached the 9th rank of the divine level, which is the highest level. Now it's time to comprehend the pure spirit body. Plop! Plop! At this moment, 2 figures flew out from the ocean below and landed on Supreme Thunder Rhino's body. They were Dandan and Bubbles. At this moment, the 2 of them were each holding a spiritual herb and gnawing on it. Level 9 Spirit Medicine. Water Spirit Ginseng. Lu Ming's gaze flickered. The spiritual medicine that Dandan and Pow Pow were eating was an upper level 9 spiritual medicine. Water Spirit Ginseng. Since a day ago, these 2 fellows had been diving into the ocean from time to time in search of natural treasures. They were having a great time eating. In any case, Bubbles had grasped the space-time intent, so she wasn't afraid of losing him. No matter how fast he ran, Bubbles would still be able to keep up. In a short while, the level 9 spirit herb, Water Spirit Ginseng, was finished by the 2 of them. Their bodies emitted a strong spirit herb aura. Obviously, there were many other spirit herbs in their stomachs besides the Water Spirit Ginseng. The natural treasures in the ocean were indeed incomparable to those on land. There were more than 10 times as many. On the land, human warriors mined, but in the ocean there were fewer human warriors. At most, some demonic beasts in the ocean would devour them, but there were also many remains. The 2 guys ate happily. Little guy, we'll continue later. Dandan squinted her eyes at Bubbles. Chirping. Bubbles nodded repeatedly. Even the bubbles that she exhaled had a rich spirit herb aura. These 2 fellows. Lu Ming smiled, then entered the mountain and river diagram. Only the mountain and river diagram remained on the back of the Thunder Rhino Supreme. After entering the mountain and river diagram, Lu Ming went to Xian Yanqing's side. Xian Yanqing ended his cultivation after sensing Lu Ming's aura. Little Qing, how's your comprehension going? Lu Ming asked. It's all right. However, it's easy to comprehend but not so easy to cultivate. It's even more difficult to completely master it, Xian Yanqing said. Indeed. Lu Ming nodded. He had already memorized the cultivation method of a pure spirit body. It was just as Xian Yanqing had said, it was not easy to cultivate it successfully. Cultivating a pure spirit body required a huge amount of raw gemstones as a foundation because it required a huge amount of energy. With a huge amount of energy as the foundation, it can allow the body to evolve and transcend the mortal body, having part of the power of the spirit body. This process couldn't be achieved overnight. It required one to move forward step by step and fight steadily. The two of them continued to study. 3 days later, Lu Ming waved his hand and a large pile of raw gemstones appeared beside him. Lu Ming sat cross-legged and circulated the cultivation technique of the pure spirit body. One could see strange lines appearing on his body. There were a total of 108 lines which looked like meridians. This was the special route of pure spirit bodies. Bang bang bang. With a shake of his essential core, a large pile of raw gemstones was shattered and turned into rolling original qi. Lu Ming opened his mouth and inhaled the rolling original qi. He began to temper his body according to the cultivation method of the pure spirit body. Hoo-hoo. The original qi of at least 100,000 raw gemstones was swallowed by Lu Ming. It seeped into the depths of Lu Ming's physical body, following the cultivation method of the pure spirit body. Lu Ming's physical body had already reached the peak of the 9th grade and had reached the limits of his physical body. However, at this moment it began to break through its limits and achieve evolution. This was because the limit of a complete grade 9's physical body was the limit of a mortal body. Now, the mortal body had evolved into a spirit body. As the original qi seeped in and was absorbed, Lu Ming's body began to transform. A few hours later, the original qi of 100,000 raw gemstones was completely refined. Lu Ming swallowed another 100,000 raw gemstones. Just like that, Lu Ming devoured a total of 1 million raw gemstones. At this time, Lu Ming finally stopped. The power of a pure spirit body. Who? Lu Ming let out a long breath and opened his eyes. Pili pala. His body moved slightly, and there was a sound like beans being fried. His skin was covered with a thick layer of dirt, which were all impurities. What powerful strength! Lu Ming sensed his body and realized that it was filled with explosive power. It was pure physical strength and not the power of vital essence. Moreover, Lu Ming could feel that his body was full of qi and blood. With a single thought, his qi and blood would rush out of his body and burn like a furnace, full of strong vitality. Lu Ming, how is it? Xian Yanqing asked, blinking his big eyes. About 10%. Lu Ming said. A pure spirit body could not be achieved overnight. One had to take it one step at a time and slowly cultivate to perfection. Now, Lu Ming could be considered to have cultivated the initial stage of a pure spirit body. He was about 10% done. Little Qing, you're next. I'll help you guard. Lu Ming said. All right. Xian Yanqing nodded. She began to cultivate the pure spirit body. 108 paths appeared in her body. The cultivation process was similar to Lu Ming's. He absorbed the origin energy from the origin stone and tempered his body. A few days later, Xian Yanqing finished his cultivation. Like Lu Ming, he had also reached 10%. Come, let's go out and clean our slivears up, Lu Ming said. His body was covered in a layer of dirt, and it was really uncomfortable. The two of them left the mountain and river diagram and jumped into the sea to wash up. Boom! In the sea, Lu Ming threw a punch. This punch didn't use true yuan, nor did he use the power of his bloodline. It was purely physical strength. In the sea, it was as if an ancient giant beast was going berserk. In front of Lu Ming's fist, the seawater suddenly exploded. The powerful force of the fist created a 100-mile-long passage in the sea. What a powerful force! Lu Ming was secretly shocked. Lu Ming felt that the pure physical strength of this punch could kill an 8th or even 9th level spiritual god expert. This was only a pure spirit body at 10% maturity. If it was cultivated to 100% perfection, the power would be terrifying. At that time, it would be easy to kill a supreme martial artist with one punch. Of course, the higher the level of attainment, the harder it would be to cultivate. Boom! Not far away from Lu Ming, Xian Yanqing also waved his palm, stirring the seawater and forming a wave that was 1,000 meters high. As expected of a pure spirit body, Lu Ming had a smile on his face. With a stronger physical body, Lu Ming's combat ability would naturally be stronger as well. A pure spirit body. It's not a true spirit body yet. It's not as amazing as a true spirit body, but its power is already very shocking. No wonder the emperor is so powerful. Lu Ming sighed. After washing up, the two of them returned to the back of Supreme Thunder Rhino. Thunder Rhino Supreme continued on his way, while Lu Ming and Xian Yanqing continued their cultivation. Xian Yanqing entered the mountain and river diagram and focused on cultivating his pure spirit body. As for Lu Ming, he would cultivate his pure spirit body for a period of time every day. He would also take some time to cultivate 5 types of martial arts techniques of creation. As time passed, Lu Ming's various aspects were slowly improving. In the blink of an eye, half a month had passed. With the lightning rhinoceros supreme speed, it would take at least 4 months to fly from the Divine Ruins continent to the Divine Wilderness continent. Only 20 days had passed, so there was still a long distance to go. Dandan and Bubbles would rush into the depths of the ocean from time to time in search of natural treasures. During this period of time, their mouths had not been idle at all. They had swallowed countless spirit herbs and their entire bodies were filled with a strong medicinal fragrance. In half a month, Lu Ming's pure spirit body had already reached 30%. With just his physical body, even a Great Circle spiritual god stage expert would be injured with a single punch. At this moment, Lu Ming temporarily stopped cultivating. My current cultivation is at the Great Circle of the spiritual god stage, and my foundation is solid. I can try to break through to the supreme level. However, to break through to the supreme level, I need to comprehend an embryonic domain. To comprehend an embryonic domain, I need to spread the runes of intent and integrate them into the spiritual god. I still have no clue. Let's see if the domain solidifying pill can help me. Lu Ming had an idea and a jade bottle appeared in his hand. It was the domain solidifying pill that he had obtained when he had participated in the selection of the disciples of the major sects in the Yuanlu continent. A martial artist in the Great Circle of the Spirit God stage would be able to greatly increase their chances of forming a prototype domain if they consumed the domain solidifying pill, allowing them to step into the Supreme Being stage. Without hesitation, Lu Ming swallowed the solidifying domain pill and began to refine it. 2 days later, Lu Ming opened his eyes, a look of disappointment on his face. It's useless. It's completely useless. Lu Ming furrowed his eyebrows tightly. He had refined a domain solidifying pill, but it was completely useless. Originally, the domain solidifying pill could help Lu Ming to open up the concept runes and integrate them into the spiritual god, to form the embryonic form of the domain. However, when Lu Ming refined the entire domain consolidation pill earlier, the intent runes did not move at all. It's said that the stronger the intent, the harder it is to form a domain. It seems like it's true. Lu Ming sighed. He knew that it was because the chaos concept was too powerful. One domain solidifying pill did not have much effect. It was tens or even hundreds of times more difficult for Lu Ming to refine the embryonic form of the chaos domain than other concepts. Let's take it slow. Lu Ming shook his head. He gave up on the idea of breaking through to the Supreme Being level for the time being and focused on cultivating the pure spirit body and martial arts technique of creation. Time passed day by day. 2 months had passed since Lu Ming went out to sea. After 2 months of hard work, he had reached the peak of the 4th level. Of course, it would be more difficult for him to break through the 4th level. He was a pure spirit body and he had cultivated to 40%, almost reaching 50%. Lu Ming's ability was also constantly improving. Xian Yanqing's pure spirit body was about the same as Lu Ming's. It was close to 50%. It was worth mentioning that Xian Yanqing's cultivation was also improving due to the continuous breakthroughs of his pure spirit body. He entered the Great Circle of the Spirit God realm in one go. Her cultivation had already reached the peak of the 9th level of the Spiritual God realm, after being in the primal chaos palace for more than 3 years. Now that she had cultivated a pure spirit body, it was completely natural for her to enter the great circle of the spiritual god realm. On this day, Lu Ming was cultivating when he suddenly sensed movement outside. His body flickered and he exited the mountain and river diagram. Whoa, didn't you just steal a few spiritual herbs? If you dare to chase after this lord, I'll remember this. Dandan shouted, and together with the bubble, they rushed out of the ocean and flew toward Lu Ming. Walala! The seawater churned and the seawater within 1,000 miles was stirred up. Then a big furry hand stretched out from the sea and grabbed at Dandan and Bubbles. The furry hand was 1,000 miles long and was covered in long sparkling blue hair. It exuded a terrifying aura. An emperor. This was the aura of an emperor. How dare you steal medicine in my territory? Die! A furious roar came from the bottom of the sea. The giant hand sped up and grabbed at Dandan and Bubble. Chirping. Papa spat out a transparent bubble and opened up a spatial passageway. It and Dandan rushed into the spatial passageway and instantly appeared on Supreme Lightning Rhinoceros' back. The giant hand turned and grabbed at Supreme Thunder Rhino. Chapter 1308. Sea Suppressing Divine Ape. The Emperor of the Demon Race. Oh! Supreme Lightning Rhinoceros was so frightened that his entire body was trembling. One Dan Emperor Realm. I can test out the strength of a pure spirit body. Lu Ming's fighting spirit was revealed. His figure soared into the sky and rushed towards the 1,000-mile giant hand. An ant dares to resist? You're courting death. At the bottom of the sea, a furious roar was heard again. The 1,000-mile giant hand grabbed at Lu Ming. Who is the ant? Go! Lu Ming shouted coldly. The 9 streams of dragon energy burst out in his body. The pure spirit body circulated and filled Lu Ming with infinite power. Boom! Lu Ming threw a punch and cast the prison-suppressing heavenly art. The punch collided with the 1,000-mile giant hand. With an earth-shaking boom, the 1,000-mile hand gave off a blue light and then suddenly exploded in the air. You! An unbelievable roar came from the depths of the ocean. The seawater churned and a blue figure rushed out of the ocean. It was an ape that was more than 3 meters tall. Its entire body was covered in blue fur, and it exuded a terrifying aura. It stared at Lu Ming with a ferocious gaze, still in disbelief. He could not believe that Lu Ming could destroy the huge hand that he had condensed with one punch. How is it possible for a mere great circle spirit god? The ape was even more incredulous when it saw Lu Ming's cultivation level. A sea-suppressing divine ape. Interesting. It's a good choice to take him in as a helper. Lu Ming sized up the ape and revealed an interested expression. The sea-calming ape was a type of divine beast. However, it seemed that this sea-suppressing divine ape wasn't a pureblood before it broke through to the Emperor realm. Instead, it transformed into a sea-suppressing divine ape after it broke through to the Emperor realm. There was still a huge difference between it and a pure-blood divine beast. What did you just say? You want to take me in as your hatchet man? You're just a mere ant, you're courting death. Upon hearing Lu Ming's words, the sea-suppressing divine ape flew into a rage. It took a step forward, and the endless sea water in the ocean seemed to obey the ape's command. The endless sea water turned into a giant stick that was thousands of miles long. The sea-suppressing divine ape held it in its hand and smashed it toward Lu Ming. If you're not convinced, then I'll beat you until you're convinced. Lu Ming smiled faintly, and his third bloodline appeared. Lu Ming borrowed a wisp of the third bloodline's power to make it even stronger. As for blood fusion and chaos will, Lu Ming did not plan to use them yet. Boom! Lu Ming cast the prison-suppressing heavenly art and threw a punch. Thump! Heaven and earth shook, and the seawater churned, creating thousands of waves. The giant rod that was condensed from seawater exploded with a single punch from Lu Ming. Buzz! Lu Ming cast the wind elemental technique, and his figure was like a phantom as he pounced toward the sea-suppressing divine ape at extreme speed. The sea-suppressing divine ape's expression changed drastically. It let out a furious roar and charged toward Lu Ming while emitting blue light. Boom! Boom! After a few moves, the sea-suppressing divine ape let out a blood-curdling screech and was sent flying for thousands of miles. It spat out a mouthful of blood. This sea-suppressing divine ape wasn't even as strong as the purple and golden-robed elder, let alone the fact that the elder had an emperor's spiritual weapon. As for Lu Ming, he had cultivated a pure spirit body and his combat strength was even stronger. He could easily suppress the sea-suppressing divine ape without even using the bloodline fusion or the chaos will. How is that possible? How can he be this strong? The sea-suppressing divine ape's heart was filled with question marks and disbelief. It could not figure out how a mere martial artist in the great circle of the spiritual god realm could possess such terrifying combat strength. Run! Without any hesitation, the sea-suppressing divine ape turned around and ran. It was about to rush into the sea. You can't run away. Lu Ming cast the wind element art. His figure swayed as he approached the sea-suppressing divine ape and threw a punch. This punch was the fusion of 5 martial techniques of intent. The terrifying power made the sea-suppressing divine ape shiver all over. It felt that there was no way to escape. He roared and tried his best to fight back. Unfortunately, he was completely defenseless against Lu Ming's punch and was sent flying 1,000 miles. His body almost exploded and he spat out a large mouthful of blood. His aura was weak. One move and he was seriously injured. Surrender to me or else I'll kill you. Lu Ming took a step forward and crossed thousands of miles to arrive in front of the sea-suppressing divine ape. He looked at it with a cold gaze. In particular, Lu Ming had borrowed the power of the third bloodline. The cold and merciless killing intent made the sea-suppressing divine ape's heart and body turn cold. I surrender, I surrender. In the end, the sea-suppressing divine ape had no choice but to lower its head. I'm going to inscribe a restriction on you. Otherwise I won't be at ease. Dandan, it's your turn. Lu Ming said. All right. It flew toward the sea-suppressing divine ape. The sea-suppressing divine ape was helpless. At this moment its life was in Lu Ming's hands, so it could only set up the restriction. Lu Ming. This sea-suppressing divine ape's mansion is at the bottom of the ocean. There are many treasures there. Dandan's eyes lit up. Chirping. Bubbles also waved her little claws, her face full of excitement. There were 2 bubbles at the tip of her nose, one big and one small. Dandan, this fellow has led Bubble astray. Lu Ming was speechless. Plop! Plop! Dandan and Bubbles rushed into the sea impatiently. The sea-suppressing divine ape was helpless. Now that he had joined Lu Ming's side, he would definitely lose his mansion and treasures. Lead the way, I'll also go take a look. Lu Ming instructed the sea-suppressing divine ape. Yes. The sea-suppressing divine ape bowed and replied. Then Lu Ming and the sea-suppressing divine ape entered the ocean together. In the depths of the ocean, there was a divine mountain with countless spiritual herbs growing on it. This place was the sea-suppressing divine ape's residence. On the divine mountain there were also some powerful sea demonic beasts. However, they had already been flipped over by Dandan and Pow Pow. The 2 fellows were desperately picking spiritual herbs and stuffing them into their mouths. Haha! This is 100,000-year-old bejeweled nectar. Suddenly loud laughter was heard. Lu Ming and the sea-suppressing divine ape stepped into the sacred mountain. At the top of the mountain, they saw a small pool filled with a blue crystal-like liquid. The liquid emitted an extremely dense life aura. At this moment, Dandan and Bubbles were rolling around in the small pool and drinking in big gulps. Hiss hiss hiss. When the sea-suppressing divine ape saw this scene from the side, his liver, lungs, and entire body ached in pain. Even it could not bear to use this pool of nectar, but now Dandan and Bubbles were drinking it in big mouthfuls. Every mouthful felt like they were biting its flesh. If not for Lu Ming, it would have gone crazy. What bad luck! The sea-suppressing divine ape wailed in its heart, lamenting its bad luck to have met Lu Ming. It would lose its freedom in the future, and all the wealth it had accumulated for a lifetime would be ruined by Dandan and Pow Pow. You 2 guys, leave some for me. Lu Ming's eyes lit up. He took out a big jade bottle and poured the nectar into it by activating his essential core. He only stopped after the bottle was filled to the brim. It was not that Lu Ming was satisfied, but that the bejeweled nectar in the pool was all gone. It had all gone into Dandan and Bubble's stomachs. What a waste! Lu Ming's heart ached. The serum was even more precious than the life potion. A single drop was hard to come by, and its value was immeasurable. Returning to the divine wilderness continent. But now, most of them had been swallowed by Dandan and Bubble. Oh, giggle. The two guys had round bellies and even burped a few times. Bubbles' eyes were blurred and her body was glowing as though she was drunk. Indeed, next, the Bubble climbed onto Lu Ming's shoulder. It lay on Lu Ming's shoulder and fell into a deep sleep. The milky white glow on its body became more and more intense. Lu Ming, I'm going to take a nap too to digest the energy in my body. Dandan's eyes were blurred and she climbed onto Lu Ming's other shoulder. Lu Ming, wait for me. When I wake up again, I'll be able to enter the Emperor realm. Dandan continued to mumble, her voice getting softer and softer. These two fellows had consumed too many spirit herbs during this period of time, and in addition to nearly a pool of nectar, it was finally time for them to evolve. After muttering to herself, Dandan also fell asleep on Lu Ming's shoulder. Lu Ming kept Dandan and Pow Pow into the mountain and river diagram. Then, he let the sea-suppressing divine ape lead the way and collected the remaining spiritual herbs in the vicinity. Anyway, the sea-suppressing divine ape was going to leave with him. It would be a waste to leave these spirit herbs here. He flew out of the sea. Little ape, bring me along. I'll give you this sea map. Bring me to the divine wilderness continent. Lu Ming said to the sea-suppressing divine ape. The sea-suppressing divine ape almost spat out a mouthful of blood. Little ape? Was this the name she had given him? However, the sea-suppressing divine ape could only helplessly accept this name under the pressure of power. Lu Ming asked Supreme Thunder Rhinoceros to return to the mountain and river diagram to rest, while the sea-suppressing divine ape carried Lu Ming and hurried on with their journey. The sea-suppressing divine ape was an emperor, and its speed was several times faster than Supreme Thunder Rhino's. Originally, the journey would take more than 2 months, but the sea-guarding divine ape only used half a month to cross it. In front of them, a huge continent could be seen in the distance. They had arrived at the divine wilderness continent. After half a month of cultivation, Lu Ming's pure spirit body had finally reached 50%. At this point, Lu Ming let the sea-suppressing divine ape enter the mountain and river diagram and switched to the Thunder Rhino Supreme. The sea-suppressing divine ape was, after all, an emperor. Riding it into the divine wilderness continent would be too ostentatious and would cause a commotion. Supreme Lightning Rhinoceros was a bit better. Boom! 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 Supreme Lightning Rhinoceros stepped into the void and carried Lu Ming as he flew towards the divine wilderness continent. I'm finally back. Xian Yanqing stood beside Lu Ming and mumbled to himself. There was a complicated look in his eyes. Now that she was back, it was time to settle the score between her and the Xie family of the ancient Saint dynasty. Supreme Lightning Rhinoceros stepped into the void and flew into the divine wilderness continent. Countless mountains and rivers flashed beneath his feet. This place was the northern plains of the divine wilderness continent. Lu Ming guided Supreme Thunder Rhino towards the 100 Beasts tribe. Xiao Wan and the others should be guarding the 100 Beasts tribe. Not long after, they were close to the 100 Beasts tribe. Something's wrong. Lu Ming frowned. Along the way, he noticed that something was wrong. There was something wrong with the atmosphere. Many large places and cities were heavily guarded, as if a storm was brewing. Who's there? Stop. Not good, it's a supreme being expert. Suddenly, a few loud roars were heard. A group of armored soldiers rushed out from a large mountain in front of them and blocked Lu Ming and the others. When they sensed the aura of Supreme Thunder Rhino, their expressions changed. Send word that an unknown paragon is attacking. An armored soldier shouted. No, that's not right. That's Handsome Lu. Lu Ming, Handsome Lu. At this moment, someone exclaimed. What? The other soldiers all turned to look at the figure on Supreme Lightning Rhino's back. Just a moment ago, they had been so shocked by the aura of Supreme Thunder Rhino that they hadn't noticed his back. Now that they'd seen it, they were all stunned. It's really General Lu. How is that possible? Didn't the experts of the continent of Divine Ruin spread the news that General Lu died in battle there? That's right, how is he still alive? But I've seen General Lu before, so I'm not wrong. I've seen him before too. This is General Lu. The hundreds of armored soldiers clamored as they looked at Lu Ming in shock and doubt. I died in battle on the continent of the Divine Ruins? What's going on? Lu Ming frowned. He felt that something was not right. Buzz. Lu Ming took a step forward and appeared in front of the armored soldiers. The hundreds of armored soldiers were shocked and could not help but retreat. I'm Lu Ming. What are you afraid of? What's going on? Lu Ming said. Are you really General Lu? Some of the armored soldiers were still bewildered. Nonsense. Quickly spread the news and have the chaotic heavens divine warrior come. Lu Ming said. These were only ordinary soldiers and didn't know much. They wouldn't be able to explain it clearly, so it was better to ask Xia Huan directly. All right, we'll immediately spread the news. A leader-like armored soldier quickly took out a voice transmission jade talisman and sent out a message. Not even 10 breaths had passed. Sila! Hiss! The space rippled and cracks appeared. One figure after another walked out of the cracks. Every one of them exuded a powerful aura. Xiaowan. Lu Ming saw at a glance that the person in the lead was Xiaowan. Apart from that, Lu Ming also saw Mo Yi, the sovereign of the myriad demons abyss, Chu Luo, the sovereign of the demon god valley, the barbarian emperor, the sovereign of the 100 beasts tribe, and the sovereign of the floating mountain sect, the moon heart martial emperor. Why is martial emperor Yuexin here? A trace of doubt flashed across Lu Ming's heart. Big brother Yan. Lu Ming also saw Yan Kuangtu and a few other supreme being experts. Everyone's eyes fell on Lu Ming the moment they appeared. Lu Ming. It's really Lu Ming. Lu Ming did not die. One voice after another came out from the mouths of the crowd. They were filled with shock and surprise. Lu Ming, I knew you would be fine. Yan Kuangtu was overjoyed to see Lu Ming, and he charged toward him. Buzz. Supreme Thunder Rhinoceros roared. His entire body suffused with lightning as he cautiously stared at Yan Kuangtu. Yan Kuangtu couldn't help but stop in his tracks. Lei Shi, it's one of us, you step down. Lu Ming instructed Supreme Thunder Rhino. Supreme Lightning Rhinoceros immediately became obedient. He retracted his aura and transformed into a burly man, standing behind Lu Ming. Paragon. He's a paragon. Tsulua, the barbarian emperor, and the others glanced at Supreme Thunder Rhino in surprise. A supreme being seemed to be very obedient in front of Lu Ming. Lu Ming actually had such great abilities to subdue a supreme being and make him so obedient. This was very rare. Ha ha ha, Lu Ming. I knew that you would be fine. Yan Kuangtu laughed heartily. He came to Lu Ming's side and patted his shoulder. He picked up the wine gourd and took a big gulp. Big brother Yan, how have you been? Lu Ming smiled. Yan Kuangtu's concern could not be concealed. It was true, and Lu Ming's heart warmed. Lu Ming. At this moment, Xiaowan, Chu Luo, and the others also stepped forward and greeted Lu Ming. Lu Ming greets all the seniors. Lu Ming cupped his fists and looked at Martial Emperor Yuexin. What a coincidence, Senior Yuexin is also in the 100 Beasts tribe? The situation changed. Lu Ming, the entire floating mountain sect has been moved to the 100 Beasts tribe. Oh! Martial Emperor Yuexin was very beautiful, but at this moment, she let out a long sigh filled with desolation. What's going on? Also, why do they all say that I died in the Divine Ruins continent? Lu Ming asked, full of questions. Lu Ming, it's a long story. Let's go back to the 100 Beasts tribe first and I'll tell you in detail. Xiaowan said. All right. Lu Ming nodded and the group headed towards the inner area of the 100 Beasts tribe. After arriving at the 100 Beasts tribe, Lu Ming felt that the atmosphere was even more off. Inside and outside the 100 Beasts tribe, There were all kinds of formations. Every corner was guarded by powerful warriors and many armored soldiers. The atmosphere was very heavy, as if a great battle was about to start. When Lu Ming left the Divine Wilderness Continent, although the Divine Wilderness Continent was also in the midst of a war, and the Northern Plains had just experienced a war, the atmosphere then was not as heavy as it was now. Now, it seemed like a life-and-death battle was about to happen at any time. Lu Ming was even more curious, but he could only suppress his doubts and ask later. The news of Lu Ming's return quickly spread throughout the 100 Beasts tribe, causing a huge commotion. Lu Ming and the group arrived at a meeting hall in the 100 Beasts tribe. In the meeting hall, everyone was seated on both sides. There were 2 seats at the head of the table, and Xiao Wan was seated in one. Lu Ming, please. Xiao Wan raised his hand and motioned for Lu Ming to take a seat. Lu Ming did not stand on ceremony and sat down beside Xia Luan. He did not notice the displeasure in the eyes of Chu Luo, Mo Yi, and the other sovereigns. After everyone sat down, more and more people came in. They were all high-ranking officials, and even the weakest was a supreme being expert. In a moment there were dozens of people sitting in the hall. Senior Xia, why did those armored soldiers say that I died on the continent of the Divine Ruins the moment I came back? Lu Ming could not help but ask. Lu Ming, not long ago, the sea-crossing ship that took you to the continent of the Divine Ruins returned. The experts of the Gate of God of the continent of the Divine Ruins said that you, Lu Ming, offended the paragon of the Yuan continent's big sect, the deity sect. You angered the deity sect and they killed you, Xiao Wan said. Lu Ming frowned. The experts of the Gate of God were obviously the ones who had sent Long Chan, Ming Zi, and the others back from the South God Palace. But why did the people of the South God Palace say so? They said that he had been killed. Could it be that the people from the South God Palace were experts from the Mu family? Lu Ming's heart stirred. When Long Chan, Ming Zi, and Monk Wuliang set off to return to the Divine Wilderness Continent, it should be the time when Lu Ming and the rest were being pursued by the Mu family's head and the rest. This was why the people from the South Deity Palace believed that Lu Ming was dead for sure. They only said that Lu Ming had been killed when they arrived at the Divine Wilderness Continent. Lu Ming made a guess in his heart. Then what about Long Chan, Dark Child, and the Western Desert's Saint Monk? No one came out to speak? Lu Ming asked. No, and only 3 people came back. Their Dark Child and the 2 holy monks of the Western Desert. Long Chan is nowhere to be found. After Dark Child and the other 2 came back, they released the news that they were in seclusion and didn't say a word to the outside world. Xiao Wan said. Long Chan didn't come back. Lu Ming raised his eyebrows. Could it be that Long Chan had also been assassinated like them? Moreover, looking at the situation, Ming Zi and the rest should have been warned by the South God Palace and did not say a word. In this case, the matter of Lu Ming being recruited as a disciple by another big sect in the Yuan continent, Dragon God Valley, was naturally not revealed. Lu Ming, did you really offend a heaven's favorite of the Yuan continent's big sect? The Tianshan sect. At this moment, a voice suddenly rang out. Lu Ming followed the voice and looked over. It was Tuluo who was staring at Lu Ming. Lu Ming raised his eyebrows slightly. In the past, Tuluo had always addressed him as General Lu, but now he was calling Lu Ming by his full name, and his tone was questioning. The others' gazes fell on Lu Ming. Lu Ming's lips curled into a cold smile. Given his intelligence, he naturally knew what was going on. In the past, they had taken a fancy to Lu Ming's talent and thought that he could join a major sect in the Yuanlu continent and lead them in the future. However, the people from the South God Palace came and said that Lu Ming had offended a genius of a major sect in the Yuanlu continent and had been killed by him. Although Lu Ming was still alive, he had offended a genius of a major sect in the Yuanlu continent. Naturally, he could not join a major sect. They could not join the major sects of the Yuanlu continent and had even offended the geniuses of the major sections. Naturally, their attitude towards Lu Ming changed. That's right. I have offended the Heaven's Pride expert of the Tianshan sect. Lu Ming answered honestly. Lu Ming, I don't want to criticize you, but even though you have some talent, you still need to know your place and know your limits. Your talent is not bad in the divine wilderness continent, but in the Yuan continent it's nothing. How dare you offend the Yuan continent's elites? It's fine if you offend them, but don't drag us down with you. Sulua said coldly. Lu Ming, I want to know if the major sects in the Yuanlu continent know that you've returned this time. Emoyi also spoke. Sulua Moi, that's enough. Lu Ming is my ally. On the side, Xiao Wan frowned and scolded. Ancestor devil, but? Chu Lua wanted to say more. I said enough. Xiao Wan's eyes turned cold. Chu Luo shut his mouth and did not dare to say another word. However, he looked at Lu Ming with a faint disdain. Since Lu Ming could not join a major sect in the Yuanlu continent, he was just a junior. He was only a spiritual god realm martial artist and he looked down on him from the bottom of his heart. Lu Ming smiled slightly and did not bother to explain. He had defeated the Heaven's Pride expert of the Tianshan sect, and won first place in the test. He had also joined another major sect of the Yuanlu continent, the Dragon God Valley. Senior Xia, what is the situation in the Divine Wilderness continent? Why do I feel that the 100 Beasts tribe is heavily guarded, and that all the seniors are gathered at the 100 Beasts tribe? Lu Ming asked the other question in his heart. In the past, the experts had been guarding different places in northern plains, but now they seemed to be gathered in the 100 Beasts tribe. Lu Ming, the situation in the Divine Wilderness continent has changed greatly. Xiao Wan frowned at the mention of this. The situation has changed? What's the reason? Lu Ming asked. Because of D.E. Xiao Wan said. D.E. Lu Ming's heart trembled. D had such a great ability to change the situation of the Divine Wilderness continent. Yes, it's because of D. When you left, the Heavenly King token was also taken away by the experts of the Gate of God. However, the enmity between the ancient Saint dynasty and the heaven-suppressing divine army has run deep. It's difficult to stop the battle, the elder said. The other overlord forces are also at war. The central continent is still in chaos, but the situation is still good. But a few months ago, D suddenly launched an attack. Xiao Wan explained in detail the major events that had happened during this period, especially those related to Martial Emperor De. It turned out that for so many years, everyone had been deceived by Martial Emperor De. Not only was he powerful, but he had also secretly developed his forces. No one knew when Nanming had been subdued by Martial Emperor De and joined him. De's scheming. The sovereigns of the southern underworld had been subdued by Martial Emperor De at some point in time. All of them had submitted to Martial Emperor De, and the entire southern underworld was under his control. Oh, the Eastern Barren Territory's Heavenly Corpse sect was also established by an emperor of the southern underworld. The reason why they were constantly fighting against the Emperor Heaven Divine Palace was to attract attention and make the other transcendent powers not care too much about the Emperor Heaven Divine Palace. In this way, D could continue to improve his strength in the dark. When the time was right, he could start a war. A few months ago, Martial Emperor D finally couldn't hold back and led the army of the South Underworld to attack the central continent. Many overlord forces were destroyed by Martial Emperor D, and some directly surrendered. Di's strength increased greatly, and he even sent out strong cultivators to help the Xie clan of the ancient Saint dynasty deal with the heaven-suppressing divine army. After a shocking battle, the heaven-suppressing divine army suffered heavy losses and retreated to the border of northern plains to join forces with Xiao Wan to fight against the strong enemy. Thus, during this period of time, the atmosphere was extremely tense. All the experts of northern plains were gathered in the 100 Beasts tribe, ready to deal with the enemy's attacks. Lu Ming was shocked after hearing the story. At the same time, he also understood something. He now understood why the Heavenly Corpse sect of the Eastern Barren Territory could rise up in such a short time and compete with the Empyrean Heaven Divine Palace. It was all under the arrangement of Martial Emperor De. Of course, their strength had increased quickly. Back then, when they were fighting for the Heavenly King's token, the Eastern Barren Territory and the Southern Netherworld did not make any moves. Lu Ming and the rest found it strange at that time, but it made sense now. The East Baron and the South Underworld were basically under the control of Martial Emperor Di. At that time the time was not right. Without Martial Emperor Di's order, the East Baron and the South Underworld naturally would not take action. Even if Di and the Masters of the South Underworld are added, their strength should not be so strong. If the overlords of the Central Continent join forces, there will be many emperors. How can they be defeated by Di? Although Di's combat strength is strong, the heaven-suppressing divine army has a deep foundation. There may be some strong people who can compete with him. How can he be defeated so easily? Lu Ming asked the question in his heart. Although Di's combat power was strong, even with the addition of Nanming, there would not be too many emperors. There would not be more than 7. Some of the stronger overlord forces in the Central Continent would have 2 emperors, or even more. If several overlord forces joined forces, they would not be so easily destroyed. Because Di has helpers, Di's cultivation is at the peak of the 2nd level of the martial royal realm, and he has a king's spiritual weapon. The key is that 2 terrifying experts have suddenly appeared beside him. Both of them are at the peak of the 2nd level of the martial royal realm, and they also have king's spiritual weapons. Xiao Wan said with a grave expression. What? Lu Ming was shocked. There were 2 more experts at the peak of Level 2 martial royal realm beside Di. In the Divine Wilderness Continent, a peak 2nd level martial royal realm expert was definitely at the peak. Before Lu Ming went to the Divine Wilderness Continent, the only peak 2nd level martial royal realm experts on the surface were Xiao Wan and Di, which showed how rare they were. But now, how could there suddenly be 2 experts at the peak of the 2nd level of the martial royal realm beside Di? What was even more shocking was that the 2 of them had Emperor spiritual weapons. Emperor spiritual weapons were extremely rare, and most emperors would find it hard to own one. At the same time, Lu Ming also understood the current situation of the Divine Wilderness Continent. Although there were not many emperors around Di, their high-end combat power was too strong. Di himself, along with 2 peak Level 2 martial royal realm experts, could definitely sweep away the overlord forces of the Divine Wilderness Continent. No one could defeat him. No wonder the atmosphere in Northern Plains was so heavy and tense. In Northern Plains, Xiao Wan was the only one who was at the peak of the 2nd level of the martial royal realm. Now Di's army is attacking the few overlord forces in the Central Continent. I heard that they have besieged the Tianxia Academy in recent days. The Tianxia Academy is in danger, Xiao Wan said. Tianxia Academy? Lu Ming's eyes suddenly brightened, exuding a strong fighting spirit. Lu Ming, what are your thoughts? Xiao Wan asked. Rescue them. Rescue the Tianxia Academy, Lu Ming said firmly. Haha, rescue? Lu Ming with what? Now that Di is powerful and has many masters, we can't even protect our slaviers. How can we save him? Chu Luo sneered, his tone full of disdain. The rest of the people also shook their heads, apparently agreeing with Chu Luo. Below, Yan Kuangtu wanted to say something but stopped himself. He seemed to have something to say to Lu Ming, but he held back in the end. If the lips die, the teeth will grow cold. I'm sure you all understand that the Tianxia Academy is not weak. If it is broken by Di and surrenders to him, it will only strengthen Di's strength. If we save it and join forces with us, it will strengthen our strength. Only then can we possibly compete with Di. Lu Ming said. That's true, but logic is logic. In fact, we are not strong enough. We have to defend with all our strength to have a chance of survival. If we go to the rescue and cause Di to attack in advance, Lu Ming, will you be responsible for this? Chu Luo sneered. If I'm the one to lose, then I'll lose. Lu Ming said. Haha, you're going to lose? Ridiculous. Lu Ming, to put it bluntly, what right do you have to take responsibility for this? Although you're in an alliance with the demon ancestor, in this world strength is everything. If you don't have the strength, then be more honest. Chu Luo laughed out loud. This sentence was clearly belittling Lu Ming. Xiao Wan frowned, thinking that Chu Luo had gone too far. But he also didn't agree with saving the Tianxia Academy now, so he pondered for a moment and didn't speak. Lu Ming, I can tell you clearly that if you want to save the Tianxia Academy, you have to do it yourself. We will not help you in case Di attacks you in advance, Chu Luo said. I'll go with Lu Ming. Yin Guangtu stepped forward. I'll go with Lu Ming too. I'll go too. Then two voices were heard. It was the barbarian emperor of the 100 Beasts tribe and martial emperor Yuexin of the Floating Mountain. No, you're not allowed to go either. You're in the same boat as us now. If you go, you'll weaken our strength and attract Di's attack in advance, Tsulua said loudly. You! Yin Guangtu, the barbarian emperor, and the others had unsightly expressions. You don't need to go. I can save Tianxia Academy by myself. Lu Ming's voice suddenly rang out, causing everyone to be stunned. Lu Ming alone? Rescue the Tianxia Academy? How is that possible? Ha ha ha, Lu Ming. It seems that your vision has changed after your trip to the continent of the Divine Ruins. You've become more and more self-aware. No wonder you even dare to offend the pride of a major sect in the Yuan continent. Tsulua sneered. At the thought of obediently listening to Lu Ming's orders in the past, Chu Luo felt uncomfortable. At that time he had thought that Lu Ming could join a major sect in the Yuan continent. He had taken Xiao Wan's words and followed Lu Ming's orders because he saw his future. He was an emperor, but he was actually taking orders from a young man in his 20s. He had always felt uncomfortable in his heart. Now that Lu Ming had overestimated himself and dared to offend a heaven's favorite of a major sect in the Yuanlu continent, he was almost killed. The road ahead was cut off. Naturally, he would no longer hide his thoughts and would no longer listen to Lu Ming. Chapter 1312 Battling Tsulo. Hee. Oh. At that moment Lu Ming sneered. Since his return, Chu Luo had been mocking him non-stop, which already made Lu Ming a little unhappy. Lu Ming looked at Chu Luo coldly and said, "Which eye of yours saw that I'm overestimating myself? Also, you think you're great just because you're an emperor? In my eyes, you're not even worth mentioning." What did you just say? Chu Luo was furious. He stood up from his seat and his emperor power burst out. A terrible pressure pressed toward Lu Ming. However, Lu Ming was as calm as a Buddha's face. He sat there without moving. Tsulua, sit down. Xiao Wan berated. Ancestor devil, you've seen it for yourself. This man is so arrogant that he doesn't even put an emperor in his eyes. I used to think that he was the #1 figure, but now it seems that I've completely misjudged him. Chu Luo said. I'm not looking down on the emperor. I'm looking down on you. Lu Ming sneered. You're looking down on me? Good. I'd like to see how much you've improved after your trip to the Divine Ruins continent. Today, I'll teach you a lesson on behalf of the fiend ancestor. Chu Luo was furious. He said good 3 times in a row and stepped out of his seat. His aura grew stronger and stronger. Some of the supreme beings at the side had a change in expression and found it difficult to breathe. If you want to fight, then go out and fight. Lu Ming stood up and took a step forward. In a flash, he was out of the hall and in the sky above the hall. Many people were stunned. What did Lu Ming say? He was going to fight with Tsulua? Did he really dare to fight with Tsulua? Many people thought they had heard wrong. Although Lu Ming had concealed his aura, they could still sense that he was only at the spiritual god realm. A young man at the spiritual god realm was actually going to fight with an emperor. Lu Ming was not crazy. He was really arrogant. Aha, you've all seen it. This kid is arrogant and ignorant. I'll teach him a lesson. Chu Luo laughed in anger, his eyes full of anger. Lu Ming actually dared to challenge him. A spiritual god challenging an emperor was a great insult to him. He had to teach Lu Ming a lesson. He did not think that all this was the result of him provoking Lu Ming. Chu Luo also came out of the hall and flew to the sky. Let's go out and take a look. Buzz, buzz, whoosh. Oh, the experts in the hall all rushed out of the hall and stood in the void. Lu Ming. Yin Guangtu also rushed out of the hall with a worried look on his face. Lu Ming. A strange look flashed across Xiao Wan's eyes. Based on his understanding of Lu Ming, he knew that Lu Ming was not an arrogant person. On the contrary, Lu Ming would never fight a battle that he was not confident in. Could Lu Ming really create a miracle and fight against an emperor? A look of anticipation appeared in Xiao Wan's eyes, and he also left the hall. Look, who's that? That's Demon Emperor Tuluo. The other one is Commander Lu Ming. What's this for? From the looks of it, Demon Emperor Tuluo is going to fight General Lu. That can't be. Demon Emperor Tuluo is an emperor. How can General Lu be his match? With so many experts gathered in the sky, their auras were vast and the commotion was huge. Within the 100 Beasts tribe, many people sensed the commotion and looked over. Some people were discussing in disbelief. High up in the sky. Lu Ming, I admit that although you're talented, you're too arrogant and condescending. Today, I'll teach you a good lesson and make you come to your senses and recognize yourself. Tuluo's voice rang out as he stepped forward. With every step he took, heaven and earth seemed to resonate with him, rumbling and trembling. The powerful aura belonging to a martial emperor burst out and filled the world, making many people shiver and break out in cold sweat. Some of the weaker ones were forced to their knees. It was as if they were facing the heavenly Tao. They were unable to resist. However, Lu Ming stood still in the void. He did not move at all and did not even lift his eyelids. This world is much bigger than you can imagine. The divine wilderness continent is just a small piece of land. In the entire primordial realm, a first-level martial emperor is just the lowest level of existence. A mere first-level martial emperor is already so high and mighty. Your achievements will stop here. A calm and indifferent voice came out of Lu Ming's mouth. Shut up. How can you judge my achievements? Lu Ming's words infuriated Chu Luo. He was the first to move. He stepped forward and clenched his claw in the air. A dark claw condensed from demonic chi grabbed at Lu Ming. Even a supreme being would be seriously injured by this claw. However, Lu Ming did not move in the face of this claw. It was as if he did not see it and allowed the huge claw to claw him. Why didn't Lu Ming retaliate? Could he be scared? Or is he confined? The power of an emperor is too terrifying. He can confine the world. Lu Ming might want to attack, but he can't move. Seeing this scene, many people made guesses. Lu Ming, quickly run. Yin Guangtu grew anxious. However, Lu Ming still did not move. Humph, a mere spiritual god realm ant dares to preach to me. I'll teach him a good lesson. As long as I don't kill him and break a few bones, I don't think the fiend ancestor will blame me. Chu Luo sneered, and his demonic chi intensified. In an instant, the giant claw was about to grab Lu Ming's head. At this moment, Lu Ming finally moved. Lu Ming's action was very simple. He simply threw a punch. Boom! The space exploded like tofu. The claw that Tuluo had condensed also exploded and disappeared under Lu Ming's punch. This! Everyone's eyes widened in shock. Lu Ming's seemingly casual punch had destroyed the claw condensed from Tuluo demonic chi. Although Chu Luo did not use his true abilities, he could still injure a supreme being, but Lu Ming had defeated him so easily. How was this possible? Had Lu Ming's combat strength already reached this level? It was too shocking. What a powerful punch. It's full of power, especially the power of the physical body. It's amazing. Why do I feel like my spirit body is going to explode? The barbarian emperor said, his eyes filled with shock. I have the same feeling. The other sovereigns also spoke out. Lu Ming. Xiao Wan's eyes also lit up. Yin Guangtu's eyes were even brighter. You have some skills. Take another move from me. Chu Luo roared. He felt humiliated after being blocked by Lu Ming, and the anger in his heart grew. Buzz. The demonic domain spread out from his body and enveloped Lu Ming. At the same time, his muscles swelled up and he suddenly threw a punch. This punch contained the power of the territory and the power of the spirit body. It was 10 times stronger than the previous move. Tuluo had used his real power and displayed the power of an emperor. Roar! A dragon's roar resounded within Lu Ming's body. At the same time, his third bloodline appeared and a wisp of energy surged into Lu Ming's body. Chapter 1313 Intimidating the Experts. Buzz. Oh! Lu Ming cast the wind element technique. His body trembled as he rushed toward Chu Luo at top speed and threw a punch. The two of them each threw out a punch which collided in the air. Boom! A deafening sound was heard. Then, under everyone's shocked and incredulous gazes, Chu Luo's domain was crushed by Lu Ming's punch. Kacha! The sound of bones breaking reverberated through the entire area. Chu Luo screamed as his entire arm was deformed. His body shook violently and he was sent flying like a cannonball. As for Lu Ming, he did not move an inch. The heavens! Everyone looked at this scene with their mouths agape. They were completely stunned and tongue-tied, their eyes filled with disbelief. Chu Luo, a demon emperor, was sent flying by Lu Ming's punch and his hand bones were broken. How was this possible? This was simply like a fairy tale, something that was simply impossible to happen. If they hadn't seen it with their own eyes, they wouldn't have believed it even if they were beaten to death. In fact, even if they had seen it with their own eyes, many of them didn't dare to believe it and thought that they were dreaming. Boom! Many powerhouses couldn't control their excitement, and a powerful aura burst out of their bodies. Xiao Wan was no exception. Monster, what a monster! It seems like the people of the Gate of God didn't tell the truth. They must be hiding something. Xiao Wan muttered to himself, his face brimming with excitement. Lu Ming! Yin Kuangtu mumbled to himself as he trembled with excitement. He had injured an emperor with one punch. What did this mean? It meant that Lu Ming's combat strength had at least reached the emperor level. You're acting all high and mighty with this little combat strength. Who gave you the confidence? Lu Ming strode in the void and charged at Chu Luo at top speed, throwing another punch. Lu Ming circulated his essential core to the maximum for this punch. There was also the power of 9 dragon energies, the power of the third bloodline, and of course the power of a 50% pure spirit body. The terrifying power, coupled with the prison-suppressing heavenly art, was extremely powerful. Chu Luo roared as a saber appeared in his hand. He slashed out with all his might. Boom! The dazzling saber radiance collapsed under Lu Ming's iron fist. The terrifying fist force hit Chu Luo's saber, causing him to tremble and retreat, blood spurting from his mouth. 9 dragons trampling the heavens. Lu Ming's figure appeared above Tsulua's head with the wind elemental technique. His hands quickly formed seals, and 4 gates of sealing appeared around Tsulua. The powerful sealing force imprisoned Tsulua in the void. During this period of time, Lu Ming did not give up on cultivating the 9 seals of the Divine Gate. Every day he would take some time to comprehend it. After several months of hard work, the 9 seals of the Divine Gate had improved further. He could condense 4 sealing gates at once and was even more powerful. Then Lu Ming used the 9 dragons' heaven treading steps and took 8 steps in a row. Boom! 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 Chu Luo's body trembled violently, and with every step he took, he spat out blood. In the end he crashed to the ground like a meteorite. Chi-chi! Lu Ming waved his hand and activated the Thunder Origin spell. A lightning whip condensed from lightning flashed out and wrapped around Chu Luo's body, pulling him to Lu Ming. At this moment Chu Luo's face was pale. Half of his body had been blown up, and blood was flowing out of his mouth. This was also an emperor. If it had been an ordinary ancient martial art practitioner, they would have been in grave danger. An emperor had a spirit body, so they could recover after some time. At this moment, Tsulua looked at Lu Ming with a gaze full of fear and disbelief. The scene was silent, dead silent. He had lost. Chu Luo had lost. He had been completely defeated. In the face of Lu Ming, Chu Luo was like a baby, unable to withstand a single blow. Tsulua was an emperor, and his cultivation had reached the late stage of the first-level martial emperor realm. He was not considered weak among the martial emperors. However, he was powerless against Lu Ming. Was he still human? Was Lu Ming still human? Lu Ming's cultivation level was only at the spiritual god realm. Since when did a spiritual god realm cultivator have such combat strength that he could easily crush an emperor? This was unheard of since ancient times. Everyone's eyes were wide open as they looked at this scene in a daze, completely speechless. You are very strong. Lu Ming stared at Chu Luo and said indifferently. These 3 words made Chu Luo's body tremble. These 3 short words made him feel ashamed. Just now he thought he was the emperor and looked down on Lu Ming. When Lu Ming said that he wanted to save the Tianxia Academy alone, he called Lu Ming arrogant and ignorant. But now it was proven that he was the arrogant one and the ignorant one. Chu Luo's body trembled slightly. After a long while he took a deep breath, lowered his head, and bowed deeply to Lu Ming. General Lu's talent has shocked the world and surpassed the ancient almighty. Chu Luo is ignorant and blind. Please forgive him, General Lu. Chu Luo's voice was sincere and sincere. He was finally convinced, completely convinced. He had never heard of such a prodigy since ancient times, at least not in the divine wilderness continent. It had exceeded his imagination, and he was finally convinced. General Lu's talent has shocked the world. The other powerhouses in the surroundings were deeply touched. They also bowed to Lu Ming. General Lu's talent has shocked the world. General Lu's talent has shocked the world. Following that, more and more people knelt down to pay their respects to Lu Ming. Their voices were louder and louder, and in the end, they echoed throughout the entire 100 Beasts tribe. After this battle, many people were truly convinced of Lu Ming's abilities, and acknowledged that he had formed an alliance with Xiao Wan to become the supreme commander. Previously, many people had addressed Lu Ming as Handsome Lu because of Xiao Wan. In fact, they looked down on Lu Ming in their hearts. However, after this battle, everyone truly regarded Lu Ming as someone on the same level as Xiao Wan, or even higher. He already had such combat strength before he broke through to the Martial Emperor realm. If Lu Ming broke through to the Martial Emperor realm, how powerful would his combat strength be? It was unimaginable. Lu Ming stood in the void and accepted the worship of the powerhouses. His face was calm, like an invincible god of war. Go back and heal your injuries. Lu Ming waved his hand and put away the lightning whip. Chu Luo flew far away. Thank you for your mercy, General Lu. Chu Luo bowed. Haha, Lu Ming, I haven't seen you in a while. You've really changed my opinion of you. Xiao Wan stepped forward, laughed and asked Lu Ming, did the experts of the Gate of God hide anything when they came to the divine wilderness continent? Not bad. Lu Ming nodded. Now that he had established his prestige, there was no need to hide it. This time, the deity sect is not the only one that came to the continent of the divine ruins to recruit disciples. There are 3 other major sects. Lu Ming said. There are 3 other major sects? Many people's hearts trembled. In their hearts, the major sects of the Yuanlu continent were high and mighty existences that they could not climb. This time there were 4 of them. Xiao Wan seemed to have thought of something, and his eyes lit up. The people from the Gate of God only said that Lu Ming had offended the prodigy of the deity sect. However, if he had offended the deity sect, there were still 3 other sects. Chapter 1314, Descending to the Tianxia Academy. It's true that I have offended the Heaven's Pride expert of the Tianxin sect. However, I have already defeated him. I have also joined another major sect in the Yuanlu continent, Dragon God Valley. Oh, Lu Ming said. As expected. Xiao Wan's eyes shone with an astonishing light. General Lu has joined a major sect in the Yuanlu continent. The hearts of many other experts trembled, and their eyes also bloomed with a bright light. General Lu's talent has shocked the world. Someone shouted again, extremely excited. This time he was even more pious and respectful than before. Previously it was because of Lu Ming's ability. This time it was because of Lu Ming's identity. Lu Ming had already joined a major sect in Yuanlu, and was a disciple of a major sect. In the eyes of everyone, his status had suddenly become high and mighty, even surpassing that of Xiao Wan. Alright, I'm done. Lu Ming pressed down with one hand and the scene immediately quieted down. I'll talk about the details later. Now, according to the original plan, I'll rush to the Tianxia Academy first and rescue it. Lu Ming said. No, General Lu will go with you. It's too dangerous for you to go alone. The barbarian emperor spoke. Yeah, we'll go with you. Yin Guangtu said. No need. You guys stay here and guard. I know what I'm doing. I won't let myself be in danger. After Lu Ming finished speaking, he did not say anything more. He waved his hands in the air and the void split open. Lu Ming stepped in and disappeared. Even after Lu Ming had disappeared, the crowd's excitement had yet to calm down. The main reason was that the shock caused by Lu Ming was too shocking. When Lu Ming went to the Divine Ruins continent, his cultivation level was low. But now he was able to suppress emperors. This kind of progress was too amazing. No, we can't let Lu Ming take the risk alone. Moon Heart Sovereign, Sky Wind Sovereign, you two take some men and guard this place. Mo Yi Barbarian Emperor, you two follow me and secretly head to Tianxia Academy. If Lu Ming is in danger, we'll help him. Xiao Wan ordered. I'll go too. Fiend Ancestor, I'll go too. Yin Guangtu and Chu Luo stepped out and said. Although Chu Luo had been injured by Lu Ming, his origin was not injured. At this moment, the effect of the spirit body was activated and he was rapidly recovering. Half of Chu Luo's body that had been damaged had already recovered. Of course, Lu Ming had been merciful. If his source was injured, it would be impossible for him to recover so quickly. Good, you all will set off with me. With that, Xiao Wan tore open space and led a group of experts to the Tianxia Academy. The Tianxia Academy was in a state of war. Most of the Tianxia Academy's territory had already been occupied by the Ditian Divine Palace. Only the White Jade Palace had not been broken through. The White Jade Palace was suspended in the air, emitting a brilliant light. The White Jade Palace was surrounded by an army. In the army, there were people from the Empyrean Heaven Divine Palace, the Heavenly Corpse sect, the Southern Underworld, and some from other overlord forces of the Central Continent. They had joined Yi and fought for the world with him. Boom! Boom! At the top of the White Jade Palace, there were two majestic figures. They were shrouded in endless divine light and exuded a terrifying aura. It was the pressure of an emperor. The two figures were emperors, and they were launching attacks at the White Jade Palace. Inside the White Jade Palace, there were two white-haired old men. They were also exuding the aura of emperors. They were working together to resist the attacks of the emperors outside. Attack! Attack together! This White Jade Palace won't be able to hold on for long. In the crowd, a purple-robed middle-aged man was giving orders. If Lu Ming was here, he would definitely be able to recognize this man at a glance. He was the master of the Wang family, one of the 6 great ancient aristocratic families of the Emperor Heaven Divine Palace, Wang Shangtian. Now he was in high spirits. He was one of the first group of people to follow Martial Emperor Di. He was Di's trusted aide. Since Martial Emperor Di showed his true strength, he had been invincible. The strength of the Empyrean Heavenly Divine Palace had become stronger and stronger as they grew older. However, those forces that joined later on and those experts naturally did not have a higher status than him. Only emperors had a higher status than him. Those supreme martial artists were a head lower than him, and had to curry favor with him and listen to his orders. Buzz! Buzz! Whoosh! Oh! From all directions, countless attacks and light rays attacked the White Jade Palace. The White Jade Palace was completely submerged in the light rays. Block it! In the White Jade Palace, the disciples and elders of the Tianxia Academy shouted and attacked with the array of the White Jade Palace, trying to resist. Boom! 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 However, there were too many attacks from the outside world. The White Jade Palace was rumbling and shaking. If this continued, they wouldn't be able to hold on for long. Tianxia Academy, I advise you to surrender quickly. His Majesty Martial Emperor Di is a hero of the ages. He has received the Order of the Heavens, and will unify the Divine Wilderness continent. If you resist, you will only be seeking your own death. The voice of the Wang clan's patriarch spread far and wide. Di is a wolf with wild ambitions. He wants to unify the Divine Wilderness continent? Dream on. Our Tianxia Academy would rather be destroyed than surrender. Voices came from the White Jade Palace. The master of the Wang family's face darkened and he snorted coldly. You really don't know what's good for you. I've given you a chance but you don't know how to cherish it. Then die. Continue attacking. Buzz, buzz, whoosh. Oh. Tens of thousands of attacks and rays of light flew toward the White Jade Palace. The intense battle continued. At this moment, 1,000 miles to the north of Tianxia Academy, space cracked open and Lu Ming stepped out. It seems that I'm not too late. Lu Ming looked into the distance and muttered. Then he took a step forward and headed toward the battlefield. Lu Ming covered the distance of 1,000 miles in the blink of an eye. Who are you? Stop right there. As soon as Lu Ming approached, he was discovered. A group of black-robed martial artists with a sinister aura all over their bodies had their eyes on Lu Ming. The people of the Southern Nether. A cold glint flashed in Lu Ming's eyes as he continued to move forward. The people of the Southern Nether were very easy to recognize. Brat, stop. You're looking for death. An expert in the third level of the spiritual god realm slashed at Lu Ming. Lu Ming stretched out a palm and clenched it in the air. Devouring power erupted from his palm and enveloped the third-level spiritual god realm Southern Nether expert. His body was directly fixed in the air and he could not move at all. Then, to his horror, he realized that the blood essence, fresh blood, vital essence, intent runes, and other things in his body had all flown out of his body and into Lu Ming's palm. Such a strange scene scared him so much that he screamed. However, every few breaths, his body would shrivel up, and he would lose all signs of life. What evil technique! Let's attack together and kill this man. At the side, when the others saw this scene, they widened their eyes in shock. Then they roared and charged at Lu Ming. Devour! Lu Ming muttered. An even stronger devouring force erupted and enveloped the group of people. They were all turned into mummies and their corpses fell to the ground like raindrops. Enemy attack! Enemy attack! Terrified screams rang out. More people noticed Lu Ming and attacked him. Lu Ming stepped into the void as if he was taking a stroll in a courtyard. The devouring power burst out, leaving a trail of dried corpses wherever he went. Chapter 1315 The Third Underworld Emperor. Regardless of whether they were below the spiritual god realm or a spiritual god realm powerhouse, the result was the same. Everything would be devoured and they would become a dried corpse. Oh! Retreat, retreat! Call the strong! The army was in chaos, and many people retreated in shock. The army was thrown into chaos because of Lu Ming alone, and a gap appeared. Who is so audacious, daring to attack my Empyrean Heaven Divine Palace? A loud shout was heard. Then, more than 10 figures flashed and appeared in front of Lu Ming. What a coincidence! The corners of Lu Ming's lips curled up slightly. A few of them were Lu Ming's old acquaintances. The Wang clan's patriarch Wang Shengtian, the Jiang clan's patriarch, and the Luan clan's patriarch. 3 of the clan heads of the 6 great ancient clans of the Empyrean Heaven Divine Palace had come. More than 10 people followed behind the 3 clan heads. 3 of them were supreme-level experts, while the others were all at the 9th level of the spiritual god realm, at the great circle of the spiritual god realm. It's you. The masters of the Wang and Jiang families were stunned when they saw Lu Ming. They stared at him in disbelief. Lu Ming, it's you. Didn't you die? He died in the Divine Ruins continent, in the hands of the divine god Sex Paragon? After a long while, the crowd finally recovered. The Wang family master pointed at Lu Ming and exclaimed in disbelief. The news of the experts from the Divine Gate South God Palace coming to the Divine Wilderness continent and announcing Lu Ming's death had long spread throughout the Divine Wilderness continent. Almost all the powerful factions knew about it. Wang Shengtian and the others had thought that Lu Ming had died in the Divine Ruins continent. They were naturally surprised to see him now. You didn't die, so how could I die? Lu Ming smiled faintly. So you didn't die. You're really lucky. But you're really stupid. Since you didn't die, you should have hidden. Now you've come out and even come here. You're really seeking death. Then I'll fulfill your wish. The patriarch of the Wang family laughed out loud, revealing a ferocious killing intent. The aura on his body bloomed, locking onto Lu Ming, afraid that Lu Ming would escape. You? Last time in 9 Dragons you managed to escape with your life. This time I won't let you escape. Lu Ming smiled coldly. You're looking for death. The patriarch of the Wang clan shouted angrily. Previously, in Nine Dragons, Lu Ming had almost killed the master of the Wang family with the divine Nine-Dragon Cauldron. The master of the Wang family had regarded this incident as taboo. Now Lu Ming had brought it up again in front of everyone, and it had hit the master's sore spot. Boom! The patriarch of the Wang family exuded a cold killing intent. He stepped forward and purple flames emanated from his body, completely annihilating the void. The temperature was rising rapidly, and some of the weaker cultivators immediately backed away. I will burn you to ashes, the master of the Wang family said coldly. He pushed his hands forward and a large purple fireball flew toward Lu Ming. The purple fireball's temperature was terrifyingly high. Wherever it flew, space would be annihilated, revealing black spatial passageways. In an instant, it flew in front of Lu Ming. Die! The patriarch of the Wang clan laughed sinisterly. But the next moment his smile froze. Lu Ming stretched out a hand and grabbed at the purple fireball. The purple fireball shrank rapidly and finally turned into a wisp of fire, burning and jumping in Lu Ming's palm. This is your flame? You even want to burn me to ashes? In my opinion, it's not even enough to cook rice. Lu Ming sneered. He then blew and the flame in his palm was extinguished. It was a slap in the face. You! The master of the Wang family's face was flushed red. He glared at Lu Ming and wanted to bite him to death. Die! The master of the Wang family bellowed, and the flames on his body burned even more vigorously. A ball of purple flames appeared above his head. Moving his body, he performed the blood fusion and turned into flames. The flames twisted and finally turned into a purple flame sword, slashing toward Lu Ming. Boom! Lu Ming did not even look. He threw a punch at the purple sword. A miserable shriek was heard as the purple sword collapsed. The figure of the Wang family's patriarch appeared. Blood was spurting out of his mouth. His face was filled with fear as he retreated frantically. As soon as the master of the Wang family retreated, screams immediately rang out. The path he took was the army, and he directly crashed into the army. At least 1,000 people were killed by him. Run! The others roared and began to flee in a frenzy. The battlefield of paragons was simply too dangerous. If you were too close, you wouldn't even know how you died. You're the one who's going to die today. Lu Ming stared at the Wang family master and strode forward. Save me, quickly save me! The patriarch of the Wang clan cried out in fear. At the side, the masters of the Zhang family, the Luan family, and the others were stunned. When Lu Ming injured the master of the Wang family with one punch, they were really stunned and found it hard to believe. Now that the master of the Wang family had called out, they came back to their senses. Attack and kill this person. Kill! The masters of the Jiang and the Luan families shouted and attacked together. The 5 supreme beings attacked at the same time. 5 different beams of light cut through the void and shot toward Lu Ming. Get lost! Lu Ming spat out the word coldly and threw 5 punches in a row. 5 fist forces broke through the air. Boom! 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 The force of the punch easily dispersed the attacks of the 5 supreme beings, and the masters of the Jiang and the Luan families grunted as they were sent flying backward, blood spurting from their mouths. He casually threw out 5 punches and severely injured 5 supreme martial artists. This caused countless people who had retreated to the distance to gasp. As for the Wang clan's clan master, he was scared half to death. He was so stunned that he thought he was dreaming. How long had it been? Lu Ming had only made a trip to the Divine Ruins continent. How did he become so powerful the moment he returned? His combat strength completely crushed his. Was he still a member of the younger generation? Lu Ming continued to charge at the Wang family's master. The Wang family's master roared in fear and retreated desperately into the crowd, hoping that someone else would help him block Lu Ming. You guys stop him! Hurry up! Damn it! How dare you run away? I'm the confidant of His Majesty, Martial Emperor Di. You're courting death. I'll kill you all in the future. The Wang family and the Wang family roared, but the rest were not fools. When they saw the family head of the Wang family approaching, they all fled. No one stopped Lu Ming for him. What a joke. He injured 5 supreme martial artists with a single punch. If they went up, wouldn't they be courting death? The patriarch of the Wang clan was almost in despair. Buzz! At this moment a black saber radiance burst out high in the sky, cutting through the void and slashing toward Lu Ming. Its power was extremely terrifying. The emperor had made his move. Boom! A dragon's roar came from within Lu Ming's body. He threw a punch and it collided with the saber radiance. Lu Ming successfully blocked the saber radiance. Buzz! A figure appeared in front of Lu Ming. This person was an old man in a black robe. He was thin and his eyes were sunken like a skeleton. However, the aura that he exuded was extremely terrifying. This was an emperor. The third Hell Emperor. Seeing this person, the Wang clan master was ecstatic and almost laughed out loud. Wang Shengtian's despair. There were only 5 or 6 emperors in the southern nether region, and they were all ranked. Oh, the first emperor of the underworld was the strongest, followed by the second and third. He was ranked 3rd among the emperors of the southern underworld, and was extremely powerful. When the 3rd underworld emperor made his move, the head of the Wang family was ecstatic. He secretly rejoiced, thinking that he was saved. The 3rd emperor of the dead. This man is someone His Majesty D wants to take down. Hurry up and kill him. His Majesty will definitely reward you heavily. The patriarch of the Wang clan shouted. You're so young, but you already have such combat strength. It's rare since ancient times. Unfortunately, you don't know how to keep a low profile and actually came here. I'll send you on your way. The 3rd underworld emperor laughed. His voice was dry and unpleasant like a skeleton. He was covered in a large black robe and looked like a piece of black cloth floating in the air. Netherworld domain, transform into my netherworld chi. The 3rd emperor of the dead grinned hideously. A black domain spread out and enveloped Lu Ming. The speed of the domain was extremely fast. The moment it appeared, it covered a radius of 100 miles. Lu Ming was also enveloped by it. Instantly he felt countless black shadows pouncing on him. Endless netherworld chi drilled into Lu Ming's skin, trying to corrode him and turn him into netherworld chi. Buzz! At the same time, a black saber appeared in the 3rd underworld emperor's hand, and he slashed at Lu Ming. In his own territory, the 3rd underworld emperor's speed was extremely fast. The moment he slashed out, he was in front of Lu Ming immediately. Wind elemental technique. Lu Ming's heart skipped a beat. He cast the wind elemental technique. His body moved without any wind. With a light sway, he dodged the 3rd underworld emperor's attack. At the same time he threw a punch. Clang! The fist force hit the saber's side, making a loud boom. The 3rd underworld emperor's body trembled, and he couldn't help but take 2 steps back. As for Lu Ming, he also took a few steps back. Such a powerful force. The 3rd Hell Emperor was shocked. Netherworld body. The 3rd Emperor of the Dead's body trembled. His entire body collapsed and turned into a ball of netherworld chi. Together with his netherworld domain, it enveloped the entire world. Within a 100-mile radius, the netherworld domain covered the entire area with netherworld chi. A spirit body was formed from the bloodline and had some of the characteristics of the bloodline. Different spirit bodies had different mysteries and effects. Some spirit bodies lean towards attack, some lean towards defense, and some lean towards speed. For example, the spirit body of the 3rd Underworld Emperor could turn into the chi of the netherworld and attack. Whoosh! 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 Lu Ming was enveloped in the netherworld chi. The sound of air being cut rang out in the surroundings. Countless saber lights were slashing toward Lu Ming from unknown directions. Fire elemental technique. Thunder elemental technique. Lu Ming's heart skipped a beat. He transformed his chaos concept into the fire and thunder concepts. A long spear condensed from flames appeared in his right hand, and a long spear condensed from lightning appeared in his left hand. Buzz! The flaming long spear swept out in all directions with the power to sweep away thousands of troops. Fire and lightning were the nemesis of the netherworld chi. Moreover, the fire and lightning were condensed by the fire origin technique and the thunder origin technique. The power of the two intense was exerted to the extreme, and the power was even more shocking. The flaming spear swept across and the netherworld chi exploded. The saber gleams that were slashing at Lu Ming collapsed one by one. Even the netherworld domain shook violently, as if it would explode at any moment. It's over there. Lu Ming's eyes were fixed on the front. The lightning spear in his left hand shot out like lightning. Ah! A blood-curdling scream came from that place. Then the third Hell Emperor appeared and retreated rapidly. There was a hole in his shoulder, and lightning was flashing through it. Why would I? The masters of the Wang and Jiang families widened their eyes in disbelief. The third emperor of the dead was injured. One of the emperors was injured by Lu Ming. How was this possible? Lu Ming could even injure an emperor. Buzz! Lu Ming cast the wind element art. His body swayed as he approached the third emperor of the dead at high speed and threw a punch. This punch was a fusion of the earth origin technique, fire origin technique, and thunder origin technique. The third emperor of the dead's domain shook violently. It only lasted for one breath before it exploded. The three martial techniques hit the third emperor of the dead, and he screamed as he was sent flying. Half of his body exploded, and his aura became weak. Run, run! There was only one thought in the head of the Wang family, and that was to escape. Lu Ming was too freakish. He was so young, but his combat strength was unimaginably strong. Even the third underworld emperor was no match for him. After exchanging a few blows, he was beaten half to death. If he did not escape, he would die. Wang Shengtan, I've said it. You will die today. Lu Ming's cold voice was heard. He activated the wind element technique and caught up with the master of the Wang family in a few flashes. No, spare me. As death descended upon him, the head of the Wang family broke down. He began to beg bitterly. Supreme martial artist? Face? He didn't want any of that. Compared to his life, these were nothing. Lu Ming looked at the master of the Wang family coldly. There was not a trace of pity in his eyes. Once upon a time, the master of the Wang family was an unparalleled existence in Lu Ming's eyes. He was a supreme being who could kill him with one finger. However, things had changed with the passage of time. Right now, the Wang clan's clan leader was nothing in front of him, and could be easily killed by him. The world was unpredictable. Who could predict it? Lu Ming was growing and growing rapidly. Without realizing it, Lu Ming had become a peak figure in the divine wilderness continent. Those existences that he had to look up to in the past now looked up to him. Let's go. An indifferent voice came out of Lu Ming's mouth. His palm was like a knife and he struck out. No, if I die, you'll die too. The Wang clan's clan leader roared in anger. He knew that he was going to die. Ruthlessness flashed in his eyes, and the aura on his body became violent. He was going to self-destruct. Humph! Shut up! Lu Ming shouted coldly. He exerted force in his palm and a phantom of the prison-suppressing steel flashed, pressing down on the master of the Wang family. The patriarch of the Wang family didn't even have time to scream before he was crushed into pieces and died on the spot. He could not even self-destruct in front of Lu Ming. It's your turn. Lu Ming's gaze shifted to the master of the Jiang family and the master of the Luan family. Back then, during the Battle of Nine Dragons, the masters of the 6 great ancient families had all attacked Lu Ming. Among them, the masters of the Jiang family, the Luan family, and the Wang family had all wanted to kill Lu Ming. Lu Ming had always kept this grudge in his heart. Today he would kill them all. Run, run! The masters of the Jiang family and the Luan family desperately flew up into the sky, because there was an emperor there. However, how fast was Lu Ming's speed? He took a step forward and appeared behind them. Circulating the prison-suppressing heavenly art, he struck out 2 palm strikes in a row. The 2 clan heads were dead. The third Hell Emperor. After killing the 2 clan heads, Lu Ming set his eyes on the third underworld emperor. Chapter 1317 Fighting Two Empresses Alone. The third Emperor of the Dead's expression changed drastically, and he quickly retreated to the sky. Oh! Mountain Breaker Martial Emperor! Attack together! The third Hell Emperor shouted. There was another emperor in the sky. He was an emperor of a dominant force in the central continent. He had joined Yi and attacked the Tianxia Academy with the third Emperor of the Dead. On the surface, the Empyrean Heaven Divine Palace had only sent the two of them this time. Kill! The Mountain Breaker Martial Emperor was a burly man who was more than 3 meters tall. He wielded a broadsword and slashed at Lu Ming. At the same time, the third Underworld Emperor launched an attack on Lu Ming, while he was healing his body. The two sovereigns joined forces to attack Lu Ming. Boom! Boom! Lu Ming threw 2 consecutive punches. His fists were in a state of chaos. This was not the chaos concept, but Lu Ming's martial arts technique that combined 5 types of concepts. The first to bear the brunt were the 2 emperors' domains. The 2 domains covered Lu Ming's entire body and continuously depleted Lu Ming's attacks. Invisible attacks were constantly attacking Lu Ming. Lu Ming's fist force blasted out and the domain trembled continuously. Lu Ming charged into the domain and fought with the 2 emperors. The Mountain Breaker Martial Emperor had a burly figure and was known for his offensive and physical strength. However, after exchanging a single blow with Lu Ming, he was still forced to retreat. If it were not for the third Hell Emperor's help, Lu Ming could have taken the opportunity to defeat the Mountain Breaker Martial Emperor. Even so, Lu Ming still had the upper hand at the beginning of the battle. Lu Ming. That's Lu Ming. A group of people stood in the White Jade Palace of the Tianxia Academy. Among them were figures that Lu Ming was familiar with, such as Kong Xian and Goddess Tanxiang. The Valley of the Medicine Masters, without a sovereign, would find it difficult to protect them Slaviers in this chaotic world. However, the Valley of the Medicine Masters had a good relationship with the Tianxia Academy, so the Valley of the Medicine Masters had long sought refuge with the Tianxia Academy and moved to the Tianxia Academy. It was Kong Xian who had just spoken. His voice was full of disbelief as he stared into the distance. It's Lu Ming. He's not dead. This is amazing. Lu Ming is able to suppress 2 emperors. Fairy Tanxiang's eyes also widened, and her voice was filled with shock. Originally, when the Emperor Heaven Divine Palace launched an attack on the Tianxia Academy, they had already defended for a few days. If this continued, it would be very early for them to be defeated. However, when they discovered that the army of the Empyrean Heaven Divine Palace was in chaos, they thought that it was the heaven-suppressing Divine Army or Ciel Wan of the Northern Plains who had sent reinforcements. In the end, they discovered that there was only one person, a young man. They found out in disbelief that the young man was Lu Ming, the Lu Ming who was said to have died in the Divine Ruins continent. The combat strength that Lu Ming had displayed shocked them even more. He's truly a peerless genius, one of a kind. A white-haired old man beside Kong Xian sighed. This white-haired old man was one of the 2 emperors of Tianxia Academy. Dean, this is a rare opportunity. I think we should rush out and cooperate with Lu Ming to defeat the army of the Empyrean Heaven Divine Palace. Fairy Tanxiang suggested. Wait a moment. The Emperor of the Tianxia Academy muttered. The Ditian Divine Palace will not only send 2 emperors to attack our Tianxia Academy. Perhaps there are more emperors hiding in the dark. Now that Lu Ming has the upper hand, we are not in a hurry to attack. It will not be too late to attack after we have a clear view of the enemy. Kong Xian, Fairy Tanxiang, and the others nodded. Indeed, now that Lu Ming had the upper hand, the ones who should be anxious should be the Empyrean Heaven Divine Palace, not them. If the Empyrean Heaven Divine Palace still had a sovereign hidden in the dark, they would not be able to hold it in for long and would attack. In the north, tens of thousands of miles away, Ciel Wan and the others were hiding in the void, looking into the distance. Even though Lu Ming had defeated Chu Luo before, they could not hide their shock when they saw Lu Ming's combat strength. Ancestor Devil, should we make our move now and annihilate this group of people from the Empyrean Heaven Divine Palace in one fell swoop? Emoyi asked. Wait a minute. There might be experts from the Empyrean Heaven Divine Palace hiding in the dark. We'll act according to the situation, Xiaowan said. Boom, boom, boom. High up in the sky, 3 figures crisscrossed and engaged in an intense battle. Every time they crossed paths, there would be a muffled explosion between the sky and the earth. It was as if the sky and the earth had just been split open and the universe was rumbling. The terrifying fluctuations shook some people's eardrums, causing their bodies to tremble, and they spat out blood. The army of the Empyrean Heaven Divine Palace retreated again and again, distancing themselves from the battlefield. Clang! Lu Ming combined 5 martial arts techniques of creation, and the power was shocking. He threw a punch and hit the saber of the Mountain Breaker Martial Emperor. The Mountain Breaker Martial Emperor's body trembled and he was sent flying. Then Lu Ming turned his left hand and struck down with his palm. The chi of the netherworld rolled and the 3rd Emperor of the Dead was sent flying. Kill! Lu Ming's body was as fast as lightning. In a flash, he rushed toward the 3rd Underworld Emperor. Terrifying attacks poured down on the 3rd Underworld Emperor. The 3rd Emperor of the Dead tried his best, but it was difficult for him to resist. Wherever Lu Ming's fist passed, the netherworld chi was obliterated. The 3rd Emperor of the Dead screamed in pain as his body almost exploded. On the other side, the Mountain Breaker Martial Emperor came to the rescue. Buzz! The lightning cauldron appeared above Lu Ming's head and smashed toward Martial Emperor Mountain Breaker. As Lu Ming's cultivation level increased, the lightning cauldron's power increased when he controlled it. The thunder cauldron collided with the battle saber of Martial Emperor Pashan heavily. Although the thunder cauldron was sent flying away, it had also blocked the attack of Martial Emperor Pashan. That was enough. Kill! Lu Ming charged at the 3rd Emperor of the Dead and threw a punch. The chi of the netherworld exploded, and the 3rd Emperor of the Dead was sent flying with a scream. Half of his body exploded, and his aura weakened. His injuries were even worse. And this was the 3rd Emperor of the Dead. His netherworld body was mysterious and ever-changing. If it had been any other emperor, they would have been more seriously injured after being hit by Lu Ming's attack. Even so, the 3rd Underworld Emperor was still terrified. He turned around and ran. He was afraid. If this went on, he would really be killed by Lu Ming. You can't escape. Lu Ming's eyes were filled with killing intent as he walked toward the 3rd Underworld Emperor. At the same time, he focused his mind and spread his spiritual sense in all directions, as if he was waiting for something. In a few steps, Lu Ming was close to the 3rd Underworld Emperor, and his terrifying attack was about to land on the 3rd Underworld Emperor. Evil beast, you dare! At this moment, a cold voice came from the endless void. As soon as the voice was heard, a golden sword light descended from the sky and cut down on Lu Ming's head. It's dangerous. Facing this golden sword light, Lu Ming's hair stood on end. His heart trembled as he felt a fatal danger. Roar! Without any hesitation, the 9-dragon bloodline emerged. Lu Ming performed the bloodline fusion and transformed into 9 dragons. Boom! Boom! Each of the 9 dragon claws was a fusion of 5 martial techniques of creation, and they were all aimed at the golden sword light. An ear-piercing sound resounded between heaven and earth. The golden sword light was so sharp that it could cut through everything. The attack formed by the 5 martial techniques of creation was broken by the golden sword light one by one. The 9 dragons' body trembled, and they couldn't help but retreat 1,000 miles before they could stabilize themselves. The result was that 3 of the 9 dragon claws were cut off. Fortunately, this was the body of Blood Meridian. Lu Ming circulated the power of Blood Meridian, and his 3 dragon claws were rapidly recovering. Di Hongcheng. What a powerful force. What a terrifying sword chi. Oh, Lu Ming was secretly shocked. He transformed into 9 dragons and performed a martial technique that combined 5 types of concepts. Other than the chaos concept, this was Lu Ming's strongest combat power. However, he still could not withstand it. He was pushed back 1,000 miles by a sword gleam and 3 dragon claws were cut off. The power of the golden sword radiance was truly terrifying. Buzz! In the depths of the sky, a golden light flashed and a figure appeared. It was an old man with thick bone armor and a burly figure. He wore a long golden robe that fluttered in the wind, and his body exuded endless majesty. The golden-robed old man released a terrifying aura, causing the sky to shake. Peak Lever 2 Martial Royal Realm. Lu Ming's heart skipped a beat and his eyes were extremely solemn. The golden-robed old man's cultivation was at the same level as Xiao Wan and Di Yi's martial emperor. He was extremely powerful. There was a huge gap between each level of the martial royal realm. The difference between the second level and the first level of the martial emperor realm was very obvious. It would not be too difficult for a second-level martial emperor to kill a first-level martial emperor. Not to mention the peak of the second-level martial monarch realm. Elder Di Hongcheng, the third underworld emperor and the mountain breaker martial emperor were overjoyed to see the old man. Lu Ming frowned. Xiao Wan had mentioned before that Di suddenly had 2 Peak Lever 2 martial royal realm experts with emperor spiritual weapons. Lu Ming had a lot of questions. It was not easy to find a Peak Lever 2 martial royal realm expert. In the Divine Wilderness continent on the surface, there were only 2 people, Xiao Wan and Di. Where did the 2 people at the peak of the second level of the martial royal realm beside Di come from? Moreover, they both had king spiritual weapons. And now, he knew that one of them had the same surname as Di? What was going on? It was rumored that the Ditian Divine Palace was founded by Martial Emperor Dai. At that time, there was only one Martial Emperor Dai, and no one had heard that he had any clansmen with the same surname. Later on, did Martial Emperor Di have descendants, which led to the Di family? Could this old man be a descendant of Di? That was impossible. This was because Lu Ming felt that the old man was older than Di. Lu Ming had more questions in his heart. He felt that Di was more mysterious than he had imagined. Di Hongcheng stood high up in the sky and looked down at Lu Ming. However, it was not difficult to see that there was a hint of surprise and disbelief in his eyes. He seemed to be in awe of Lu Ming's age and combat ability. So you're Lu Ming. Lu Ming, it's not bad for you to have such cultivation and combat strength at your age. I think you're a talent. Join our Di family. As long as you perform well, the Di family will not treat you badly. Di Hongcheng said in a condescending tone. This wasn't Di Hongcheng's intention. It seemed that he was born with the ability to look down on others. Hee. Lu Ming chuckled but did not answer. He stared at Di Hongcheng and said after a while, "You're not from the Divine Wilderness continent, are you? Or are you not from the continent of the Divine Ruins?" Lu Ming had seen all the paragons in the Divine Ruins continent group, and there was no one with the surname Di. Di Hongcheng was slightly stunned as if he did not expect Lu Ming to suddenly ask this question. Then he sneered, "You don't have to worry about this question. Now just tell me, are you going to surrender or not?" "Surrender? That's fine, but I have a condition. Give me Di's head and I'll surrender." Lu Ming smiled faintly. Impudent. Di Hongcheng's face darkened, and his killing intent bloomed. He said in a cold voice, "Lu Ming, I see that you're quite talented. I wanted to give you a chance but you didn't grasp it. I can only send you on your way." Di Hongcheng clenched his fist in the air, and a golden combat sword condensed in the air. The sword chi soared up into the sky. Slash! Die! Di Hongcheng shouted. He swung his golden sword, and a terrifying sword chi, thousands of miles long, split the sky and went toward Lu Ming. It was even more powerful than the previous one. Chaos! The 9 dragons stomped in the air, and chaos chi filled the air around them. The chaos will was unleashed. In the face of an expert like Di Hongcheng, Lu Ming no longer hid his strength and unleashed it with all his might. Prison Suppressing Heaven Art. Lu Ming used the Prison Suppressing Heaven technique, and a dragon claw swiped at the golden sword radiance. The dragon claw was covered in the chaos concept. Only when the chaos intent was combined with the prison suppressing heavenly art could its power be unleashed to its maximum. Boom! The dragon claw collided with the golden sword radiance. It was as if the entire world was shaking, as if the end of the world had arrived. Half of the sky was filled with golden sword light, while the other half was in chaos. Di Hongcheng and Lu Ming's figures were agitated by an invisible force and they retreated at the same time. How is that possible? The Mountain Breaker Martial Emperor and the Third Hell Emperor were dumbfounded by this scene. They could hardly believe their eyes. Lu Ming had actually blocked Di Hongcheng's attack. Not only that, but they seemed to be on par with each other as they both retreated at the same time. This meant that Lu Ming could compete with Di Hongcheng. Lu Ming had not used his full strength when he was fighting with them. At the thought of this, the two of them felt a chill down their spines. If Lu Ming had used his full strength earlier, they would have been dead for sure. Gulu! Gulu! In the White Jade Palace of the Tianxia Academy, Kong Xian, Goddess Tanxiang, the two emperors of the Tianxia Academy, and other masters all swallowed with difficulty. Their throats moved, and their eyes were wide open as they stared into the distance. AI, the gap between us and Lu Ming is getting bigger and bigger. After a while, Kong Xian sighed, her voice full of helplessness. Lu Ming is not on the same level as us to begin with. He is destined to be more glorious and go further in the future. Fairy Tanxiang's eyes were filled with excitement. Indeed, he is already standing at the peak of the divine wilderness continent at such a young age. I really do not know how high his future achievements will be. An emperor from the Tianxia Academy also sighed. In the northern sky, Xiao Wan and the others were also dumbfounded. This. Sulua's body trembled, and he couldn't say a word. They had thought that Lu Ming's ability to defeat Sulua and crush ordinary sovereigns was already earth-shattering enough. However, they now realized that they had underestimated Lu Ming. Lu Ming could actually fight with a peak Level 2 Martial Royal Realm expert. In other words, Lu Ming's combat strength was already on par with Xiao Wan. Lu Ming. Among the crowd, Yin Kuangtu was the most excited. He clenched his fists tightly and was extremely excited. I didn't misjudge you. Xiao Wan's eyes lit up. He knew that he had made the right bet. Emperor's sword break the world. Di Hongqing's angry voice was heard. He was actually forced to retreat by Lu Ming. This shocked him, but at the same time it aroused his killing intent. The golden sword radiance surged. Di Hong became one with the sword and turned into a dazzling sword radiance, slashing toward Lu Ming. Chapter 1319 Intense Battle. A furious blow from a peak Level 2 Martial Royal Realm expert would definitely be earth-shattering and astonishingly powerful. Oh! The Third Hell Emperor, the mountain-breaking Martial Emperor, was terrified by this sword. They felt that they had no hope of being killed by this sword. Lu Ming. In the White Jade Palace, Kong Xian and the others, as well as Xiao Wan and the others in the north, were also on edge, especially Xiao Wan, who was ready to help at any time. The combat strength of a peak Level 2 Martial Royal Realm is indeed amazing. Lu Ming's eyes narrowed. The 9 dragons twisted their bodies, opened their mouths and roared. The devouring power burst forth, shrouding the front. At the same time, the dragon claws reached out, and the shadow of the prison suppressing steel appeared. Boom! Once again it clashed with the golden sword light, and a terrifying explosion rang out in the sky. The shadow of the prison suppressing steel was destroyed by the golden sword light, but the golden sword light also collapsed. Buzz! Buzz! The 9 dragons and Di Hongqing retreated at the same time. This time Di Hongqing's retreat was shorter, while Lu Ming's retreat was longer. The 9 dragons' bodies trembled slightly, and they were covered with sword marks. The bodies of the 9 dragons glowed with light. Their bodies seemed to no longer be solid, and they seemed illusory. You haven't become an emperor, and you haven't cultivated a spiritual body. There's still a limit to just relying on the power of your bloodline. Let's see how you're going to fight me. Di Hongcheng sneered, his eyes cold. After all, there was a limit to the power of bloodline fusion. The more intense the resistance, the more terrifying the power of bloodline would be consumed. Once the power of bloodline was used up, he could no longer maintain the state of bloodline fusion. He could only wait for his power of bloodline to recover before he could use bloodline fusion again. It was obvious that Lu Ming's power of the 9 dragons, bloodline was about to be exhausted, so the bodies of the 9 dragons were somewhat illusory. This move will kill you. Di Hongcheng stepped forward. And the golden sword light was even more dazzling. Emperor sword breaking the world. Buzz. The golden sword gleam slashed at Lu Ming again, full of murderous intent. Di Hongqing was going to kill Lu Ming with this sword. The bloodline of the 9 dragons burst like a bubble. However, Lu Ming's actual body did not appear. Instead, a stone tablet appeared. It was the prison-suppressing steel. The prison-suppressing steel turned into the size of a mountain, emitting a brilliant light. Below him, the word on the steel shone with a resplendent light. Buzz. The prison-guarding steel was covered in a layer of chaos intent, which made it seem even heavier and more suppressive. The prison-suppressing steel pressed toward the golden sword light. The second divine level 9th rank bloodline. Di Hongqing's eyes narrowed. The bloodline of the prison-suppressing steel clashed with the golden sword radiance. The lower part of the prison-suppressing steel's bloodline was a physical body that was indestructible and firm. The prison-suppressing steel trembled and flew backward. The golden sword light also collapsed instantly. Di Hongqing also retreated rapidly under the impact of the counterattack. This time Di Hongqing retreated even further than Lu Ming. This made Di Hongqing's face turn extremely ugly. The bloodline of the prison-suppressing steel contains the original body. It is indeed more powerful than the bloodline of the 9 dragons. Lu Ming's heart stirred. Buzz. At this moment, Di Hongqing's body seemed to have turned into a golden sword light, breaking through the void and approaching Lu Ming at an extreme speed. Good. Lu Ming's voice came from the prison-guarding steel. The prison-guarding steel glowed and rushed toward Di Hongqing. Clang! Heaven and earth exploded. The 2 figures retreated and then charged together again. Between heaven and earth, only 2 light figures could be seen constantly attacking and fighting. In the sky there were constant explosions. The shockwaves formed by the 2's battle were getting more and more terrifying, causing the onlookers to retreat further and further away. In the blink of an eye, the 2 of them had exchanged more than 10 moves. Although Lu Ming had the upper hand, it was just a slight advantage. He could not win against his opponent in a short time. Damn it! Di Hongqing roared in his heart. He was a peak level 2 martial royal realm expert, but he couldn't even take down a young man in the spiritual god realm. He felt humiliated. Go to hell, Emperor Sword! Suddenly, Di Hongqing roared as a golden combat sword appeared above his head. This combat sword wasn't formed by true essence, but a real combat sword. A real spirit weapon. An emperor spiritual weapon. It was an emperor spiritual weapon. Di Hongqing held the golden combat sword in his hand, and a terrifying sword chi was slashed at Lu Ming. An emperor spiritual weapon. What a terrifying power. Facing this sword, Lu Ming's heart could not help but tremble. The emperor spiritual weapon was the emperor of spiritual weapons. It was originally a weapon used by a peak emperor, and only a peak emperor could fully unleash the power of an emperor spiritual weapon. Supreme martial artists and even low-level emperors could not unleash the full power of an emperor spiritual weapon. Therefore, the higher one's cultivation was, the more powerful the emperor spiritual weapon would be. A second-level martial emperor using an emperor spiritual weapon would naturally be more powerful than a first-level martial emperor. This sword gave Lu Ming a feeling of extreme danger. Power, power! Lu Ming roared in his heart. More energy from his 3rd bloodline surged into his body, filling his heart with killing intent. However, he could not care less at this moment. The power of the 3rd bloodline and the chaos will covered the prison-guarding steel, making it more powerful than ever. Clang! The golden sword light hit the prison-suppressing steel. The steel shook violently and was sent flying like a meteorite, creating a big hole in the space. On it, the chaos will was almost shattered. The prison-suppressing steel kept buzzing and became transparent. One move and the bloodline power of the prison-suppressing steel was about to be exhausted. Di Hongqing's combat strength had skyrocketed with the addition of his king's spiritual weapon. Lu Ming was no match for him at all. Die! Di Hongqing charged at Lu Ming again. Not good attack. In the north, Xiao Wan's expression changed. He took a step forward and traveled 10,000 miles in an instant. Slash! A pitch-black demonic blade appeared in Xiao Wan's hand. Demonic qi shot up into the sky, and the blade radiance sliced through the air. A black blade light cut through the endless void and headed toward Di Hongcheng. An emperor spiritual weapon. The demonic blade in Xiao Wan's hand was also an emperor spiritual weapon. Xiao Wan had created chaos in the world back then, so he naturally had an emperor spiritual weapon. He had hidden it in a secret place and had only taken it out a while ago. Di Hongcheng's expression changed when he saw Xiao Wan's attack. He turned around and slashed his golden sword at Xiao Wan, ignoring Lu Ming. Clang! The two of them exchanged a blow and were evenly matched. Kill! Xiao Wan charged towards Di Hongcheng. Di Hongcheng had no choice but to fight Xiao Wan. Who? Lu Ming let out a long breath. A peak second-level martial emperor with an emperor spiritual weapon was too powerful. Lu Ming was not his match. Kill this bunch of dogs. Kill. At this moment, Yan Kuangtu, Chu Luo, the barbarian emperor and the others had arrived, killing their way into the army of the Empyrean Heaven Divine Palace. Not good. The mountain-breaking martial emperor and the third underworld emperor's expressions changed drastically. There were only two of them and they were completely outmatched. Go to hell. The barbarian emperor had his eyes on the mountain breaker martial emperor, while Tsulua had his eyes on the third underworld emperor. Both of them started fighting. Chapter 1320 Killing Another Emperor. As for Yan Kuangtu and Mo Yi, they slaughtered their way into the army of the Diqian Divine Palace as if they were entering a no-man's land. With a single move, a large number of experts were killed, and large numbers of corpses fell from the sky. Oh, now kill our way out. In the White Jade Palace of the Tianxia Academy, an emperor gave the order. Kill. The cultivators from the Tianxia Academy also rushed out and surrounded the army of the Diqian Divine Palace. Not good, run. Quickly run. The great army of the Empyrean Heaven Divine Palace was defeated in an instant and fled for their lives. They had no choice. The emperors of the Empyrean Heaven Divine Palace were being held back. The Tianxia Academy, Mo Yi, and the others were all emperors. Killing those below the emperor realm was as easy as killing chickens. Even supremes would die with a single slap. Chaos. The army of the Empyrean Heaven Divine Palace was in complete chaos. They only cared about fleeing for their lives. Some supreme martial artists didn't have the heart to continue fighting, and were fleeing frantically. You won't be able to escape. The emperor of the Tianxia Academy had been keeping an eye on these supremes, and they had been killed one by one. This was a one-sided massacre. Blood-qi filled the air, and the battle didn't last long. More than half of the army of the Empyrean Heaven Divine Palace had been killed, and the ground below was covered with corpses. Those who had escaped were those with weak cultivation. No one was interested in killing them. Those with weak cultivation would not affect the overall situation much. There were only 3 battlefields left in the sky above the Tianxia Academy. Xiao Wan fought Di Hongcheng. The barbarian emperor was up against the mountain breaker martial emperor, while Chu Luo was up against the third underworld emperor. Let's end this quickly. Let's attack together. Lu Ming's voice rang out as he charged at the third underworld emperor. Although Lu Ming's power of blood meridian had been exhausted and he could not perform the blood meridian fusion, the power of the chaos will that Lu Ming had cast was still terrifying. Boom! Lu Ming approached the third emperor of the dead and threw a punch. This punch carried the will of chaos and crushed the universe. No! The third emperor of the dead felt a fatal danger. He roared in fear and turned into the chi of the netherworld trying to escape. But under the chaos will, everything was futile. As Lu Ming's fist landed, the third emperor of the dead let out a blood-curdling screech. The netherworld chi was obliterated, and the third emperor of the dead's body reappeared. However, it was already in pieces. His spiritual god had also vanished into thin air under the impact of the punch. Hiss hiss hiss. Tsulua and the other emperors gasped in horror. An ordinary first-level martial royal realm expert was so weak when facing Lu Ming that he was killed by a single punch. Get lost. The mountain-breaking martial emperor was almost scared to death at the sight of this, and he charged forward madly. However, the barbarian emperor blocked his way. Other than the barbarian emperor Mo Yi Yan Kuangtu, and the others had also made their moves, leaving the mountain breaker martial emperor with no way out. After Lu Ming killed the third underworld emperor, he walked toward the mountain breaker martial emperor. The mountain breaker martial emperor was extremely frightened. Di Hongcheng, save me! Martial Emperor Mountain Breaker yelled to Di Hongcheng for help. However, Di Hongcheng couldn't free himself from the battle with Xiao Wan, so he could only protect himself. Xiao Wan had been at the third level of the martial royal realm at his peak. However, he had been suppressed by the prison-suppressing steel for 30,000 years and his essence had been injured, so he could not recover to his peak. However, he had rich combat experience. Although his realm was the same as Di Hongcheng's, he was still more powerful than Di Hongcheng. Di Hongcheng could only protect himself. He couldn't free his divine body to save the mountain breaker martial emperor. If you dare to go against our Di family, you will all die. In the end, Di Hongcheng roared and exchanged a blow with Xiao Wan. Then he turned into a sword light and shot away. He had actually escaped. Xiao Wan didn't pursue him. Although he was slightly stronger than Di Hongcheng, there was a limit to his strength. He couldn't keep Di Hongcheng here. No! Seeing Di Hongcheng running away, Martial Emperor Mountain Breaker shouted in despair. As for Lu Ming, he was already not far away from the Mountain Breaker Martial Emperor, and his cold killing intent enveloped him. Don't kill me! I surrender! I surrender! The mountain-breaking Martial Emperor shouted. He had seen the third underworld emperor's fate clearly. If he didn't surrender, he would die. We can surrender, but give up resisting and let us seal our cultivation, Lu Ming said. Lu Ming did not necessarily have to kill the other party. After all, the other party was a martial royal realm expert. If they surrendered and helped them, it would be beneficial to them. Faced with such a situation, the mountain breaker martial emperor was helpless and could only give up on resisting. He understood that even if he resisted with all his might, he would only be killed in the end. He might as well trust Lu Ming this once. Seal his cultivation, Lu Ming ordered. Immediately, the barbarian emperor, Chu Luo, and Mo Yi joined forces to seal the mountain breaker martial emperor's cultivation base. The battle had finally come to an end. It ended with the Emperor Heaven Divine Palace's defeat. Almost all the experts that were sent here had died in battle. Only Di Hongcheng had escaped, the third underworld emperor had died in battle, and the mountain breaker martial emperor had surrendered. They had suffered heavy losses. Lu Ming, thank you. The two deans of the Tianxia Academy came to Lu Ming and cupped their fists to thank him. You're too kind, deans. Brother Kong Xian and I are friends. How can Lu Ming sit by and do nothing when the Tianxia Academy is in trouble? Lu Ming said. Lu, Brother Lu. Kong Xian and Goddess Tanxiang came together and saluted Lu Ming. They had mixed feelings. He still remembered that not long after the Battle of Providence had ended, Lu Ming had changed his name to Lu Shaoqing and arrived in the central continent. At that time, Lu Ming's combat strength was only about the same as theirs. In fact, his cultivation level was not even as high as theirs. However, it had only been a few years and there were already earth-shattering changes. Lu Ming's cultivation level and combat strength had far surpassed them. He stood at the peak of the divine wilderness continent. They might not be able to catch up to Lu Ming even if they spent their entire lives. Brother Kong Fairy, how have you been? Lu Ming smiled. Then, he looked at the two deans of the Tianxia Academy and said, My two courtyards, the world is in chaos now. What are you planning to do? Sigh, we haven't thought it through yet. A director with a tall figure sighed. In Tianxia Academy, there were those who cultivated the martial path and those who cultivated the inscription path. Of the two deans, one cultivated the martial path and the other cultivated the inscription path. The taller dean cultivated martial arts, while the thinner dean cultivated the Tao of inscription. How about this? Why don't the Tianxia Academy form an alliance with us and head to the northern plains together? This way, our strength will be even stronger, and we will have a greater chance of resisting the Ditian Divine Palace. Lu Ming suggested. The two deans of the Tianxia Academy looked at each other, then cupped their hands together and said, Lu Ming, we have the same intention. That's good, haha. Then let's not delay this any longer. We will set off for Northern Plains now. If we are late, the Emperor Heaven Divine Palace will most likely come. Lu Ming said. Alright, we'll set off immediately. You may enter the White Jade Palace. It's a secret treasure. The tall director said. Alright. Lu Ming nodded and the group flew into the White Jade Palace. Xiao Wan didn't say anything during this process. The alliance between Di and the Xia family. Ever since he saw Lu Ming's combat ability, he had a plan in mind. Oh, in the past he had formed an alliance with Lu Ming because he saw Lu Ming's potential. The condition of the alliance was that Lu Ming would be able to guide him when he joined a major sect in the Yuanlu continent. He had been suppressed for 30,000 years, and all his family and friends had turned into dust. He no longer had any worries about the divine wilderness continent. In his eyes there was only cultivation, and the pursuit of higher martial arts. He had no interest in power. Therefore, after seeing Lu Ming's current combat level, he planned to slowly hand over the power to Lu Ming. He would just assist Lu Ming. Lu Ming had obviously thought of this as well. He glanced at Xiao Wan but did not say anything. Lu Ming now had friends, family, and loved ones. If he wanted to protect these people, he needed power and authority. Since Xiao Wan had intentionally given in, he would not be polite either. The group entered the White Jade Palace. It shone and broke open the space, directly entering the alternate dimension and heading towards Northern Plains. Not long after, Northern Plains, in the sky above the 100 Beasts tribe, the space split open and the White Jade Palace appeared. After a while, the conference hall of the 100 Beasts tribe was filled with people. All the higher-ups of Northern Plains, as well as the experts of Tianxia Academy, were almost all present. Xiao Wan and Lu Ming were still sitting at the very top. Many people looked at Lu Ming with respect and awe. The news of Lu Ming's battle at Tianxia Academy had spread. It was easy for him to defeat a peak second-level martial emperor and kill a first-level martial emperor. This level of combat strength was already at the peak of the divine wilderness continent, looking down on everyone. Moreover, Lu Ming was still so young and his cultivation level was only at the spiritual god stage. No one could predict Lu Ming's future and potential. They looked at Lu Ming with respect and awe. Everyone, we have received news that Di of the Emperor Heaven Divine Palace is going to form an alliance with the Xia family of the ancient Saint dynasty. After everyone was seated, an emperor from the Tianxia Academy announced a shocking piece of news. Everyone gasped when they heard the news. What? The Empyrean Heaven Divine Palace wants to form an alliance with the Xia clan? Is this true? We're in trouble. The discussion hall was instantly in an uproar. It's absolutely true. In a month's time, the two sides will hold an alliance ceremony in the holy city. The burly emperor of the Tianxia Academy said. The scene fell silent again. Everyone frowned, their expressions grave. Now the strongest force in the divine wilderness continent was, without a doubt, the Ditian Divine Palace, led by Di. The Empyrean Heaven Divine Palace gathered the power of the Eastern Barren Territory and the Southern Netherworld. In addition, some of the hegemonic powers of the central continent had also surrendered, and their power was growing stronger and stronger. Most importantly, the Empyrean Heaven Divine Palace had 3 peak experts. They were like 3 huge mountains that weighed down on everyone's hearts. Other than the Empyrean Heaven Divine Palace, the other strongest forces were the Xia family of the ancient sacred dynasty and his allies. There was also the heaven-suppressing divine army and its allies. And then there was their northern plains. Western Desert had always stayed out of it. Not participating in the battle meant that it was excluded. Out of the 4 great powers, the Empyrean Heaven Divine Palace was the strongest. However, the royal Xia clan had a history of over 1 million years. In terms of their foundations, they were definitely the strongest. No one could see through them, and they definitely couldn't be underestimated. Now these two giants were about to join forces. Could the other forces still compete with them? Originally, although the Empyrean Heaven Divine Palace was strong, their foundation was not strong enough, and the number of emperors they had was relatively small. Including DE, there were still 2 experts at the peak of the second level of the martial royal realm, the Southern Underworld's emperor, and some surrendered emperors. There were only a dozen of them. In this regard, the number of emperors from the Xie family and their allies, as well as the heaven-suppressing divine army and their allies, all surpassed that of the Empyrean Heaven Divine Palace. Even in northern plains, the number of emperors added up to more than 10. Although the Empyrean Heaven Divine Palace was powerful at its peak, they didn't have many emperors. The other powers could still contend against them. But now the alliance between the Empyrean Heaven Divine Palace and the Xie clan could make up for this weakness. At that time they would definitely be able to sweep across the world. Be it the heaven-suppressing divine army or northern plains, they would find it hard to contend against them. Thinking of this, everyone's hearts were extremely heavy. Why would the Xie clan and the Empyrean Heaven Divine Palace form an alliance? No one could figure it out. With the current momentum of the Empyrean Heaven Divine Palace, what would happen to the Xie family if they unified the Divine Wilderness? There must be an unknown transaction in this. What should we do now? Someone asked. The scene was silent and no one spoke. Even Xiao Wan and Lu Ming were frowning. Let's talk about our own opinions and discuss it. Lu Ming spoke after a while. That's right, tell me, Xiao Wan said. Everyone chimed in, expressing their own opinions. Some people suggested taking the initiative to attack one side and fight with them to break the alliance. However, there were people who immediately rebutted. The strength of the Empyrean Heaven Divine Palace was extremely strong, and those 3 peak experts were unrivaled. It wasn't a wise decision to attack the Empyrean Heaven Divine Palace. As for the Xie family, they were in charge of the Holy City and had a deep foundation. The Holy City had never been breached before, so it was very dangerous to attack the Xie family. These people advocated defense and held fast to northern plains. Everyone spoke one after another. They argued until they finally reached a consensus to defend northern plains and raise their strength. Their hopes were on Xiao Wan and Lu Ming. Xiao Wan was originally a Level 3 martial royal realm expert. He had only been injured to the core and needed time to recover. If they held their ground and did not come out, the situation would change when Xiao Wan recovered to the 3rd level of the martial royal realm. They would have the upper hand in terms of peak combat strength. The other person was Lu Ming. Lu Ming was still young and his cultivation level was only at the perfected spiritual god realm. If Lu Ming's cultivation level were to improve further, he would become even stronger and be able to change the outcome of the battle. Therefore, the final result of the discussion was to hold on, wait, and improve their strength. Lu Ming did not object to this. What he lacked now was time. As long as he had time, the pure spirit body would improve every day, and his strength would become stronger and stronger. Furthermore, if he broke through to the supreme level, his chaos intent would transform into the early stage of the chaos domain. His combat strength would increase dramatically, and he would not be afraid even if he faced a peak Level 2 martial royal realm expert with an emperor spiritual weapon. In the end, Lu Ming and Xiao Wan finalized this plan. That's right, Big Brother Yan. At this moment, Lu Ming's gaze turned to Yan Kuangtu. Senior by Shijin, where are Senior Du Songjue and the others? Why haven't I seen him? Logically speaking, with Lu Ming's return and such a major event happening in the Divine Wilderness continent, by Shijin, Du Songjue and the rest would definitely take the inter-territory teleportation array to come and discuss matters. However, ever since Lu Ming returned, they had not been seen. After Lu Ming spoke, Yan Kuangtu's expression changed. His gaze was complicated, and he hesitated to speak. Lu Ming's heart skipped a beat. He had a bad feeling. Sure enough, when Lu Ming's gaze swept across Xiao Wan, the barbarian emperor, Chu Luo, and the others, he saw that they had complicated looks in their eyes and did not dare to look him in the eye. Lu Ming's bad premonition grew stronger. Chapter 1322 Shocking News. bringing forward the decisive battle. Big brother Yan, what's going on? Oh. Lu Ming looked at Yan Kuangtu and emphasized his words. His eyes were bright as he stared at Yan Kuangtu. Yan Kuangtu's expression changed. Finally, he let out a long sigh and said, Lu Ming, I didn't want to tell you at first, but since your combat strength has already reached such a level, there's no harm in telling you. The yin and yang formation of the Talisman Amulet sect has been broken by Martial Emperor Di. What? Yan Kuangtu's words were like thunder, ringing in Lu Ming's heart. When Lu Ming returned, he heard a series of important news. Then, he heard that the Tianxia Academy was attacked. He immediately rushed to the Tianxia Academy and did not have time to ask about the Talisman Amulet sect. He did not expect such an unforeseen event to happen. In Lu Ming's subconscious mind, the Talisman Amulet sect could still hold on for a while. Therefore, Lu Ming did not ask much about it. A few months ago, Martial Emperor Di attacked. The first one was the Myriad Demon Valley, which was easily destroyed. The second one was the Talisman sect. Although the Talisman Amulet sect's yin and yang formation was powerful and could block Di alone, the yin and yang formation could not block Di, and the other two peak lever 2 Martial Royal Realm expert attacks together with the king's spiritual weapon. At that time by Shijin Du Songjue Master, and the others controlled the yin and yang formation in order to stall for time so that the others could move. In the end, most of the people moved to northern plains, but Master by Shijin and the others fell into Di's hands. Yan Kuangtu explained in detail. Most of the Talisman Amulet sect's disciples, Lu Ming's parents Hua Qi, and the others had all been transferred to the northern plains through the inter-territory teleportation array. However, the 9 Sons Supreme by Shijin Du Songjue and the other higher-ups were in Di's hands. General Lu, you don't have to worry too much. Since Di didn't do anything at that time and kept them alive, I don't think he will kill them so quickly. Someone spoke and persuaded Lu Ming. Indeed, I didn't kill them but kept them alive. They must be useful. They shouldn't be in danger for the time being. The others also advised. At this moment, many people's expressions changed, and a jade voice transmission talisman appeared in their hands. There must have been some important news, as some of the higher-ups had received the news at the same time. They all sent their holy senses to the jade voice transmission talismans. How did this happen? Yan Kuangtu saw the jade talisman and exclaimed. He was too excited to suppress the Zhen Yuan in his body. A powerful aura burst out from his body, and a layer of burning flame spread out from his body, causing the temperature in the hall to rise sharply. Damn it! Detestable! The others also began to roar in rage, their faces extremely unsightly, including Xiao Wan and the other emperors. What is it? What's going on? Lu Ming's eyes swept across the room and he had a bad feeling. He had just returned, so naturally, no one had sent him any news. General Lu. Many people looked at Lu Ming, wanting to say something but stopped. Lu Ming. Yan Kuangtu clenched his fists tightly. His eyes were red with anger. His body was trembling in anger. What's going on? Speak. Lu Ming shouted angrily. His eyes were like lightning, and his body emitted a powerful aura. But everyone looked at each other and still no one spoke. I'll see for myself. Lu Ming moved and pounced on one of the Supreme Beings. The Supreme Being could not resist at all, and the voice transmission jade talisman in his hand was snatched away by Lu Ming. Oh! After Lu Ming scanned the contents of the voice transmission jade talisman with his spiritual senses, his expression changed drastically. He became extremely ugly and a cold murderous intent burst out from his body. DCF family. Lu Ming spat out these words. They were so cold that they sent chills down one's spine. There was only one message in the jade talisman. Just now, the Xie clan and the Emperor Heaven Divine Palace of the ancient Saint Dynasty had sent out a joint message. A month later, the Xie clan and the Emperor Heaven Divine Palace would hold an alliance ceremony in the sacred city. At that time they would kill the rebels including Xia Zhiyang by Shijin and Du Songjue, and use their blood as a sacrifice. The short message made Lu Ming's killing intent reach its peak. Everyone's gaze fell on Lu Ming. Everyone knew that Lu Ming was the Zongzi of the Talisman Amulet sect, and had a close relationship with the Nine Sons Supreme. Lu Ming would definitely not sit by and do nothing. The of the Xie family in that case kill him. After uttering the last word, Lu Ming's body burst with a strong fighting spirit. His gaze seemed to penetrate the void and look at the holy city hundreds of millions of miles away. Lu Ming, you want to go to the holy city? Don't be impulsive. This must be a scheme of Di and the Xie family. During the battle at the Tianxia Academy, Di must have known your combat power. He was afraid of you, so he spread this news. His purpose is to lure you to the sacred city and then kill you. You can't be fooled. Xiaowan hurriedly said. In that case, I'll do as they wish. I'll make a trip to the holy city in a month. Lu Ming's eyes were cold. You can't, General Lu. With our current strength, we're no match for the Emperor Heaven Divine Palace and the Xie family. That's right. Moreover, it's in the holy city, which is even more dangerous. The others persuaded Lu Ming one after another. The holy city in a month's time was undoubtedly a dragon's pool and a tiger's denver. It would be extremely dangerous to head there. It's not impossible to fight. I wanted to wait for a while to make more preparations, but since that's the case, let's bring forward the decisive battle. Lu Ming's voice was cold and his eyes were filled with determination. He had to save Nine Sons Supreme by Shijin Du Songjue and the others. Otherwise, what was the point of killing De and the others in the future? At this moment, outside the Tianxia Academy's Wanxiang Jade Wall, the space suddenly rippled. Then a figure stepped out of the space. If someone saw this, they would definitely exclaim. It was because he was Lu Ming. To be more precise, he was Lu Ming's second body. Lu Ming's second body had received the inheritance of the mysterious Sky Saint, and had been cultivating the Tao of Inscription. Now Lu Ming had finally summoned it. Xie family, let's fight. Lu Ming whispered, his eyes cold. He took a step forward and the space cracked automatically. He then disappeared. 100 Beast Tribe Meeting Hall. Bring forward the decisive battle. General Lu, you can't do that. We're not strong enough. Yes, we can't stop Di and the two Lever 2 Martial Royal Realm experts. General Lu, we need to plan this carefully. The others persuaded Lu Ming one after another. Most importantly, Di and the two Peak Lever 2 Martial Royal Realm experts both had king spiritual weapons. They were so powerful that ordinary kings could only be killed by them. How could it be blocked? A month later, all these experts would definitely be present in the holy city. They were waiting for Lu Ming. It would be unwise to fight a decisive battle with the other party at this moment. Lu Ming raised his hand and the hall fell silent. Since I'm going, I'll fight a battle that I'm confident in. Since I'm going to save people, how can I, Lu Ming, sacrifice your lives for nothing? Let's go, Lu Ming said. His glabella lit up and a figure appeared beside him, exuding a vast aura. Lu Ming's trump card. Greetings, young master. Oh. The figure saluted Lu Ming as soon as it appeared. An emperor. This is the sea-suppressing divine ape? It's indeed the sea-suppressing divine ape. In the hall there was a sound. Lu Ming was actually followed by an emperor and a sea-suppressing divine ape. From the looks of it, the sea-suppressing divine ape was very respectful beside Lu Ming. It was obvious that it had been subdued by Lu Ming. Although the crowd was amazed that even an existence like the sea-suppressing divine ape had been subdued by Lu Ming, the appearance of the sea-suppressing divine ape could not change the outcome of the battle. The sea-suppressing divine ape was only equivalent to an ordinary emperor. Lu Ming smiled faintly. His glabella glowed again and another figure appeared beside him. This time Tu Qian appeared. Everyone's gaze landed on Tu Qian. Boom! A terrifying aura burst out from Tu Qian's body. This is a puppet? It's really a puppet. What a terrifying aura. It's equivalent to the peak of Lever 2 Martial Royal Realm. Heavens, it's really. The strength of his aura isn't any weaker than the chaotic Sky Emperor's. Tu Qian's appearance caused the entire place to go into an uproar. Everyone was shocked. When everyone looked at Lu Ming, the respect in their eyes grew. Not only was Lu Ming's combat strength strong, but he also had such a powerful expert by his side. When they added up, his strength was terrifying. He's Tu Qian. Everyone can see that he's a puppet with a cultivation equivalent to the peak of the second-level martial royal realm. He's strong enough to resist an expert at the peak of the second-level martial royal realm, Lu Ming said. But the other party has an emperor spiritual weapon, someone said. Who said he doesn't have any? Lu Ming smiled. His palm glowed and a huge axe appeared in his hand. He then flew towards Tu Qian. This, an emperor spiritual weapon. Some people's eyes almost popped out of their sockets. Lu Ming's methods were endless. First, he had experts like the sea-suppressing divine ape and Tu Qian. Now, he could even take out an emperor spiritual weapon. Some of them knew that the emperor spirit tower in Yan Kuangtu's hands belonged to Lu Ming. Now Lu Ming had taken out another emperor spiritual weapon. Many people had nothing to say. It was normal for something unbelievable to happen to Lu Ming. Lu Ming, Tu Qian can deal with a second-level martial emperor expert. I can deal with one, but there's still one left, he said. Xiao Wan spoke, his eyes still somewhat grave. Leave the other one to me, Lu Ming said, his voice full of confidence. You? Xiao Wan was slightly taken aback. The others were stunned as well. Although Lu Ming was strong and not weaker than a peak second-level martial emperor, he was no match for the other party after he had an emperor spiritual weapon. Moreover, it was obvious that Lu Ming did not have a suitable emperor spiritual weapon. An emperor spiritual weapon had to be compatible with one's attribute in order to unleash its power. Most importantly, even if Lu Ming had a suitable emperor spiritual weapon, it would be useless. The reason why the emperor spiritual weapon was so powerful was that the user had activated the domain in it. In order to activate the domain of an emperor spiritual weapon, one had to at least comprehend the early stage of the domain. Lu Ming's cultivation had not reached the supreme level, so even if he had a suitable emperor spiritual weapon, he would not be able to unleash its power. Then how could Lu Ming block a peak level 2 martial royal realm expert? At this moment, Lu Ming raised his head and looked in the direction of the door. Buzz! At the entrance, a figure suddenly appeared. It was a young man with a slender figure and a handsome face. He was wearing a white robe with strange patterns. He had an ethereal temperament like a god. Lu? General Lu? What's going on? Most of the people were stunned as they looked at the figure at the gate. That's right. At the entrance was Lu Ming's Minglian clone. Everyone's spiritual sense swept over Minglian's body, and they were even more shocked. That was because the aura of the Minglian clone was exactly the same as Lu Ming's. They were clearly the same person. Other than Yan Kuangtu and a few others, everyone else had a dumbstruck expression. Why were there two Lu Mings? Moreover, Lu Ming's aura was too shocking. A vast pressure filled the hall and put everyone under great pressure. An emperor, this was the pressure of an emperor. That's right, Lu Ming's inscription clone had received the inheritance of the mysterious sky saint. After cultivating hard every day, he had finally broken through to a 9th-level inscription master not long ago and became an emperor. The Minglian clone had just broken through not long ago. Lu Ming had planned to let the Minglian clone stabilize for a while, but now he had no choice but to recall the clone in advance. He's me, I'm him. Lu Ming's main body smiled. The clone nodded at Lu Ming and took a step forward. Its body shrunk rapidly and rushed into the space between Lu Ming's eyebrows. It sat cross-legged in Lu Ming's sea of consciousness. Many people were flabbergasted and had yet to react. Could this be Lu Ming's clone? Lu Ming actually had a clone that was equivalent to an emperor. Lu Ming was becoming more and more mysterious in everyone's hearts. Leave the other peak level 2 martial royal realm expert to me, Lu Ming said. However, Xiao Wan and the others still looked solemn. Lu Ming. The holy city is the Xie family's base camp. They have a deep and unfathomable foundation. No one knows what tricks they have up their sleeves, but according to my speculation, there will definitely be a lot of king's spiritual weapons. There might even be people at the peak of the 2nd-level martial emperor realm. Xiao Wan said. 30,000 years ago, Xiao Wan had fought against the Xie clan, so he was well aware of the Xie clan's methods. Back then, Xiao Wan had swept across the world with his cultivation at the peak of the third-level martial royal realm. No one could defeat him. However, he was still suppressed by the Xie family in the end. Although the Xie family seemed to have declined, they could not be underestimated. Lu Ming nodded. This battle was of utmost importance. It concerned everyone's lives and the future of the divine wilderness continent. It had to be taken seriously. Moreover, even if we're not weak in terms of high-end combat strength, there are many emperors when the Xie family and the Empyrean Heaven Divine Palace join forces. We're no match for them in this aspect, Xiao Wan said. The others also fell into deep thought. That was indeed the case. Their overall combat strength was still far from that of the Xie clan and the Empyrean Heaven Divine Palace. In terms of high-end combat strength, I still have a trump card. It's not a problem for me to fight against 2 peak level 2 martial royal realm experts. As for overall strength, we need to find allies. Don't forget that the heaven-suppressing divine army is more anxious than us. Lu Ming smiled and seemed to be very confident. Xiao Wan's eyes lit up. That's right. If that's the case, we'll have a chance with the heaven-suppressing divine army. All right, Lu Ming. I'll go with you to the heaven-suppressing divine army after a while. We'll decide the outcome of this battle with one battle. We will definitely win this battle. Lu Ming's confident voice was heard. We will definitely win. The others were infected and also shouted. Next, they discussed some specific details. After half a day, the crowd dispersed. The divine wilderness trembled, seeing Fatty again. After the meeting ended, Lu Ming immediately went to meet his parents, Lu Yuntian and Li Ping. Oh, the people who had retreated from the Talisman sect were all settled in the 100 Beasts tribe. Naturally, Lu Yuntian and Li Ping were overjoyed to see Lu Ming. Li Ping's tears were flowing uncontrollably. When the experts of the Gate of God came and announced Lu Ming's death, Lu Yuntian and Li Ping naturally heard the news as well. It was as if they had been struck by lightning, and the 2 old men almost could not take it. However, they had a feeling that Lu Ming was not dead. He should still be alive. Indeed, they had heard the news that Lu Ming had returned, and that his cultivation had reached an unbelievable level. He could stand shoulder to shoulder with the top experts of the divine wilderness continent. The old couple was extremely confident and excited. Lu Ming heaved a sigh of relief when he saw that the 2 elders were fine. He chatted with them for a long time before he bade them farewell and left. In a secret room, Lu Ming's main body and secondary body sat opposite each other. Lu Ming's main body waved his hand and various mystical materials flew out. Fire spiritual root, Emperor's bloodstone, Earth Emperor essence. They were all spirit herbs and rare treasures for refining nirvana pills. Lu Ming planned to let his second body refine the nirvana pill. Lu Ming had already collected all the supplementary spiritual herbs for the nirvana elixir. The most difficult ones to collect were the 7 main spiritual materials. When he was in the continent of the divine ruins, Lu Ming had already collected 6 of them. He was still short of the last one, the 8-pointed frozen grass. However, he did not expect that during the fight for the pure spirit body, Lu Ming would kill the purple and golden-robed elder from the sea-suppressing marshal's residence and find an 8-pointed frozen grass in his storage ring. With that, he had gathered all the 7 main spiritual ingredients and could start making the nirvana elixir. Ming Lian waved his hand and a pill furnace appeared. Then all the materials for the nirvana pill flew towards him. Lu Ming's main body moved and appeared at the side. He sat cross-legged, closed his eyes, and began to cultivate. As his fingers moved rapidly, countless inscriptions appeared and wrapped all the mystical materials. He began to refine the body. The profound sky saint was a being who had become a saint through the Tao of inscription. He had profound attainments in formations, refining weapons, and alchemy. Lu Ming had obtained the inheritance of the profound sky saint and became an emperor. Naturally, his alchemy skills were also profound. The golden flames of inscription appeared and wrapped around the various mystical materials, and the process began. In the blink of an eye, 3 days had passed. In these 3 days, the entire divine wilderness continent was in an uproar because of the 2 pieces of news. On the first day, Lu Ming, the unparalleled genius who was said to have died in the divine ruins, returned. The moment he returned, he participated in the Battle of Tianxia Academy. In this battle, Lu Ming had displayed shocking combat strength. With his spiritual god realm cultivation, he could easily kill an emperor and fight with a peak level 2 martial royal realm expert. This news was like a magnitude 10 earthquake, causing a huge wave. In the divine wilderness continent, countless cultivators were dumbfounded. They could not believe it. Then another piece of news came out. The Empyrean Heaven Divine Palace would form an alliance with the ancient Saint Dynasty Xie clan in the Sacred City, a month later. At that time they would kill Supreme Nine Sons by Shurjin and the others and use their blood as a sacrifice to the flag. Once this news spread, it also caused 1,000 waves. Some people who knew the inside story could even see that something was unusual. The Nine Sons Supreme by Shurjin and the others had a close relationship with Lu Ming. Since the Emperor Heaven Divine Palace and the Xie family had spread this news at this time, it was obviously related to Lu Ming. Some people speculated that this move was most likely to lure Lu Ming to the Holy City and then kill him. This was an open conspiracy, not a conspiracy. Even if the whole world knew the motive of the Empyrean Heaven Divine Palace and the Xie family, Lu Ming still had to go if he had to, unless he didn't care about the life and death of Nine Sons Supreme and the others. It looks like the divine wilderness continent is about to change. There's going to be an earth-shattering battle in the Holy City. Someone sighed, paying attention to the situation. At this moment, Lu Ming received a voice transmission that someone was paying him a visit. Lu Ming came out of the secret chamber to meet the people who had come to visit him. They were Bai Qixue, Huanzhan Jimai, and the other paragons of the Talisman sect. Your subordinate greets you, Zongzi. As soon as they saw Lu Ming, Huanzhan, Bai Qixue, and the others, they bowed their heads and bowed respectfully. Qixue, brother Huan, what are you doing? We're all friends, there's no need to be so polite. Lu Ming waved his hand and an invisible force lifted Huanzhan and the rest, making them unable to bow down. The few of them had complicated feelings. They knew that Lu Ming's current cultivation level had far surpassed theirs. The gap between them was huge. Among them, Huanzhan, who had the strongest cultivation, was only a level 7 alchemist. He had yet to break through to level 8. Bai Qixue had received the inheritance of a level 9 alchemist and had made great progress in the past few years. However, she was still not as good as Huanzhan. Lu Ming, we're here to beg you. You have to save Master and the others. Bai Qixue's eyes were filled with tears, and her face looked miserable. Sai, Lu Ming, we're useless. We can't save Master and the rest. We can only rely on you now. Huanzhan sighed. Ever since the news that the Empyrean Heaven Divine Palace and the Xie family had formed an alliance to kill Bai Shurjin and the others spread, Huanzhan, Bai Qixue, and the others had panicked. At this critical moment they could only think of Lu Ming. That was why they had come to find him together. Although they knew that it would be dangerous to save Bai Shurjin and the others, they had no choice. Qixue, brother Huan, don't worry. Lu Ming is greatly indebted to all the seniors. He will definitely not let anything happen to them. Lu Ming said with a determined look. Lu Ming's words seemed to be infectious. Bai Qixue and the others' anxious hearts calmed down a little. Soon Bai Qixue and the others left. Before leaving, Bai Qixue cast a glance at Lu Ming. Her heart was filled with complicated feelings. She used to have some feelings for Lu Ming, but now the distance between them was extremely far apart. They were people from 2 completely different worlds. She could only bury those feelings deep in her heart. After Bai Qixue and the rest left, Lu Ming received news that someone had come to visit him. Fatty Tingting, Senior Mo Tian. To Lu Ming's surprise, Fatty Kongjin, Ruan Tingting, and the Devil Sky King were the ones who came. Lu Ming was overjoyed. Ever since the War of Providence ended and Fatty and Ruan Tingting left with the Devil Sky Emperor to cultivate, there had been no news from them for many years. Lu Ming did not expect that Fatty and the rest would come here to look for him. Ha ha ha, Lu Ming, long time no see. I really missed you. Upon seeing Lu Ming, The fatty laughed and gave Lu Ming a bear hug. "Fatty, your figure is even more well developed," Lu Ming said with a smile. Fatty's figure was indeed fatter than before. "Ha ha ha." Fatty laughed awkwardly. "Lu Ming, you're amazing now. You can even kill an emperor. The gap between us is getting bigger and bigger." Fatty quickly changed the topic. "You're not bad either." Lu Ming punched the fatty. After not seeing each other for a few years, Fatty had also made great progress. He had already reached the 5th level of the spiritual god realm. His progress could be said to be divine. One had to know that Fatty had only awakened an 8th level divine rank bloodline. Lu Ming then greeted Ruan Tingting and the Devil Sky King. "Oh right, Fatty, where have you been all these years?" Lu Ming asked. Nirvana pill complete. We followed Master to the ocean. Oh. Following that, Fatty gave a rough account of his experiences over the years. Back then, after the Battle of Providence had ended, they had followed the demonic Sky Sovereign overseas to cultivate. Fatty had already obtained some fortuitous encounters in the Battle of Providence. In addition, he had also obtained some fortuitous encounters overseas. Over the years, his cultivation had advanced by leaps and bounds, reaching the 5th level of the spiritual god realm. His rate of improvement was even faster than many of the heaven's favorites, who had awakened to the 9th level of the divine level. Even Ruan Tingting had barely reached the peak of the spirit embryo realm. This time, when they returned, they realized that the divine wilderness continent had been completely transformed. Moreover, they had also heard the news about Lu Ming and the alliance between the Empyrean Heaven Divine Palace and the Xia family. They deduced that Lu Ming would definitely have a battle with the Empyrean Heaven Divine Palace and the Xia family. Therefore, they rushed over to help Lu Ming. Lu Ming was very touched. He immediately arranged for the fatty, the Devil Sky King, and the rest to stay in their rooms. The addition of the demonic Sky Sovereign meant that they had one more sovereign on their side, which was a great help. Then Lu Ming returned to the secret alchemy room. In the blink of an eye, another 3 days had passed. The Nirvana pill was finally about to be successfully refined. Lu Ming's main body ended its cultivation and opened his eyes. A strong medicinal fragrance came out of the pill furnace. "Open." After a while, he lightly drank it and opened the pill furnace. An even stronger medicinal fragrance rushed out. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The moment the pill furnace was opened, 9 milky white rays of light flew out from it. "Collect." The second body waved his hand, and dense runes appeared in the sky, wrapping around the 9 rays of light. Within the light, there were 9 milky white pills with strange patterns on them. The pill danced within the inscriptions as if it had a mind of its own. The second body took out a jade bottle and put away all 9 pills. It was a success. The Nirvana elixir had been successfully refined. Lu Ming was overjoyed to have obtained a total of 9 Nirvana elixir. Although the Nirvana elixir was of no use to him, it was a priceless treasure to other martialists who had not awakened a 9th-level divine bloodline. Buzz. The second body entered the main body's glabella and disappeared. Lu Ming kept the Nirvana pills and left the secret chamber. Not long after, Lu Ming invited Yan Kuangtu and Fatty Kong Jin to his residence. "Lu Ming, what good news do you have for me?" he asked. The fatty's small eyes were spinning. Lu Ming smiled. He had not seen this guy for a few years. He had not changed at all. "This time there's indeed something good." Lu Ming smiled and a jade bottle appeared. 2 Nirvana pills flew out from the bottle and flew to Fatty and Yan Kuangtu. As soon as the two of them smelled the medicinal fragrance of the Nirvana pill, they knew that it was definitely not an ordinary pill. They quickly wrapped it with their true qi and grabbed it. "Lu Ming, what kind of pill is this?" Yan Kuangtu asked curiously. "This pill is called the Nirvana pill. After consuming it, it will allow one's bloodline to achieve nirvana. There is a certain chance that it can raise one's bloodline by 1 or even 2 levels. Lu Ming explained. "What?" Yan Kuangtu and Fatty were completely stunned. It could actually allow one's bloodline to achieve nirvana and increase in level. This This was too heaven-defying, right? Their hearts were beating fast. Both of their bloodlines were at the 8th level of the divine level. Although they seemed to be of a very high level, they were in fact not perfect. Only a 9th-ranked divine level expert would have a perfect bloodline. In the great sects of the Yuan continent, the minimum requirement for recruiting disciples was to awaken a 9th-level divine bloodline. The two of them naturally yearned for 9th-level divine level bloodlines. However, bloodlines were inborn. Unless they were like Lu Ming, who had awakened the heaven-defying 9-dragon bloodline, it would be difficult for them to improve. But now the pill in their hands could improve their bloodline, and their breathing became heavier. Lu Ming, this pill is too precious. Yan Kuangtu took a deep breath and was the first to calm down. He looked at Lu Ming and said, "Big brother Yan, just accept it. The nirvana pill will be the most useful for you." Lu Ming smiled. "That's good." Yan Kuangtu wasn't a wishy-washy person, so he immediately put them away. Kong Jin, on the other hand, wasn't polite at all. Most importantly, the nirvana elixir was too useful for them. Once their bloodline reached divine level 9, it would not be difficult for them to break through to the emperor level. There were only 9 nirvana pills. Lu Ming only planned to give them to Yan Kuangtu and Fatty for the time being. This was because their bloodlines were the closest to the 9th level of the divine level, so they were the most useful. Lu Ming wanted to give the rest to Lu Yuntian. Lu Ming also wanted to help Li Ping cultivate martial arts. Only by cultivating martial arts could one's lifespan be extended, and Li Ping could live for a longer time. Although Li Ping did not have the talent for cultivation and she was old, it was not a problem for Lu Ming with his current means. With the help of the nirvana elixir and the awakening of Li Ping's bloodline, it would not be a problem for her to cultivate to the martial king realm, or even the spirit ocean realm. Also, his 2 in-name disciples, Zhuang Shaoshan and Zhuang Xiaorou. Ever since he had taken them in as his disciples, Lu Ming had not taught them well. As their master, Lu Ming was not very responsible. Therefore, he had to leave 2 nirvana pills for them. In that case, there were only 3 nirvana pills left. Lu Ming planned to keep them for now. Also, here's a secret technique that's suitable for you. 2 jade tokens flew out of Lu Ming's hands and flew towards Yan Kuangtu and the fatty. After the 2 of them took a look, they were stunned again. Their eyes widened and their mouths opened so wide that they could swallow 2 duck eggs. They were shocked. They were too shocked. This was because the secret skill in the jade token was the cultivation method for a pure spirit body. Lu Ming made a few copies. There's actually such a profound secret technique in the world. Yan Kuangtu sighed, and at the same time he was moved. He had been stuck at the supreme level for many years. Now that he had the nirvana elixir in the pure spirit body, he was confident that he could break through to the emperor realm in less than a year. Haha, Lu Ming, you're my lucky star. The fat man did not stand on ceremony and quickly kept the pure spirit body cultivation method. Lu Ming, thank you. Yan Kuangtu cupped his fists at Lu Ming solemnly. Big brother Yan, with our relationship, there's no need to thank me. Lu Ming smiled. After Yan Kuangtu and Fatty left, Lu Ming began to cultivate in seclusion with all his might. It was getting closer and closer to the 1-month deadline. Lu Ming wanted to improve his abilities as much as possible during this period of time. Only a pure spirit body could increase his strength in a short time. Therefore, Lu Ming put all his effort into cultivating the pure spirit body. A huge amount of raw gemstones were refined by Lu Ming and turned into the strength of his physical body. Finally, after half a month, the pure spirit body made another breakthrough and reached 60%. Lu Ming's ability would increase with every 10% increase in his strength. At this time, there was still a week left before the 1-month deadline. I should go to the heaven-suppressing divine army. Lu Ming took a step out of the secret cultivation room. Not long after, Lu Ming and Xiao Wan broke through the void and left the 100 Beasts tribe. Chapter 1326 Heaven-Suppressing Divine Army. In Central Continent near Northern Plains there was a vast mountain range. This was where the Heaven-Suppressing Divine Army was located. The headquarters of the heaven-suppressing divine army was not originally here, but in the battle a few months ago, the headquarters of the heaven-suppressing divine army was defeated by the joint forces of the Empyrean Heaven Divine Palace and the Xia family. They suffered heavy losses and could only retreat to this place. In front of them there were mountains that looked like divine swords. They rose from the ground and formed a barrier. It was obvious that these mountains were pulled up from the ground by a peerless expert. Between each sword-shaped mountain peak, there were huge chains that connected them. On the chains and the mountain peaks, there were dense inscriptions. There were a few huge arrow towers on the peak of each mountain, and there were powerhouses guarding the towers. This kind of arrow tower was not an ordinary one. It needed a raw stone as a foundation, and was activated by a martial arts master. When combined with a large array, it was extremely powerful and could even kill a spiritual god realm master. The space outside the sword-shaped mountain cracked open, and two figures appeared. The heaven-suppressing divine army is indeed not simple. They can build such a huge project in just a few months. Lu Ming looked ahead and sighed. The heaven-suppressing divine army has been fighting against the Xia family for tens of thousands of years. They must have their own reasons, Xiaowan said. Who is it? At this moment, an explosive shout came from the sword-shaped mountain peak. Then the air was torn apart. A few figures appeared in front of Xiaowan and Lu Ming, exuding a powerful aura. Paragon. Lu Ming's heart skipped a beat. The three figures that appeared were all supremes, and their powerful auras locked onto Lu Ming and Xiaowan. You are the chaotic heavens divine warrior Xiaowan. The three men's expressions changed drastically upon seeing Xiaoluan, and they cried out in alarm. I have something to discuss with the 100 Battles Martial Emperor. Please inform him, Xiaowan said. Yes, please wait a moment. In the face of an overlord like Xiaowan, the supreme martial artists did not dare to show the slightest neglect. They quickly took out their voice transmission jade talismans and sent out a message. Buzz, buzz, buzz. In the time it took to brew a cup of tea, a few beams of light shot out from the depths of the sword-shaped mountain peak and appeared in front of Lu Ming and the others. Their auras were vast and unpredictable. They were all emperors. The person in the lead had an even more vast and powerful aura, far stronger than an ordinary martial emperor. It was the Baijian martial emperor that Lu Ming had met before. Haha, brother Xia, what brings you here? The warring martial emperor laughed and looked at Xiaowan. Then he shifted his gaze away from Xiaowan and looked at Lu Ming. Then his face changed and he said, You, Lu Ming? His words shocked the other members of the heaven-suppressing divine army. The young man in front of him was Lu Ming. Now Lu Ming's reputation was like the sun in the sky. At such a young age, he was able to kill an emperor and battle a peak level 2 martial royal realm expert. Such a prodigy had never appeared in the divine wilderness continent since ancient times. Lu Ming's current combat strength was already at the peak of the divine wilderness continent. He was the overlord of a region. How could the people of the heaven-suppressing divine army not be shocked? Junior Lu Ming greets the 100 Battles Martial Emperor. Lu Ming cupped his fists slightly. You're welcome, you're welcome. Little brother Lu, you're welcome. The Battle Martial Emperor quickly waved his hand and continued. It's rare for little brother Lu and brother Xia to come here today. It's really an honor. Come, please come in. Lu Ming and Xiaowan nodded and followed the warring martial emperor and the others into the sword-shaped mountain. So many experts. As soon as they entered the sword-shaped mountain peak, they saw that it was a mountain with rich spiritual qi and all kinds of buildings. In the vast mountains, Lu Ming could sense powerful auras. They were all experts. The heaven-suppressing divine legion and some of their allies gathered together, so naturally, there were many experts. Furthermore, there were many soldiers in iron armor patrolling everywhere. The military was in high spirits. However, Lu Ming could see one thing in the strong and prosperous army. It was the low morale. Yes, their morale was low. Not long ago, the heaven-suppressing divine army had suffered a crushing defeat. Even a few emperors had fallen. Their morale was naturally not very good. Everyone came to a large hall and sat down in their respective positions. Soon more people came to the hall, all high-level figures of the heaven-suppressing divine army, at least supreme figures. There were even 9 emperors. The heaven-suppressing divine army itself did not have that many emperors. That was because some of the overlord forces had formed an alliance with the heaven-suppressing divine army. With the current situation in the divine wilderness, they would naturally gather together. I didn't expect that Brother Lu and Brother Xia would come here today. Come, let me toast to you too. The 100 Battles Martial Emperor raised his wine cup and drank it in one gulp. He was quite forthright. Lu Ming and Xiao Wan also took a sip symbolically. The warring martial emperor drank a cup of wine with a smile on his face. He then turned to Lu Ming and Xiao Wan and said, "If I'm not wrong, the 2 of you are here today for the holy city's matter that will happen in 7 days, right?" "Not bad," Lu Ming said. The warring martial emperor went straight to the point, and Lu Ming also spoke frankly. "Oh, I wonder what's the purpose of you 2 coming to the heaven-suppressing divine legion?" The battle martial emperor asked. "Our purpose is simple. We invite the heaven-suppressing divine legion to fight against the Empyrean Heaven Divine Palace and the Xia family in the sacred city 7 days later. We will decide the winner in one battle." Lu Ming spoke in a sonorous and powerful voice. "What?" Hearing this, everyone in the heaven-suppressing divine army changed their expressions. The hall suddenly became silent. After a long while, someone finally spoke. "Fight against the Empyrean Heaven Divine Palace and the Xia clan? It's really laughable. Even if you all join us, you're still far from being the Emperor Heaven Divine Palace and the Xia family's match. You'll only be courting death if you go." An emperor in armor sneered. "If we don't fight with them, when the Empyrean Heaven Divine Palace and Xia clan form an alliance, they will attack the heaven-suppressing divine army and northern plains. At that time we will still die, we will only be able to survive for a few more days." Lu Ming sneered in response. "But 7 days later, when we go to the holy city, we will die immediately. If we delay for a while longer, there might be a chance for us to turn things around," the armor emperor said. The other members of the heaven-suppressing divine army did not say anything, but their eyes told Lu Ming that they had the same thoughts as the armor emperor. "You're just afraid of De and the 2 masters beside him. Let us deal with De and the 2 masters. You only need to deal with the Xia family. How about it?" Lu Ming said. "Are you going to deal with the 3 experts?" The battle martial emperor's eyes flickered with suspicion. He obviously didn't believe it. "Can you deal with those 3 experts? Do you think we're fools? I believe that the chaotic heavens divine warrior can deal with 1 person, but who can deal with the other 2? Lu Ming, you?" The king of armor looked at Lu Ming with disdain. "Although it's rumored that you can fight a level 2 martial emperor, the opponent has an emperor spiritual weapon. Moreover, the rumors are exaggerated. Can you really fight a peak level 2 martial emperor? Or do you really have the combat strength of an emperor?" The armored martial emperor said with a cold smile. The others, including the battle martial emperor, looked at Lu Ming with suspicion. Chapter 1327 Defeating the Emperor in 3 moves. It was rumored that Lu Ming's combat strength was unparalleled, and he could fight against a peak level 2 martial royal realm expert. Oh, but in their hearts they didn't really believe it. This was especially so when they saw that Lu Ming's cultivation was only at the great circle of the spiritual god realm. It was simply nonsense for a great circle of the spiritual god realm to be able to fight a peak 2nd level martial emperor. They felt that the rumor was too exaggerated. Indeed, who would believe such a thing without seeing it with their own eyes? "What's wrong? Do you want to try?" Lu Ming looked at the armored martial emperor with a faint smile. "That's right. I have the same intention. I don't believe that a mere spirit god can defeat an emperor." The armored martial emperor suddenly stood up, and an extremely strong fighting spirit emanated from his body. This was a person who loved to battle. Most people in the heaven-suppressing divine army love to fight. "Alright, since that's the case, let's fight outside." Lu Ming stood up and took a step forward. He appeared in the sky outside the hall. Today he knew it would not be so simple. If he did not show some of his skills, The heaven-suppressing divine army would not dare to bet on him. The armored martial emperor also flew out of the hall and stood in the sky, facing Lu Ming. "Let's go out and take a look." The rest of the people left the hall and stood in the air. The cultivators in other places of the heaven-suppressing divine army also sensed the situation here. They rose into the air one after another and looked over. "Lu Ming, make your move. Show me what you've got." The armored martial emperor's fighting spirit was getting stronger and stronger. "If you want me to make the first move, sure, 3 moves. If you can take 3 of my moves and not be defeated, I admit defeat." Lu Ming extended 3 fingers and said. "What? 3 moves?" Lu Ming is so arrogant. Does he really have the combat strength of a peak level 2 martial royal realm expert? I don't believe it. Lu Ming's words caused a commotion and heated discussion. The warring martial emperor sneaked a glance at Xiao Wan, only to see him standing there with a calm smile on his face, as if he had already known the result. Could it be that Lu Ming is really as terrifying as the rumors say? Even now, the battle martial emperor still found it hard to believe. Good. I'll see how you're going to defeat me in 3 moves. The armored martial emperor's eyes flickered with anger. Boom! A powerful aura burst out of his body, and his genuine vitality burned like flames. His territory spread out, and his muscles swelled. In an instant, the armored martial emperor's strength was raised to the extreme. Although he did not believe that Lu Ming was as exaggerated as the rumors, there was no smoke without fire. He would not be careless when he was facing Lu Ming. Buzz! Casting the wind elemental technique, Lu Ming's figure flickered and rushed toward the armored martial emperor like a phantom. At the same time, dragon roars were heard and 9 streams of dragon energy burst out. Boom! Lu Ming threw a punch and the prison-suppressing steel shadow appeared on his fist. So strong! The armored martial emperor's expression changed drastically when he saw Lu Ming's punch. The power of this punch shocked him and made him feel great pressure. The heaven-suppressing divine army's expressions changed drastically. The power of this punch was too terrifying. It wasn't something a spirit god expert could release. It had reached the emperor level. Block it! The armored martial emperor roared and punched out. The 2 fists met in the air. Boom! Rings of shock waves spread out in all directions. The realm covering the armored martial emperor's body trembled violently, as if it would collapse at any time. Then his face turned pale, and his body flew backward with a bang. The armored martial emperor was sent flying with 1 punch, which made the people of the heaven-suppressing divine army gasp. The armored martial emperor only managed to stabilize himself after flying for 100 miles. The second move. "Let's go," Lu Ming said calmly. He took a step forward and traveled 100 miles in an instant. At the same time, the 3rd bloodline appeared above his head. A wave of energy surged into Lu Ming's body and his strength increased again. Boom! The second punch was thrown. Explosive army-shattering fist. The armored martial emperor roared, and his hair stood up. He exerted all his combat strength and punched out. The 2 of them exchanged a second punch. But this time, the armored martial emperor was even more miserable. His domain was instantly destroyed, and his body and arms made cracking sounds. His body flew far away, and blood spurted out of his mouth. The armored martial emperor was severely injured by the second move. "Do you want another round?" Lu Ming's indifferent voice was heard. Again, the armored martial emperor roared. He was an emperor. He would not allow himself to be unable to withstand 3 moves from Lu Ming. He had to survive 3 moves. Boom! The armored martial emperor's body swelled up. At the same time, a huge shield appeared in his hand. His territory covered the shield, giving it an indestructible feeling. This move, he took a defensive stance. The 3rd move. "Let's go," Lu Ming shouted. He stepped into the air and threw his 3rd punch. Lu Ming did not use the prison-suppressing heavenly art for this punch. Instead, he used a martial technique of intent. The fusion of 5 martial techniques of intent. Right now, the fusion of 5 martial arts techniques had a might that surpassed the prison-suppressing heaven technique. The main thing was that with the upgrade of the prison-suppressing steel's bloodline, the level of the prison-suppressing heavenly technique had long surpassed the low-grade divine-level martial arts technique. With Lu Ming's current cultivation, he could not unleash the full power of the prison-suppressing heavenly technique. When Lu Ming's cultivation level broke through to the martial royal realm and his essential core was strong, the power of the prison-suppressing heaven technique would naturally increase. Clang! The punch hit the armored martial emperor's shield. The shield was covered with a realm, but under this punch, the realm collapsed instantly like a blister. The shield let out a violent boom, forming a sound wave that spread out, tearing the space apart. Then a shocking scene appeared. The shield was changing its shape. The spot where Lu Ming's fist landed on the shield caved in. The armored martial emperor's expression changed drastically in an instant. Bang! The armored martial emperor couldn't hold the shield at all, and the heavy shield hit him like a mountain. Pili Pala. A series of bone-breaking sounds came from the armored martial emperor's body. His body flew far away and fell on the ground. He spat out a mouthful of blood and couldn't move for a while. The armored martial emperor had been defeated. He had been completely defeated. Facing Lu Ming, he was suppressed and had almost no power to resist. Gulp! Many people swallowed their saliva and looked at Lu Ming with eyes full of horror. They no longer had any doubts. Lu Ming's combat strength completely overpowered an ordinary martial emperor. It would not be too difficult for him to kill an armored martial emperor. Perhaps the rumors were not exaggerated and were true. The people of the heaven-suppressing divine army changed their minds. Amazing, amazing! Little brother Lu is really unparalleled, and the number one in history. The battle martial emperor strode out with a look of admiration on his face. But then the Baijian martial emperor changed his tone and said, however, I still want to learn from you. It's not that I doubt brother Lu, but I have to be responsible for all the members of the heaven-suppressing divine legion. The warring martial emperor stood in front of Lu Ming. A powerful aura rose from his body, which was several times stronger than that of the armored martial emperor. He was right. For the sake of the heaven-suppressing divine legion, he had to know Lu Ming's combat strength clearly. Make your move. Lu Ming's gaze shifted to the warring martial emperor. Chapter 1328 Unparalleled Combat Strength. Fight! Oh! Without saying anything else, Baijian martial emperor took a big step forward, and an invincible fighting will burst out of his body. With a wave of his hand, the sky and earth collapsed. His power was much stronger than that of the armored martial emperor. The combat strength of a Level 2 martial royal realm expert far exceeded that of a Level 1 martial royal realm expert. Lu Ming did not dare to be careless. He fused the 5 concepts and threw a punch. Boom! When the 2 fists collided, Lu Ming felt an immense force surge towards him. He could not help but be pushed back. The qi and blood in his body churned and he felt a sharp pain in his fist. Thump! Thump! The warring martial emperor stomped on the ground and continued to charge toward Lu Ming like an invincible god of war. The 100 Battles Martial Emperor was also known as the 100 Battles Martial Emperor. He had fought countless battles and had rich combat experience. His moves were simple, but they were extremely powerful. He could kill with one strike. Roar! Lu Ming burst out the 9 Dragons bloodline and performed the bloodline fusion to fight against the warring martial emperor. Boom! 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 The 2 of them fought fiercely from the ground to the sky, from the sky to the ground, and even to the other dimension. Lu Ming was at a complete disadvantage. He was no match for the warring martial emperor. Although the Baijian martial emperor's cultivation had not reached the peak of the 2nd level martial emperor realm, he was still at the middle stage. When Lu Ming used the chaos will, he could fight with a peak 2nd level martial emperor if he used his full strength. However, when he did not use the chaos will, his combat strength was not as good as a Baijian martial emperor. In the blink of an eye, the 2 had exchanged dozens of moves. Lu Ming, is this your full combat strength? If that's the case, how can my heaven-suppressing divine army fight with you against the Empyrean Heaven Divine Palace and the Xie family? The battle martial emperor's voice rang out. The Emperor Sky Divine Palace and the Xie clan had formed an alliance, so their next target would definitely be the heaven-suppressing Divine Army or Northern Plains. How could the battle martial emperor not know this? However, if he wanted to fight with Lu Ming and the rest, the Empyrean Heaven Divine Palace, and the Xie family, he had to see hope. Lu Ming was the hope. If Lu Ming was really as powerful as the rumors said, what was the harm in making a bet? If you want to see my full battle strength, there's no hurry. You can't defeat me now. Lu Ming let out a long roar and kept stepping out with his 9 dragon claws. The power of the 5 martial arts techniques of creation was unleashed to the extreme, and there were even signs of a breakthrough. Yes, Lu Ming's 5 types of martial arts techniques were already at the peak of the 4th level. He was only a step away from the 5th level. A battle-hardened martial emperor was a good training partner. After the battle with the battle-hardened martial emperor, Lu Ming's 5 types of martial arts techniques seemed to show signs of a breakthrough. Then I'll see how long you can hide it for. Die! The warring martial emperor shouted coldly as a long spear appeared in his hand. The spear pierced through the air with even more astonishing power. An ordinary first-level martial emperor would probably be killed in 2 moves. The 2 of them crossed paths and exchanged dozens of moves in the blink of an eye. Clang! All of a sudden, one of the 9 dragons' claws grabbed the spear's tip, producing a clanging sound. The 9 dragons retreated, but the battlefield's martial emperor's burly figure also trembled and retreated a few steps. You've made a breakthrough in your martial technique. The battle martial emperor's voice was filled with disbelief. Ha ha ha. Thank you, martial emperor, for helping me make another breakthrough in my martial technique. Lu Ming laughed heartily, feeling extremely carefree. The others were dumbfounded. During the battle between Lu Ming and the warring martial emperor, he had a breakthrough in his martial arts technique. This talent was too abnormal, right? It's just a martial technique that has broken through to a new level. Its power is limited. The battle martial emperor's voice was heard, and he continued to charge at Lu Ming. Is that so? Lu Ming smiled faintly and stretched out his dragon claw. Clang! After another exchange of blows with the warring martial emperor, Lu Ming retreated, but the latter also retreated, much more than before. How is that possible? How can its power increase so much? The battle martial emperor was in disbelief. Just now, Lu Ming was completely suppressed by the 100 battle martial emperor. He had to dodge most of the attacks and did not face them head-on. However, Lu Ming's martial technique had only been upgraded by 1 level. How could its power increase so much? Of course, he did not know that Lu Ming had not improved 1 martial arts technique but 5. Lu Ming had combined the 5 martial arts techniques. Therefore, when he broke through, he would break through with all 5 martial arts techniques at the same time. Naturally, his power would increase. He wasn't a match at all earlier, but now he could barely hold his ground. Thanks for your help, Martial Emperor. It's time to end this battle, Lu Ming said. As soon as he finished speaking, a chaotic aura emanated from the 9 dragons. Chaos intent. Boom. Die. The 9 dragons used the prison-suppressing heavenly art and swiped out with their claws, which were surrounded by chaos intent. 100 Battle God Fist. The warring martial emperor put away his spear and performed his strongest unique skill. In an instant, the Baijian martial emperor punched out 100 times. Each punch contained a monstrous combat power that could penetrate the earth and destroy mountains and rivers. 100 dazzling fist forces gathered in the air and merged into 1 fist force. Its power increased sharply. Boom! The fist force collided with the dragon claws of the 9 dragons. However, as soon as they came into contact, the battle martial emperor's fist force was instantly crushed and exploded like a firework. The dragon claw didn't stop, crushing the void. As if struck by lightning, Baijian martial emperor vomited blood and was sent flying thousands of miles away, leaving a long dark space tunnel in the space. He looked at Lu Ming in shock and then spat out another mouthful of blood. The others were not any better. Dumbfounded. The 100 battles martial emperor had been defeated. Was this Lu Ming's true strength? He was so powerful that he had injured 100 battles martial emperor with 1 move. With such combat strength, he could really fight with a peak level 2 martial royal realm expert. The rumors were not exaggerated at all. Martial Emperor, do you want to continue? Lu Ming's voice came out of the 9 dragons' mouths. No need. The battle Martial Emperor sighed and shook his head. Your combat strength is definitely comparable to the peak of the level 2 martial royal realm. If we continue fighting, I won't be your match. Why are you embarrassing yourself? After saying that, the aura of the 100 battles Martial Emperor was retracted. The 9 dragons' bodies shrank, and Lu Ming returned to his original form. Good, good, good. Suddenly, an old voice rang out saying good 3 times. In the distant sky, a hunched old man stepped through the air. The old man was very old. The white hair on his head was almost all gone. His skin was shriveled, and his face was full of wrinkles. However, all the members of the heaven-suppressing divine army, including the battle Martial Emperor, hurriedly saluted the old man when they saw him. Greetings, General. General. Lu Ming's eyes flickered as he sized up the old man with a hint of solemnness in his eyes. Although this old man looked very old, Lu Ming did not dare to underestimate him. That was because Lu Ming could sense a terrifying aura in the old man's body. Peak level 2 martial royal realm. The old man was actually a peak level 2 martial royal realm expert. I've long heard that there's an old general in the heaven-suppressing divine army who has unparalleled battle strength. I've never seen him before. Today I finally see him. Xiao Wan walked out, a smile on his face. I pay my respects to the Chaotic Sky Emperor. The old general saluted the Chaotic Sky Emperor. Chapter 1329 Sneaking into Holy City. Lu Ming sighed in his heart. The heaven-suppressing divine legion was indeed not simple. There was such a powerful person hiding in the dark. He had not appeared in the previous conquests. Oh, if even the heaven-suppressing divine army was like this, how could the Xia family, which had a deeper foundation, not have any hidden cards? The old general of the heaven-suppressing divine army saluted Xiao Wan first, then turned to Lu Ming with a warm smile. It's true that every generation has its own talents. This old man is impressed by little brother Lu's strength. You're too kind, old general. Lu Ming cupped his fists. Chaotic Sky Emperor, little brother Lu, I can give you a definite answer. The heaven-suppressing divine army will definitely participate in the battle 7 days later, the old general said. Lu Ming and Xiao Wan were overjoyed. The old general's words meant that he had agreed to join forces with them 7 days later and head to the sacred city to fight the Emperor Heaven Divine Palace and the Xia clan. The battle Martial Emperor and the other experts of the heaven-suppressing divine army were surprised, but they didn't say anything. They also understood that the heaven-suppressing divine army could not stay out of this battle. If Northern Plains were defeated, heaven-suppressing divine army would not be able to escape the fate of being destroyed. This alliance with Northern Plains was their only chance. All right, old general. Everyone will meet in 7 days. See you in 7 days. Lu Ming and Xiao Wan said their goodbyes and left. The goal of this trip could be considered to be a complete success. After returning to the 100 Beasts tribe, Lu Ming continued to cultivate in seclusion. 4 days later, there were only 3 days left before the Emperor Heaven Divine Palace and the Xia clan formed an alliance. In a secret room, Lu Ming's glabella glowed and he stepped out of Lu Ming's body. Then Lu Ming's main body waved his hand and the mountain and river diagram flew to his clone, which then kept it. Then the main body closed his eyes, while the second body smiled. Let's go to the holy city first. The second body smiled, took a step forward and disappeared. After a while, the second body had already appeared hundreds of millions of li away from the 100 Beasts tribe. Lu Ming's plan was to let the second clone enter the holy city first to inquire about the 9 Sons Supreme, Bai Shijin and the others. Lu Ming's mind sank into the clone. The clone was just like his main body. Let's change our appearance first. Lu Ming took out a long gray robe and put it on. At the same time, his figure and face began to change. Finally, he turned into a young man with a sallow face. His appearance was very ordinary. the kind of appearance and body that would not be easily discovered in a crowd. Then runes appeared on Lu Ming's body. He began to restrain his aura until he was only a 7th-rank alchemist. Then he took a step forward and space cracked open. Lu Ming disappeared from the place. He had refined his second body and reached the level of a 9th-grade emperor. His speed was extremely fast. In less than half a day, the holy city appeared in front of him. There were experts guarding the city gates of the holy city. The checks were extremely strict. Everyone who entered had to go through a strict examination. However, Lu Ming had inherited the legacy of the mysterious Sky Saint and was proficient in the Tao of inscriptions. He had concealed himself with inscriptions and arrays, and even an emperor would not be able to detect him. Lu Ming entered the holy city easily. There are so many people. Walking on the streets of the holy city, Lu Ming realized that there were more people coming and going in the holy city than when he was in the past. It was normal to think about it. There were still a few days left before the Emperor Heaven Divine Palace, and the Xie clan would hold the alliance ceremony. Right now, the Xie clan and their allies had all entered the sacred city. Also, many of the powers that the Emperor Heaven Divine Palace belonged to had also come to the sacred city. Naturally, the sacred city would be very lively. This evening, the Xie family Xie Yan, Xie Zhan, and the other princes will be hosting a banquet at the Drunken Immortal Court to welcome the Southern Nether's peerless genius, Dark Child. At that time, all young geniuses are welcome to attend. Lu Ming had just entered the holy city when he heard this piece of news. Dark Child. Lu Ming's eyes flashed with a cold glint. In the end, only Dark Child, the unscrupulous monk, and the moonless female bodhisattva had returned from the trip to the divine ruins. However, Long Chun had not returned, and no one knew what had happened. Lu Ming really wanted to know. Then the Drunken Immortal Garden will definitely be very lively this evening. We can't miss such a grand scene. Indeed. Back then, 12 top geniuses went to the Divine Ruins continent, but only 3 returned. 2 of them were from the Western Desert, and the Western Desert's Saint Monk has always stayed out of it. In other words, Dark Child is the top genius now. That's right. In the future, Dark Child is destined to roam the divine wilderness. That's why the prince of the Xie family specially invited Dark Child to a banquet to curry favor with him. Many people were discussing, and Lu Ming had heard a lot of news. Lu Ming's lips curled into a mocking smile and he strolled casually on the streets. Very soon, it was evening and Lu Ming headed towards the Drunken Immortal Garden. The Drunken Immortal Court was quite famous in the sacred city. The environment inside was elegant, and there was a place for experts to spar, so it became a gathering place for some martial arts experts. At the entrance of the Drunken Immortal Court, there were many young and outstanding people walking in and out. At the main entrance there were people checking, but they usually only checked casually before letting people in. They entered the Drunken Immortal Court and came to an empty space. The empty space was filled with tables and chairs, and many people had already taken their seats. Lu Ming swept his gaze and saw many familiar faces. Many of them were 2nd and 3rd class geniuses from the Overlord forces. Lu Ming saw more familiar figures on the platform at the top. Xie Yan, Xie Zhan, and the other princes of the Xie family, as well as Wu Chengkong, the heaven's favorite of the Heavenly Martial Sword Sect. Previously, Lu Ming knew that the Heavenly Martial Sword Sect had already submitted to the Ditian Divine Palace. Therefore, Wu Chengkong and the others had also become members of the Ditian Divine Palace. Dark Child is here, someone said. In the distance, a black-robed young man with his hands behind his back was walking in the air. He exuded a domineering aura that showed that he was the only one in the world. This person was Dark Child. Buzz, buzz, buzz. Xie Yan, Xie Zhan, Wu Chengkong, and the others quickly flew into the sky to welcome Dark Child. Haha, it's my honor that Brother Ming is willing to come. Xie Yan laughed heartily. Not bad, not bad. Brother Ming's arrival is truly an honor, Xie Zhan said, unwilling to be outdone. Following that, the other heaven's favorites started to flatter him. Now, among the younger generation of the Empyrean Heaven Divine Palace, including the Xie family, Ming-Zi was the #1 and the only giant-level Heaven's Pride expert. His future achievements would be limitless, so they naturally had to firmly establish a relationship with him. And everyone is too polite. Darkchild put his hands behind his back and spoke indifferently, looking like he was above everyone. Xiezhen and the others didn't mind. They welcomed Darkchild to the platform and continued to flatter him. Ming-Zi pursed his lips and pretended to be calm, but he was actually enjoying it. He enjoyed this feeling very much. He was intoxicated by the feeling of being surrounded by a myriad of stars. In the past he had been the center of attention, a giant-level prodigy of the divine wilderness continent, standing at the peak. But after all, there were more than 10 people who could compete with him. His presence had undoubtedly weakened a lot. But now it was different. Everything was centered around him, and he was enjoying it too much. Xiezhen's dirty methods. Right now, in the entire divine wilderness, the Western Desert does not care about worldly affairs. Among the younger generation, other than Lu Ming, Brother Ming is the most powerful. Oh! A voice suddenly rang out among the compliments. The scene suddenly became quiet. Lu Ming. It was as if Lu Ming's name had a magical power that made everyone shut up. Everyone looked at each other but no one spoke. Lu Ming's name was like a huge mountain, pressing down on everyone's hearts. He was of the same generation as them, but with his current combat strength, he was able to kill an emperor. He was able to fight against a peak level 2 martial royal realm expert. He was already standing at the peak of the divine wilderness continent, looking down on the world. Among his peers, no one could compare to Lu Ming. The so-called geniuses here were far too inferior when compared to Lu Ming. The difference was too great. Darkchild's face also darkened, a cold light flashing in his eyes. The young man who had just spoken turned pale and broke out in a cold sweat. He knew that he had said the wrong thing. He had wanted to flatter Ming-Zi, but he subconsciously added Lu Ming's name. Brother Ming, please forgive me, I didn't mean to. The young man quickly apologized and stuttered. It would have been better if he didn't explain. The moment he did, Darkchild's face turned even gloomier. What an idiot, get lost. Xiezhen berated, and the young man hurriedly took his leave. Lu Ming may be strong, but he doesn't know how to judge the situation. He won't live for long. He'll die eventually. When that time comes, who in the world can compete with Brother Ming? Xiezhen continued. Hearing this, Darkchild's face looked a little better. That's right. Lu Ming won't be able to live for long. He still wants to go against the Empyrean Heaven Divine Palace and the Xie clan. He's simply courting death. Even if such a brainless person has some combat strength temporarily, he's still a brainless bore. In my opinion, he's far inferior to Brother Darkchild. The others immediately followed suit and started to flatter him. Darkchild's face revealed a smile again. You're right. Lu Ming's talent is average. It's just that he's lucky, so his combat power is slightly stronger than mine. However, because of this, he's arrogant and condescending. Back in the Divine Ruins continent, he even dared to offend the pride of the Yuan continent's big sect, the Tianshan sect. Such a brainless person will definitely have limited achievements. Even if he doesn't die in the Divine Wilderness continent, he will be killed by the experts of the Tianshan sect. Darkchild said disdainfully. Brother Darkchild is right. Brother Ming is right. The others were full of compliments. Brother Ming, how about I invite you to watch a good show? Xiezhen said with a smile. Oh, what good show? Darkchild revealed an interested expression. Brother Ming, please wait. Xiezhen laughed, and then his voice spread far and wide. Bring the person up. Yes. Yes. Someone replied in the distance. Not long after, a group of Imperial Dragon Guards led a dozen people over. Sun Lin Taixing. In the crowd, Lu Ming's eyes gleamed coldly. The dozen or so people who were brought here were actually the law enforcement officers that Lu Ming had met when he joined the law enforcement army in the Holy City. Taixing, the Black Gorilla Man, Sun Lin, the middle-aged man who had been transferred to the law enforcement army from the Imperial Dragon Guard with him by Xiezhen. At this moment, Tai Xing and the others were in a sorry state. Their breathing was shallow and their faces were pale. It was obvious that they had suffered heavy injuries. Very quickly, Tai Xing and the rest were brought to Xiezhen and the others. Who are they? Ming Zi was slightly stunned. He didn't understand why Xiezhen had brought more than a dozen burly men here. Brother Ming, these people are on very good terms with Lu Ming. They were his subordinates in the past. Xiezhen said. Xiezhen, you're despicable and shameless. You actually want us to slander the commander. You're dreaming. Tai Xing roared. Shut up, what slander? Xiezhen berated. His eyes were cold as he said, I'll give you one more chance. Tell me, did Lu Ming use despicable means to kill others to cultivate his martial arts? Also, did he specifically harm young girls and take their yin to supplement yang? That's why his cultivation improved so quickly. You're his subordinates, so you should be very clear about it. Let me remind you before you speak, you'd better think carefully. Don't forget the fate of your companions. Xiezhen said coldly as he scanned Tai Xing's body with his cold eyes. The expressions of Tai Xing and the others were ugly, and a few of them looked terrified. Bullshit. Don't even think about slandering the commander. The commander is a man of indomitable spirit. Why would he do such a thing? Tai Xing roared. That's right. The commander would never do such a thing. Don't even think about using us to ruin the commander's reputation. You've killed so many of our brothers. The commander will definitely come back to avenge us. Someone else also shouted. In the crowd, Lu Ming's gaze turned colder. He roughly knew what was going on. Back then, Lu Ming was on good terms with the law enforcement army. It was obvious that Xiezhen had taken down the law enforcement army and wanted to force them to slander Lu Ming, saying that Lu Ming had done evil things like gathering yin to supplement yang. That was why his cultivation level had progressed so quickly. In that case, not only could he ruin Lu Ming's reputation, but he could also enrage Lu Ming. There would be a higher chance of Lu Ming appearing at the alliance ceremony in a few days' time, and he could then kill him. However, the law enforcement army did not obey. Furthermore, from the conversation of the crowd, the other members of the law enforcement army had already been killed by Xiezhen. There were only a dozen or so people left. Damn it! The killing intent in Lu Ming's heart was as cold as a knife. Xiezhen's expression was extremely gloomy as he berated. I'll give you one more chance. Tell me or not. If you don't die. Don't even think about it. I'd rather die than do such a despicable thing. Tai Xing roared. The others also glared at him angrily, as if they were not afraid of death. The law enforcement army had a low status in the imperial city and lived a miserable life. In order to survive, they had to please both sides and lived without dignity. It was Lu Ming. Lu Ming was the one who made them hold their heads high and puffed out their chests. After Lu Ming joined the law enforcement army, they could finally hold their heads up high and enforce the law on behalf of the sage emperor. They returned to the time 30,000 years ago, when the law enforcement army dominated the world. Therefore, they were very grateful to Lu Ming. They could not slander Lu Ming. Xiezhen, as a prince, you did such a dirty thing. You're really a disgrace to the imperial family and the Xie family. Tai Xing continued to shout. Shut up. You're looking for death. Xiezhen was furious. A saber appeared in his hand and he slashed at Tai Xing's neck. He had brought Tai Xing and the others over to curry favor with Darkchild, but he had not expected them to bite him back and damage his reputation. He wanted nothing more than to cut them into pieces. The blade light was cold and as fast as lightning as it slashed towards Tai Xing. At this moment, Tai Xing's cultivation was sealed and his breathing was shallow. It was impossible for him to dodge. In a moment, Tai Xing's blood was about to splatter, and he would die under Xiezhen's saber. Whoosh! At that moment, a wine cup flew out from the crowd and hit Xiezhen's saber. Clang! An inscription flashed on the wine cup, and it collided with the saber. Buzz! The battle saber trembled and hummed as it flew far away. Xiezhen's expression changed drastically as he retreated 7 or 8 steps and fell on his butt. You're tuning in to the Lee May Sword of Destiny YouTube channel. We're so grateful for your support, and don't forget to subscribe to join us on this incredible journey through captivating stories. Your generosity through donations truly makes a world of difference, as it's the primary source of revenue that allows me to expand and enhance this channel for you. Thank you from the bottom of my heart for being a part of this adventure.